Good morning, everybody. It is Wednesday, July 3rd, 8:46 a.m. Thank you all for being here for another Market Open. I have some energy. I've got some energy. And I've got some energy for a variety of reasons. It's not because Tesla is up another 3% in the pre-market. It's because I have a new iPhone case. Do you guys see this thing? This thing is a monster, but my phone will never be out of battery ever again. Now, it's heavy. It is heavy, but I got this last night. I've been using it. I went to the gym yesterday with it. My phone didn't run out of battery like it usually does at the gym. And I feel like a new man, dude. Like, I legit feel like a new man. And we're going to talk about Tesla and Tesla's energy and all the, everything good with Tesla. But this right here is the story of the day. These things, $35 on Amazon, I just feel incredible, dude. Now, I do feel it is heavy, dude. It's like a fucking rock I'm holding right here. But I also feel more sophisticated holding this. Like, I kind of feel like a businessman, when you're holding something like this. It doesn't feel like my blue case that, I don't know, it looked like I was a teenage girl or something with that phone. But like, this is like, it feels like I'm like making deals. It look like if I'm on the phone like the dude, it looks like I'm like making deals right here. So one of those deals, hopefully, that I can make and that everyone made in the summer, or not in the summer, in the past 4 or 5 months to benefit from in the summer, was buying Tesla. And Tesla right now, absolutely crushing it. In the pre-market, we hit a high of 239. Right now at 233, up 1%, up 10% from yesterday. We actually hit 240 in the pre-market, 240.19. So that is going to be the story of the day. We're going to start off discussing what's going on in the world of Tesla. S&P 500 also a little red right now. We did get payroll reports, so we're going to have to talk about some of the jobs data. We're also going to talk about that jobs data we got this morning in terms of private payrolls in the context of the JOLTS report we got yesterday. I thought both of those were very interesting when you kind of compare and contrast them. Enphase is up a little bit, 1% in the pre-market. Palantir is up a little bit. Palantir broke 2640 yesterday, right now at 2591. The market today is going to be very interesting because I wonder if we're going to have a ton of volume. The market is closed tomorrow to celebrate Independence Day in the United States. We're going to close at 1 p.m. today. So I'm actually very curious if the market is going to have a ton of momentum and a ton of volume swinging in regards to, just people actually buying stocks or selling stocks, or maybe, they're taking the day off. Fund managers aren't really caring that much today. So we'll see what action goes on today. But Tesla really is the story of this morning, and Tesla's been doing everything it had to do to get people excited. So thank you, everybody, for being here. Timothy says, does it not get hot? Okay, so the battery does kind of get hot on this, but like after it's charged, you can just turn it off and then it moves forward from there. It really does feel like I'm a professional, dude. Like if I'm on the phone with someone and I'm like, yeah, buy 500 shares of Tesla. Like if I was, one time there was this funny moment. I was at like the chiropractor and I called my sister because some news came out about a stock and I just sold it and she had a couple of shares and I was like, yo, sell the stock. It was so funny because I was at the chiropractor and I'm on the phone and everyone's listening. I'm like, yo, sell your fucking shares. It was like it was a scene out of a movie. But if it wasn't a real movie, this would be the phone that I use to do that. So I'm very happy, dude. Like, it's the little things in life. It's really the little things. And the energy, why is it so big? Well, that's what she said. But no, I mean, I don't know, dude. It's like, I mean, there's a battery there, so that's why it's, I guess. But I like it, dude. I really like it, and it really feels like it's a professional phone. So there we go. That's what we got. It really does feel like I'm a professional. Yeah, it really does. Okay, let's start off with this news as we get into Tesla. Let's talk about Cathie. Let's talk about Cathie Wood. This part was really confusing, dude. This part was really, really confusing. Cathie Wood sold a bunch of shares yesterday, and I can't make sense of it. I don't know if you guys can make sense of it. She sold 56,000 shares of Tesla. She sold another 6,000 in another fund. So she sold 62,000 in total of Tesla. She bought 37,000 of Palantir. So as we start our discussion on what's going on in the world of Tesla, the first thing I think we can look at is the buys and sells of someone who bought 1.3 million shares of Tesla when it was at the 140, 150, 160 range. I called Steve this morning, or Steve called me this morning, and he was kind of confused because this woman has a price target of 2,600 base case for Tesla. Kind of is weird selling 56,000 shares. Now, notice there is not a reason to sell. There is not, oh, it's 10% of the fund. There is not this. There's not that. It's literally just her deciding to sell Bsoft says ARK Invest has a regulation where if an ETF starts doing well, you have to sell your best performing stock. Oh my God. It was weird, dude. It was really weird. But remember, when she sold Robinhood, it's because of like the 5%, 12B3 regulation, all that stuff. Tesla, I don't even think it's 10% of the portfolio yet because it hasn't run up a lot. If it was and she was selling, no big deal, right? Portfolio rebalancing. This one was just weird. This one was really weird. Now, my argument is the reason why she's selling. There's two cases. All right. So the simple case for why she's selling is she lost on Path, she lost on Teladoc, she lost on Zoom, she lost on DNA. So she needs to recoup some of those profits. And in order to recoup some of those profits, you would take profits on something like Tesla that just ran up 30% in the past month, 28% in the past week. That's the easy explanation for why she's selling. The harder explanation for why she's selling, and the one that no one really wants to hear, including myself, is that Kathy is very good at timing the top and the bottom on Tesla in particular. People forget when Tesla was at 290, 280 last summer, Kathy sold a lot of Tesla. And she's done this historically over the past couple of years very well. She obviously bought a lot at 140, 150. So she definitely bought the dip effectively. And then she sold the top last summer, or like close to the top when it was at 280, 290. So if this Kathy sell is consistent again today, then I think Kathy is calling a little bit of a short-term top on Tesla, which is fine. The thing's up 30% in a month. I mean, it's probably going to take a little bit of a breather if we have to just be logical here, but especially because it's running on no news. I mean, make no mistake about it. The delivery numbers yesterday, as good as they were, to add $150 billion of market cap for numbers that are still down year over year, unprecedented. I think this is more so on narratives of FSD becoming real versus delivery numbers. And that's why the stock has run up, which is totally a fine reason for it to run. But narratives can change very quickly. Now, the thing about narratives is that the narrative was Tesla was dead at 140. That narrative is fundamentally different $90 later at 230. You like that math? 230 minus 140, that's 90. I came up with that on the spot. I did that math on the spot. I'm getting better at math. So the point is, if Tesla's different $90 later and the narrative is different $90 later, then I don't know. I don't know if the narrative goes back to 180. Is it possible? Sure. 140, I think, is really, really tough. But something would have to crack the narrative so aggressively. And given the FSD 8.8 event is coming, especially if we get a surprise July cut, which is, I think, possible for us to get a surprise July cut, then I don't think this narrative is going anywhere. Katie Baby says, can't wait for 8.8. Yeah, I look, I know 8.8 feels like a sell the news event, like every Tesla event is, but it's kind of starting to feel like it's not going to be sell the news. It's kind of starting to feel like they're going to announce some shit that's really going to change the trajectory of the company and of the potential revenue generation, profit generation, ultimately business model of Tesla stock. And if that's the case, we've got an entirely different company that I think a lot of people should be very excited for and should be, and you know, should be a lot more interested. And that's probably also going to be a bit more of a catalyst for momentum as well. Meet Kevin broke it down. Tesla should have pullback on technicals. It's not a bearish sell. Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily a bearish sell, especially because she probably thinks that there is a little bit of a pullback coming, or there should have been a pullback already. So she probably thinks it's getting a little bit overbought. But I agree. It might be just her taking some profits to recoup for the fact that she lost a ton of money on names this year. I mean, again, Path, Teladoc, Zoom, all these companies just like down in the gutter, down 80 to 90% on most of these names. If something runs up and you're finally up 30, 40%, you're probably going to take some profits. The ARK ETF has not done well this year either. Even though Tesla and Coinbase have had phenomenal years, ARK ETF is down 11% year to date. You know, Tesla's still down 8% year to date, but it's obviously up 51% from the bottoms. So this one's still stuck in a little bit of a range, down 11% year to date. Artist here says FSD is not close. You can see it. There is an infinite number of tail events that the car needs an intervention on. Yeah, I mean, like, that is true. We know FSD is necessarily not close, and I wouldn't trust, my closest family members to be in a car operating by FSD by itself. But I think this is all about perception. And if the perception is FSD is a year or two away in real-time action, and it's going to be a real competitive threat to the legacy auto manufacturers and to the legacy tech companies like Uber, in the context of ride hailing, then maybe it trades on perception, dude. And Tesla perception, right? Like Tesla's always, I mean, it's trading at 70 PE right now. Tesla's always been a company that's, hey, they're going to be something that we can't even imagine, whether it's Optimus, robotaxis, or selling EVs. Now they executed on the selling EVs part. Now that narrative has changed, they have to execute on the FSD part. And if that is 2 to 3 years away, I still think the street is willing to give them a little bit of the benefit of the doubt based on what they say in this 8.8 event. Now, one other quick fact right here on Tesla. Tesla is 1.27% of the S&P 500. if you are not in Tesla stock, if you don't have a massive position in Tesla stock, that is okay. I don't think anyone needs to feel any FOMO, because if you're in the broader market and if you're in the broader the ecosystem of, of investing this year, Tesla being up 30% after being down 43% really helps the S&P 500. Why is that the case? Because the majority of gains in the S&P 500 this year are NVIDIA at about 35 to 40%. Tesla going up, Tesla to 300, I think everyone should be saying Tesla to 300 if you're not, at least not short, because if you're in the stock market, if you're just in an index fund, the stock market's going to do well. Apple was down 10%. Now it's up 17%. Tesla was down 40%. Now it's down 8%. NVIDIA is up 150%. If NVIDIA slows down a little bit and Tesla and Apple start catching up, and you get a rate cut, and you get, potentially a presidency that the market likes, whether it's Trump or Biden, we'll see what happens. 2024 can be a good year. And I think we have to remember, we're not done with the year. We have to finish out the year strong. We're only 6 months into the year. We have to actually finish this year in terms of this momentous bull rally that we're having. And to do that, you need a lot of other participants in the market to participate and to do their job. And Tesla right now is absolutely doing its job in the context of the broader market. So even if you do not have a position in Tesla, I think you should be rooting for it to go up, because we cannot expect NVIDIA to do another 10, 20% just to get the S&P to get higher as well. All right, here's one bear case from Wells Fargo on why Tesla will disappoint. Remember, Wells Fargo has a $125 price target on Tesla. They are not bullish on this company. Let's see their argument, and then we'll keep going from there.
Thanks to Tesla, bear case is intact despite that delivery beat. Colin Langan is the firm's senior equity analyst. Colin has an underweight rating, a $120 price target on Tesla stock. Nothing has improved in your view based on this?
Based on today, deliveries are still down year over year. So, we had a much lower number for the quarter, so it was a better quarter. How did they get there? That giant financial incentives. You could get part for a week and a half, you could get 1% financing. That's about $100 in your payment per month. It's a very generous deal, probably over $5,000 in incentives. If this is nothing techie at it at all based on, what Phil was saying. This is a traditional auto story. This is cut the price, drive volume. This is our concern. This is the reason why we originally downgraded, because we're seeing the price cuts are not driving volume. Now we have both negative pricing and negative volume. How are we going to grow deliveries into the second half? Numbers still have to come down. And Q2, that's going to be a problem, because if pricing is down, margins are going to be poor.
I thought it was interesting, too, when you take a look at the countries that had subsidies for EVs versus the countries that pulled them back. There was a difference in delivery. So in the countries where there were EVs, like a Turkey or in Italy, it was up. And then in the countries that pulled back, like France and Germany, some of the more core markets, deliveries were down. So it really is. It's like a typical story. You get the incentive there, whether it be them buying down a rate or an EV incentive because the government's giving it to you, and you got the sales.
It's absolutely concerning. Yeah, you see markets like Germany and France down large double digits year over year because of the incentives. And in fairness, there's some pull forward factors. But yeah, once you pull the incentives back, volumes start to collapse, really.
So his core bear case is that gross margins are still the most important thing. Financing the deals with that 0.99% APR is going to create headwinds in terms of the EPS, which he's probably right about that, because Tesla is not collecting as much money as they were previously before that APR financing. But still, I don't know, dude. His broader argument is margins, EPS, and deliveries are down year over year. Those are three okay bear arguments. They're not phenomenal bear arguments. They're really not. And the stock obviously disagrees, right? The stock obviously disagrees. Matt says he's 100% right. He is 100% right about his three bear arguments. The question is, do they have any significant impact in terms of the valuation of the stock? I don't know. I think the narrative is changing for Tesla. Now, if Q2 is horrendous and we get a child in the room, as Dan Ives has called Elon's previous performances, and we get the numbers coming in to be that bad, then sure, we will see a bit of a pullback. However, we got the delivery numbers. The stock market's not stupid. They can take the delivery numbers, multiply it by the price. They can find a way to reasonably figure out what the earnings are going to be like. If those delivery numbers were that catastrophic, which is why Tesla usually doesn't move that much up or down after earnings, because once you give delivery numbers, the street kind of knows what to expect. And so because they delivered 440,000 cars, I think the streets kind of knows what the numbers are going to be like. So when the numbers come out, unless there's something crazy that they didn't expect, which yeah, maybe there's a hit on EPS, but I don't think the stock's trading on just EPS. If the stock was trading on multiples on earnings per share, it would not be worth 70x, a 70 PE for fiscal year 2025 right now. That just wouldn't be the case if the market cared that much about it. It's either retail is buying the stock hand over fist and retail's leading this rally and retail doesn't give a shit about the 70 PE for 2025 EPS estimates, or, which I think is the latter that I'm about to say, a 30% gain in a week is institutional. I don't think that is all retail. I don't even think retail has that much money to pump this bad boy up 30%. Like, there has to be something deeper going on here. And it might be institutions deciding that there is something happening right here, that it actually is an undervalued AI play. And as a result, they are allocating capital. And they're probably taking some profits from the Googles and NVIDIAs of the world. Google down a little bit in the pre-market, and same thing with NVIDIA. NVIDIA's had like 3 red days in a row now. Even if it's only down 0.5% or 1%, some of those profits might be leaving as we get into the second half of the year and be allocating into other names. I mean, really, if you're up 150% on NVIDIA year to date, let's say you're up 40%, not 150%, you have to really ask yourself, do you think there's that much more juice left in the squeeze? And if there's not, well, Tesla and Apple seem to be attractive options outside of that. The rally started before retail saw deliveries. Yeah, that's a good point. Tesla started moving up before retail. I mean, this rally really started on Elon's compensations. Once that happened, we went from 167 to 235. So I don't know. I personally do not think this is retail. And if it is retail, we're going to know pretty soon, because as soon as Tesla has a pullback of like down 5%, we could probably see some added pressure by retail getting scared that they need to secure their profits and they're going to start selling. And so, you know, if we see a lot more downside, maybe that's retail deciding to take profits. But if not, then maybe not. Now on Robinhood, they have this really cool trend thing right here. If you guys have seen it, trading trends, and it lets you know, at least on Robinhood users, did they have a net buy or a net sell of a stock. So Tesla yesterday was a 15% net sell right there. So 15% of Robinhood users that trade Tesla sold Tesla on July 1st and July 2nd. And the last time they really bought in doves was June 11th. This is when Tesla bottomed at 167. So 20% of Robinhood, which Robinhood, you know, metaphor for like basically retail bought the dip heavy on June 11th. That's when we got to 167. And 15% of retail sold yesterday at, you know, 220, 230. So today is going to be interesting to see. Volume so far in the pre-market is 9.6 million shares. Overnight volume was 1.26 million shares. So definitely people are getting into the stock and getting excited about that. If we look at Palantir's buying and selling, retail was a net buyer yesterday by 1%. Retail's really been selling Palantir for the majority. If you look at this chart, they've been selling Palantir for the majority of the year, or majority of the month, sorry. The last time they really bought was June 3rd. So, I mean, that gives us a little bit of insight in terms of what's going on with retail, but I don't know if retail's leading this rally. I do think it's a little bit more on institutional. Retail wouldn't push it up 6% before deliveries numbers. That's such a good point. I don't think retail would push it up 6% before delivering it. Dude, that's a lot. 6% on Tesla. That's about 40 billion in market cap. That's a lot for retail to do before they get the numbers. I mean, we all knew someone knew something the day it went up 6% off like no news. And that was probably because these delivery numbers people thought were going to be good. For those asking, why is the phone so big? This is what I started off the show with. I got a new charger case on the phone, and I love this phone so much, bro. I love this charger. Like, I don't know why I haven't had this my whole life. I don't know why I've been struggling with battery my whole life. This thing is going to be charged forever. Like, it's perfect. It's a thick phone, dude. It's a thick phone. It's a little heavy too, but it feels like a businessman phone. This background doesn't help. I need a better background than this fucking gay ass background. You gotta admit, it's a gay background, but it feels like I'm like a businessman holding this fucking phone, dude. It feels like I'm getting deals done. So I like it. I like, even holding it makes me feel more manly, dude. You know, and my hands are big, so like my hand with this phone, like, feels like it was meant to be. So I've entered into a new chapter in my life as well. Okay, cool. So that was on Tesla. What else do we have? So that's the majority of the news on Tesla. We'll see how the market opens with Tesla. Again, if you're just joining, Kathy Wood did sell 60,000 shares of Tesla yesterday, and we'll see what happens with that. But it did close above 230 as well, which was also very exciting for Tesla. And exciting stuff. If you bought Tesla, very, very exciting stuff. and we'll see where it goes. Now, covered calls, again, yesterday we did some analysis on covered calls. If you sold covered calls on Tesla, yeah, you're kind of screwed, at least today. I mean, yesterday you could have sold the 250 covered call, got $6.80 a share. You could have sold the $300 covered call, got $14.05 a share. Today, those are going to be worth even more given the pre-market action. So let me know in the chat if anyone has sold covered calls. But this is when covered calls get risky, right? When the thing runs up so much and you want to protect your shares, but you also want to capture some premium. And either selling covered calls right now is a genius thing because this thing is going to crash right back to 200, or it's really stupid because this thing's on a freight train to $300. And we're going to see. We're going to see what happens. Yeah, I got it from Amazon. It was like $35 on Amazon. Dude, Amazon is so... Dude, it came in a day. Amazon, it's like... It's so... Amazon, like, how could... you just can't live without Amazon. It's like they're automatically. Speaking of Amazon, $200 yesterday ended 199.75. Now, Amazon got upgraded from Bank of America last week. The core argument was margins are going up. Goldman Sachs, I think, put out a note this morning that said they're like pounding the table to buy Amazon. And their argument is it's one of the most undervalued Max 7 stocks. If you look at where it's going to go in the context of not only gross margins, but AWS growth. And the part that most people don't talk about with Amazon, which is advertising. Advertising seems like it's not going anywhere for Amazon. AI is only making the ads better. It seems like attention is more competitive to get. And if you are a third-party seller, you need to obviously advertise. Amazon is pay-per-click advertising, but with AI, they can target the ads so much better that it gets the seller a better conversion. It gets the customer a better ad experience. Same story that's happening with Facebook and Google. And Amazon is just becoming one of those places where ad dollars have to go to if you are a seller to get people's attention. So AWS advertising and operating margins going to 10%, up from 8% in 2021. If you put all of those three together, I mean, the street says, at least Goldman Sachs, Bank of America, they believe it looks very cheap. And so the question is just going to be how that plays out. Now, one other piece of news that's really interesting in the context of the macro, Marko Kolanovic, he's the chief strategist of the world's largest bank, JP Morgan. JP Morgan has a $4,200 price target on the S&P. Apparently, he left the bank. Just last week, he said the stock market will crash 20% before this year ends, which was very interesting. I think some of you guys probably saw those headlines last week, like the JP Morgan calls for a 20% crash, yada, yada. So his argument is the market's going to crash. And apparently today he's leaving the bank. This is very similar to Mike Wilson, who also decided to step down after he was wrong for the past couple of years. JP Morgan and Morgan Stanley, quite frankly, have been on the wrong side of where the markets have ended up going. Tom Lee has been on the right side. You had Ed Yordani on the right side. You had, Bernstein on the right side, Bank of America on the right side. But JP Morgan and Morgan Stanley, they're equity strategists. They've been dead wrong since the end of 2022. Remember, end of 2022, Tesla was 100, Palantir was $6. Everyone felt like it was going to be a little bit of a cycle we were getting into. And then AI happened. And then, interest rates actually started to decrease inflation. And we started seeing that the economy is not as bad as we thought it was. And unfortunately, a lot of these strategists, they decided to keep their clients in cash because they felt that the economy was going to continue getting worse. And that just didn't end up happening. So we are seeing a little bit of capitulation more from the bears. Some are arguing, well, that's a top if the bears are capitulating. Again, we talked about this already. So many people are calling a top that it just doesn't feel like a top. It feels like actually everyone's waiting for a crash, which means maybe a crash doesn't happen. Now, here's Capital Economics. They went even further. They're saying S&P 500 to 7,000 by the end of next year. Let's see their argument and what they have to say.
S&P 500 at 7,000 by next year. I want to ask you, what's the catalyst? Is it almost entirely AI enthusiasm, or are there other factors like Fed rate cuts, nearshoring, et cetera?
Well, there's a bit of Fed rate cuts in there. That will help. We think there's probably room for two.
Oh, he has a British accent. I haven't watched this before. I love it. You guys know me and the accent. Now I'm really listening. Now I love it.
2 cuts this year, with more to come next year. Our forecasts are a bit below what the market's pricing in terms of the future path of interest rates. So that helps. That certainly helps the equity market story. And there's some earnings growth as well. We've argued for a while that we think the US is on a path to a soft landing. That helps corporate America. So there's some earnings growth. But it's, as you suggest, principally about this inflation of a bubble around AI. And I think it is a bubble. We've done a lot of work looking at the economic and the market consequences of groundbreaking technologies such as AI. one of the lessons from history is that it takes a long time for these technologies to generate productivity gains. We think in the case of AI, they'll come, but they'll come towards the end of this decade. But markets tend to try and capture those perceived future benefits ahead of them actually crystallizing in the
Neil,
real economy.
let me go back.
Okay, he didn't say anything interesting, but he said it in a sexy way. He basically said, yeah, markets are forward looking. And sometimes you give these new analysts a shot, dude. Like, I didn't know this guy. I was like, all right, let's see what he has to say. Nothing interesting. I'm sorry if that's mean, but like, quite frankly, he said absolutely nothing that was unique or exciting. I don't know why these people think they're going to like get more time on TV if they just say the same shit. He was like, well, markets are forward looking and we're going to see the ramifications of AI in the future. It's like, yeah, we know that. So like, if you're gonna be on TV, at least say something interesting. But he had a sexy voice, and so the sexy voice probably, will get him some more airtime at the end of the day. Again, that British accent, dude. That accent, whether you guys like that accent, that and Australian accents. I mean, if I had a British accent, could you imagine if the market open was in British? Is that how you say it, in British or whatever? If it was in a British accent all day, the stock market is now open. Everybody, Tesla, that's a horrible accent, but like that would be hilarious for 90 minutes. Okay, private payrolls. Let's talk about private payrolls growing by about 150,000. Okay, I'm so bad at the action, but 150,000 in June for private payrolls. This is a very interesting number in the context of the macro. Now, why is this interesting? Because the market expected 157,000 for private payrolls. That means we came in lower than expected. The market expected 160,000. We were revised to 157. We only added 150,000 jobs in June. Now, 150,000 jobs in June is amazing. That's great. However, that's down from 225,000 that we were adding at last year during this time in June. So we're adding less jobs year over year. But also the JOLTS data we got yesterday. Remember that JOLTS data? We have 8.14 million jobs open. The market thought we would have 7.96 million. So it's very weird, right? Like the market theoretically should like that we're not hiring as many people, which is what the private payrolls report, which maybe they revise it or not later. I mean, sometimes you can't trust it, but as of now, it says we're hiring less people than what we thought. Okay, that's good because that means we need to cut these rates. But the JOLTS argument says, wait a second, we have way more jobs open than expected. Theoretically, the Fed should want to see us shrink jobs. That creates more tightness in the labor force, and that more tightness in the labor force creates less wage inflation. That overall decreases consumption and spending in the United States. That leads to inflation coming down, which leads to unemployment going up. The Goldilocks zone is, can the Fed cut rates in a way that doesn't massively explode unemployment and then cause this recession, which would stop inflation, but it would also cause a recession, which would suck. So I'm kind of conflicted on this data. We got good data today on private payrolls coming in less than expected, but we also got hotter than expected JOLTS data by a decent amount, 7.94 versus 8.14. And I think the market's a little bit confused about that right now. We'll talk about Bitcoin in a second. The S&P down a little bit in the pre-markets, but not down enough to have any significant implication on the jobs numbers we got. And even yesterday, we closed at 550. Like the market kind of really didn't care that we got that JOLTS report that was hotter than expected. So you could make a lot of narratives around these job numbers. I think the one narrative that can't be contested is that the Fed needs to cut rates. And whether it's September or July, and I hope it's July over September, because I do think that it's getting time for us to cut before this economy starts really showing signs of weakness. We are seeing unemployment go up, whether it's JOLTS, whether it's private payrolls, or whether it's the general unemployment number we're getting from the Fed. We went from 3.5 to 4 in the past 8 months. I mean, that's a decent size up. The Fed wants like 4.2, 4.3, but I don't know if they're willing to wait for another couple million people to be unemployed to cut rates. And so that, plus the fact that we're paying $1 trillion every 100 days on our debt and interest, I think it's time for the Fed to cut. And I don't think inflation's out of control to the point where we can't cut. Now, if we get really good CPI data in the next 2 weeks, I think it gives the Fed a better case to cut, but we're going to see. We're going to see how it plays out. Right now, that jobs number definitely is a signal that we should be cutting. Gentle says we need unemployment up. I agree. We do need unemployment up, but unemployment has gone up a decent amount. It's not like we're sitting at 3.5% unemployment like we were in September of 2023. Like, unemployment has gone up. Now, granted, the economic effects of that haven't really affected the market. And then, like the counterparties will say, well, look at Walgreens, look at Nike, look at Starbucks. And like, I get that. But we did that analysis yesterday where it's like, I don't know if those 3 companies are emblematic of the broader problem with the consumer. In fact, they might just be problems with those brands. But if they are problems with the consumer, then yes, you have a case that unemployment is going up and the consumer is struggling, which means we absolutely need to cut rates soon. And so we'll see. We'll see how that plays out. But that was some of the macro data. We've got the 10-year right now. Also, oil is going up, which is not the nicest thing to see. Oil, yeah, 83.7, 83.17. It was at 84 yesterday, so it's down a little bit. The 10-year is at 4.4, so that's down. Now, that's up from 4.2. It was stuck at 4.2 for a good couple of weeks. Then it bounced up to 4.4. If that hits 4.7, we're definitely going to have some issues in the equity market. So we want to see that come back down to 4.1. Some estimates are calling for this thing to be 3.2 by December if the Fed cuts twice, which would theoretically make sense. But if that's at 3.2, market's going to have fun if the 10-year gets that low. The question is just going to be if that actually happens by the end of the year. And so we will see. Sasky Rose says, which moves first, SoFi or PayPal? What time is the market closing today? 1 p.m. 1 p.m. You know, honestly, I think it's SoFi. I think SoFi moves before PayPal. I think SoFi going into earnings has been so oversold, even though you can obviously argue that the valuation here, if you use fair value accounting and you look at price to book, like we went through all these arguments. You can make the argument that SoFi at $6 is even a bit overvalued. I get it. But at some point, I think the retail momentum of this stock and the short float of the stock has to catch up with it. And I think if they crush earnings, I don't think this goes to $4 or $5. I think it gaps up to 7, 8, and then maybe it comes back down to 6.45. But in terms of a move first, I would say it's SoFi over PayPal. The problem with PayPal, again, is that there's zero catalyst outside of buybacks that the street obviously doesn't care about anymore. And Alex Chris is not really creating a catalyst by buying back more stock, even more than he already said, which I think would be the big catalyst. And on top of that, Apple Pay and Cash App are looking like the people that are eating PayPal's lunch, even if that's not actually the case. Again, perception is a reality here. We're seeing this with Tesla right now. Tesla up 2%, 236 in the pre-market. So maybe that's, one of the core reasons why PayPal is struggling. But if I had to bet, I would say SoFi maybe has a little bit of a move before PayPal. Yeah, the market is closing early today. So tomorrow is America's Independence Day, basically America's birthday. And the market will be closing at 1 p.m., which it does every year, basically in celebration of Independence Day. And then tomorrow the market's closed. Tomorrow we'll do a stream. I'm gonna try to do a stream tomorrow with like a bunch of people, and we'll try to do like a fun stream in the morning, even if it's not just like a market open. But I'm gonna try to plan something for tomorrow, even if we're not literally live for the market open. Now, Jensen Huang sold 120,000 shares of Nvidia. Let me know in the chat. I've been trying to figure this out. I couldn't figure it out all of last night. Was this a scheduled sale or not? Because I know last 2 weeks of sales were scheduled. This one last night, I don't know if it was scheduled. It feels like it was scheduled because it's a round number, 120,000. So I think that's true. Again, he sold about 30 million of Nvidia shares yesterday, and last week. So no, he sold $30 million of shares yesterday, 184 million over the past 3 weeks. So it's 30 million yesterday, 184 million last week. I feel like this was scheduled, but I don't know. And if it's not scheduled, that's a little concerning. But it does feel like it's scheduled. And if it was scheduled, then whatever. I guess it doesn't matter. But the point of the matter is Jensen's definitely cashing out. He's taking some money. And it is, I don't want to say it's concerning, but it's definitely something I think the street's looking at. Like, hey, if you're selling your stock, maybe, yes, it's less than 1% of his shares. I get it. But maybe the street's also being a little careful right now. Dell CEO, Jensen, NVIDIA CEO selling stock. Maybe we should just take a little bit of a breather. The thing's up 150% year to date. And maybe we allocate into names like Tesla. So if that's the case, then Tesla's the beneficiary of that. The Canadian market is open tomorrow. Dude, is the Canadian market open even interesting? Like, does anyone even look at the Canadian market when it opens? What companies are even listed in Canada? Maplesyrup.com or something? Like what Canadian companies are even? No, I'm serious, dude. Like what's an exciting? Let's ask a Gemini. Let's ask Gemini. Name me 10 really cool Canadian companies. It's probably gonna be like Shopify. I mean, what else is there, dude? What else is there? We got Shopify's number 1. Yeah, dude. Do you guys recognize any of these names? I don't recognize any of these names. There's none of these names. This is all League. I don't know what League is. Clearblanc, fintech company, Coconut Robotics, Thalmic Labs, Plenty, Sonder, Clio. Yeah, dude. Shopify is Lululemon is Canadian. Oh, wow. Okay. So Lululemon and Shopify. This is the thing about the American markets, right? Not to be super patriotic here, but like the American markets make the stock market interesting. The Canadian railroad company, yeah, Canadian Pacific, that's fine. But like America makes the stock market fun. If we didn't have America, if we didn't have all these tech companies, the stock market would be kind of boring, dude. And so I guess that's another reason to celebrate the United States. Victor says, what is the point of selling SoFi now at $7 average? Couple macro changes, then SoFi would move. I agree. I think if you got a $7, $8 average on SoFi, I don't think this is the time to sell. You don't sell at 630. I think you wait until we get a rate cut. If the rate cut is good, we're going to get more liquidity. If we get more liquidity, SoFi is going to be able to do more personal lending. If they can do more personal lending and student loan lending, they should benefit on the bottom line. And they usually sandbag their estimates if they're not sandbagging their estimates this time. Or if they are sandbagging their estimates and they beat in Q3, Q4, then I think $8 is not crazy. So I don't think selling at 7 or 8 or 7 or 650 makes the most sense. Let's do a bull and bear case on Tesla. Tesla's up right now in the pre-market. Let's get 2 analysts that believe there are some issues in the company that that people are ignoring. But also, what are the potential bear cases or bull cases on Tesla?
All the noise around Elon Musk. And listen, I know he's a polarizing guy. I personally have friends who either said they won't buy a Tesla or they sold a Tesla to buy something else because of him. But if you listen...
Does anyone have friends like that actually sold their Tesla stock because of Elon's politics or won't buy a Tesla car? I'm curious. Does anyone have any friends that legit like just don't mess with Elon's personality and so they don't support Tesla?
The headlines, a lot of them, you'd think that Tesla was going out of business or something.
I mean, I don't know, Brian. Obviously the stock is up this week, but the numbers on which the stock is up are that they are selling fewer cars than they were selling last year, just not as many fewer as feared. So, I mean, I think both these things can be true. It's an amazing company. It sells a lot of cars, but it's not selling as many cars as it used to. And in an industry which, while not growing as fast as people expected, all its competitors are selling more cars than they used to. So I don't know. I mean, I think it's possible that both are true. The guy is very, very polarizing. And as you say, he has polarized some people, at least, away from his brands.
But do you think, Joanne, that there is a Musk derangement syndrome where people are just like, literally, I've got friends that had Teslas, then Musk buys X, and they've lost their minds and they lost their cars?
Actually, I think what we're seeing, Brian, is there's a disconnect between the stock price, which reflects investor sentiment and sentiment about Elon Musk, versus the reality of the numbers. The numbers are off. They're not off as much as was expected at Tesla, but they're down. They were down also first quarter. So, he's having issues. And this is the first time they've been down, by the way, since the depths of the 2020 COVID epidemic. So what you're seeing, though, is, stock prices, like the stock market, really are about investor sentiment. And what we know about Elon Musk's investors is actually, unlike many other investors, you have fanboys. You've got people who love Elon Musk. These are the same people who approved his mammoth pay package. So it's not that surprising when he gets a little bit of less bad news that they get very excited. Yeah.
Have either, Ben, I'll ask you, Ben, have you been to California recently?
Yes.
Okay. I was.
Is this a trick question?
I was only half joke. Are you in California?
I am not. I'm in Ohio.
Oh, you scared me. I was like, my God, he lives in LA. What a ding dong I am. I was only half joking that they need to replace, and I'm from California originally, replace the bear on the flag with a Tesla Model 3 because they're everywhere. So if there's all this, if people don't like Musk so much, a lot of people sure are buying the car. I know the numbers are not what you said, but even in the face of competition, they are still way ahead of everybody else.
It's a really cool car. They were way ahead and they've been cutting prices like crazy. So it does not seem to me surprising they're selling cars. But, but I think, honestly, I think I take the exact opposite view of you. I think the media is probably too easy on Musk. There's lots of hype around Musk and people, and they're
what? The media is too easy on Musk? Wow.
Investors who love Musk and are ignoring some real challenges for the companies. We haven't talked about Twitter, but that's another one where probably not totally due to Musk's fault. That company was in trouble when he got it, and they have some user numbers they intermittently released that look good, but the business is in huge trouble.
Okay, I definitely disagree with that statement. The media is not a fan of Musk. You could say social media to an extent, which is like the small portion of Tesla bulls, and even in FinTwit, like financial Twitter, a majority of people hate Elon and they hate Tesla and they're short Tesla. Like they don't like Tesla. They don't like when Tesla goes up. They think all the people that buy Tesla are stupid. Like there's only a select few Tesla bulls on Twitter and then people that are happy when Tesla succeeds because they like Elon. So, I mean, I think I talked about this yesterday on the Market Open, but I tweeted yesterday, even though I don't have a massive position in Tesla, I'm really happy, like genuinely happy when it goes up because I just love Elon. And I love, for all the nuances of his personality, if he's not going to solve these problems, no one else is going to solve them. So me as an entrepreneur, as a builder, as someone who like cares about just humanity moving forward, I like when Elon does well. Like I like when he gets paid. I like him succeeding. Outside of people that think like that and Tesla bulls, the majority of the media hates Tesla. They hate Elon. They all get paid by the oil companies. Like CNBC gets a lot of money from GM and Ford for advertising. So they get a lot of money from pharmaceuticals as well. That's why you don't hear that many arguments around Eli Lilly stock not being the best option. I mean, like at the end of the day, the media is bought and paid for by corporations, which is fine. That's just the nature of how corporate media works. They are definitely not friendly to Tesla. I mean, literally Elon had 2 hit pieces come out against him in the past 8 months. One was the sex scandal with his employee at SpaceX. So the Wall Street Journal did a bunch of deep digging, like it's like creepy shit, going through his old text messages of trying to see who he's having personal sexual relations. It's like, dude, like get a life. Like that, really, that's what you're trying to figure out. And then second is him doing ketamine. And they had this entire, do you guys remember, this was in September. I read that Wall Street Journal piece and we went through a little bit of the article live, and like the piece was, oh, Elon's high during meetings sometimes. And we read the report and it was such a like stupid report. There was no substance. There was no argument. They were mad he gets high a little bit. It's like, dude, sometimes when you're the CEO of a multi-$100 billion company, yeah, you're going to take some drugs. Like you think everyone's normal if they're running a fucking almost $1 trillion company. So it was just horrible reporting. It made no sense. Obviously a hit piece. And I don't think the media necessarily likes Tesla. They definitely don't like Tesla when Tesla goes up. They definitely don't like Tesla when people in the chat, and I know we got some Tesla whales in the chat that are making bank on this stock that should have never been at $200 or should have never 20x in 2019. The media hates that. So I like when Elon wins because it's a testament against the media, and it's an argument for why retail ultimately got this one right. Same thing with Palantir. I think retail got Palantir right. Retail got Tesla right. Market opens in about 1 minute, 30 seconds, and we'll see if Tesla can continue to maintain this momentum and for retail to continue to make profits. Real quick on Bitcoin. So ETF inflows yesterday were not good. They lost another 40-50 million bucks. Bitcoin right here at 60,313. 2 reasons why Bitcoin's dropping. The Mt. Gox sell-off of Bitcoin is still underway. That's about $9 billion of Bitcoin. So that's probably one of the reasons the market's scared. Another reason is the German government selling some of their Bitcoin. I think there was another report that they're selling a little bit more. So those are, I guess, the 2 arguments why Bitcoin is down. I also think Bitcoin's just stuck in a little bit of a range and it's waiting for a rate cut to really get more liquidity, given that Bitcoin is a global index for how much liquidity exists. But we got to 59.5, 58.3 is when we bottomed last week. That's when the RSI hit the lowest level since August 2023. Do we get back to 58.3? It's possible, but I don't know. I mean, at this point, it's kind of hard to predict where Bitcoin was going. When Bitcoin broke out to 64 2 days ago, I mean, a lot of people felt like it was getting ready to run back to 70, and then it just got shot back down. So I guess we'll have to see what happens and where Bitcoin ultimately goes. Tim Hortons, that's another company in Canada. That's correct. Tim Hortons should be public, right? It's like Tim Hortons is like one of the biggest companies in Canada, I think. All right, so the market's going to open in 3 seconds. Let's see what happens to Tesla. Thank you, everybody, for being here. The stock market, July 3rd, 9:30, is now open. Wake your ass up. Tesla opens at 234. We do have a red candle from the pre-market because we were at 240, but it's holding 234. And oh, that red candle is going green. Look at that. It's going green. It's going green. Look at that. 234.82. I want to see if it can get a run back to 240. And the reason I want to see if we can get a run back to 240 is because we touched 240 in the pre-markets. There's a little bit of selling pressure as we got closer to 930, but it looks like it had the attitude to want to break out. S&P also turns green. SoFi is green. Tesla 235. Palantir 25.94. Palantir looks like it wants to settle in at $26. It's just kind of hesitating and keeps getting rejected at 26. We did touch 26.02 like basically 20 seconds ago. But let's see if Pouncer gets there. Rivian's up 14.93. Broadcom's up. Enphase is up. Uber is up. Apple 220. Apple at all-time high. GameStop 24.29. Arc Innovation 45.17. Dell 147. Wow, Dell was at 137 last week. Now it's at 147. SMCI 837. Robinhood 22.67 on the day. Micron 133. TSLL. This is a double X Tesla leveraged fund 12.90 right now. SoFi 647. Tesla 236. Look at that. Tesla 236. It's up 2%. It's up 2%. Let me look at Tesla's order book flow. Let me see if I can get any insight into what's happening with Tesla. Let's see how badly 240 is going to reject it if there's a rejection there. So at $240 on my order book, again, my order book is not perfect, but at 240, there's not a lot of shares, dude. The main resistance that I'm seeing is at 249. 249. I'm not saying it's open to 240, but it's not like there's like 500,000 shares waiting. Like at Robinhood, dude, at Robinhood at $25, there's 370,000 shares waiting to knock it back down. So you're going to need a lot of momentum for Robinhood to get past 25. But okay, we're seeing a little bit of a red candle here, 236.55 on Tesla. From my book volumes, it doesn't look like there's that much resistance, but there's going to need to be a bit more buying to get there. David, thank you for the $27 super chat. Really appreciate it. He says, hey, Superfan Amit, how can Palantir achieve their iPhone moment and have massive revenue growth? I think they need to go after small, medium-sized businesses and make their software more affordable. Yeah, I agree. I mean, Palantir's ultimate growth is going to come from being able to give Foundry to a local restaurant that's doing $20,000 a month. That's where you're going to get mega scale. Now, they're not at that stage yet, and quite frankly, they don't want to be at that stage. When I talked to Shane, who's the head of public health at Palantir, I got dinner with him 2 weeks ago. He said, like, it's just not worth it for them to spend their time with those businesses because the software they're selling is too complex and it makes them too much money, you know, in the back end for them to be accepting a sort of pay-as-you-go payment. Now, that's going to change eventually. Palantir right here at 26, but right now, that's not the stage they're at. I think in a year, once they kind of solidify what they're doing in their go-to-market, I think they get there. But that's how Palantir really does scale. You know, Oracle, Snowflake, all of these things can be sort of accessed immediately, and you can pay for it as you go. And so I think Palantir, once they do that, that gives them a lot more momentum. 235 on Tesla, 235.86, still up 2%, 236. Again, it touched 237 for a second. Let's see if it can keep holding on to this gain. But I mean, the fact that it's not going below 230, bro, the fact that it's like actually staying above these levels and it's like not collapsing, it's pretty damn impressive. You've got to admit, it's just incredible to see how Tesla is navigating this and how they're not giving up. I mean, they are sticking around to fight, and the buy orders are coming in. We got Matt, who said he bought some Tesla puts. Put in the chat if you bought Tesla puts. Put in the chat if you bought Tesla puts. John says, did you see that Novix news? I did not. Where's the stock? Is the stock reacting to it? Tesla right here, 237. And Novix is up 3%. Okay, so apparently there's some news on that. We'll check that out in a second. Tesla 237. Wow. Palantir 20. Again, Palantir looks like Palantir has broke above 26 5 times in the past week. And although it keeps getting rejected, it definitely looks like it's tired of being stuck in the 25s. And maybe we do get some momentum heading into earnings and potentially break 27.5, which is the 52-week high on Palantir. Tesla's still 237, trying to break through that level, but it's holding it up. Do you think Micron is having a hard time climbing because NVIDIA has been so dead the few days? 1,000%. Micron will be dead if NVIDIA is dead. I mean, Micron's green right now, 133. But I mean, Micron's earnings, again, weren't bad. It's just their earnings weren't enough to catapult NVIDIA. And if NVIDIA is not going up, it's not enough of a catalyst to catapult Micron. Micron, independent as a stock, I don't think has like the magnificent upside everyone wants, unless NVIDIA also proves that GPU demand. Because remember, Micron makes memory storage for GPUs. The only reason they have all this demand and they're growing 80% year over year is because people keep buying GPUs. Therefore, they need memory storage, which is why they buy Micron. So I think it's one that follows NVIDIA. Has it got sold off aggressively from the 150s? Yes. But it's still up, 65% year to date, even though it's down 10% from earnings. So I think a lot of people that have made money in Micron this year, they're not rushing to try to buy more on the dip. August 5th, Palantir earnings. Did we get a note on that? Robinhood will have August 7th. That is official. Did Palantir put out the note? Let's see. They didn't put out the day yet for their earnings. Yeah, they didn't put it out yet. It's probably going to be around that August 5th time, but they didn't officially announce it. Robinhood did announce August 7th. We will get Robinhood official earnings. Microsoft, let's take a look at Microsoft. Microsoft here, 459.88. So Microsoft 460, that's a new 52-week high or a new all-time high on Microsoft. So not bad for Microsoft. Dan Ives continued to reiterate. Oh, he raised this price target yesterday on Tesla. Dan Ives said 400 now. It's kind of funny, dude. Dan Ives, he was getting a little bit of hate in the comments on Twitter because people are like, well, why are you raising it after Tesla jumps 30%? It's like, dude, that's what an analyst does. Like, they see momentum and they're like, all right, let's raise this sucker higher. So he has the highest target on Palantir at $35, and he has now Tesla going to 400. Before it was 300, now it's 400. Okay, Tesla's like 20 cents away from 238. Let's see if it can get there, dude. If Tesla breaks 238 and it tries to make a run at 240, that's going to be fun. That's going to be exciting. Let's see. DRAM is used for a lot of other purposes, just not for just GPUs. Yeah, I agree. But obviously GPUs is what's created the momentum for Tesla, right? Or not for Tesla, for Micron. So yes, there are other purposes, but I think the GPU demand is unequivocally the objective reason why Tesla, I keep saying Tesla, why Micron is growing 80% year over year, and why, they're putting up almost $1 billion in profits every quarter. Tesla right here broke through 238, hit 238.2, then got rejected. Now, well, look at that, right? 238. There you go. Breaking above that, 238.4. Wow. Look at that. The buy orders are coming in. 238.4 on Tesla. It's up 3%. Remember, hit 240 in the pre-markets. RSI right now on Tesla is at 70. On the daily, it's at 63. And on the monthly, it's at 75. So RSI is getting up there, but market likes it, dude. Market likes the stock. Where's Chewy? Let's look at Chewy. Chewy. This is Roaring Kitty's new stock. That's up a little bit, and then GameStop is up a little bit as well. Yeah, I am convinced he sold GameStop for Chewy, dude. And until someone proves me wrong, I'm gonna believe that. I went through a lot of stuff last night just looking at that filings. By the way, what's his name? Ryan Cohen put out, he's starting a new limited partnership in California. He filed for a new limited partnership. I don't know what he's trying to do in California. Maybe it has to do something with GameStop, but I'm convinced there is no way this dude had $300 million lying around to buy 9 million shares of Chewy. So I think he's out of GameStop. I could be wrong, but I think he's out. Palantir is running a little bit right now. Where's Palantir? Yeah, look at that, 26.17. Oh, wow, Tesla 239. Wow. Holy crap, dude. Dude, if you're a Tesla shareholder and you have a big position, you must do 30% in a week. 30% in a week, dude. This was 167, June 11th. 239 on Tesla. The whole market's ripping. Let's go to the Mag 7. Wow, Nvidia's down, Amazon's down, Google's down, Meta's up, Microsoft's up, Apple's up, Faraday Future is up, Alpha's down a little bit, and then Tesla's up. Tesla's leading the way. The other guys are up 0.3%, 0.1%. Tesla's up 3%. Nvidia's still showing weakness. I mean, you gotta believe that some money is coming out of Nvidia and it's going to Tesla. You gotta believe some of that is happening. In terms of the semiconductors, Intel's down. Intel's been stuck at $30 literally for a month, dude. It's incredible. The $31 covered call is printing on that, because it just doesn't go above 30. SMCI is down 1%. AMD is up a little bit. Nvidia's down. Broadcom is up. Qualcomm is up. TSM is up. TSM got a big order from Apple. Apple Insider reported that Apple's expecting 100 million iPhone 16s to be sold, which is why they put in a really big order for TSM. That's probably why TSM is getting some momentum here, because if that Apple upgrade cycle is real, then TSM is going to be the beneficiary. And then Dell right here at 145 on the day. ARM is down a little bit at 161. Down 1%. Crypto stocks, Robinhood's green, Bitfarm's down, MicroStrategy's down, Cypher's down, Iren's up, HUD is up, Marathon's down, CleanSpark's down again, and then Coinbase is at 224 on the day. Tesla still at 238.4 right now. Oh man, Robert, thank you for the $100 super chat, dude. I appreciate that. Amid Tesla's headed to 300 pre-earnings call. Tell us about all the catalysts. Thank you, man. I really, really appreciate that. Shout out to Rob in the chat, dude. Well, look, 300 before the earnings call would be quite exceptional. If Tesla goes to 300 before the earnings call, we're looking at 300. That would be a 26% gain from here. The earnings call is in 2 weeks. So asking for another 26% in 2 weeks, which would be basically another $140 billion in market cap. That is a lot. I think that would be asking for a lot. However, if I had to say a catalyst, the simple catalyst, I mean, to say 300, if we're going to be, a little aggressive here, the catalyst has to be the street is fully convinced FSD is the real deal, and it's coming out not in 2026, but early 2025. Otherwise, I don't know how we get that aggressive of a gain. It would have to be a combination of FOMO. It would have to be a combination of earnings numbers being better than expected. We already got the delivery numbers, so the street can probably figure out the earnings numbers, or a surprise announcement of one or two things. A buyback on earnings, which I don't think they're going to do because Elon doesn't like buybacks, but I think the street would definitely like it. Or B, FSD officially like being live back at 239 on Tesla, and like it's literally ready to roll out by the end of 2024, early 2025. Absent those announcements, I think it would be kind of tough to get it to 240. Energy is going to do well, but I don't know if energy is enough of a contributor to the bottom line to really get the street excited to pump this thing to $300. But let's see. Definitely is possible. It just really, really, really has to perform in a way that gets exciting for the street to love it. 238.6. Who thinks Tesla dumps? Let's see what people think in the chat. Who thinks Tesla dumps and this run is not real? Who thinks people actually take their profits if they bought in at 140, 150 and they wait for a better entry price back at 170, 180? I mean, again, when a stock's green, it's really hard to see that sucker go back down. But sometimes you got to be objective and say, okay, well, it's run up a lot. Maybe there's not that many reasons why it's run up, yada, yada. You can give yourself all the bear arguments. The bull argument here is that the narrative has changed. And this is so good for the S&P. Again, even if you're not in Tesla stock, you want the market to broaden out the rally. S&P is up right now, 549. And you can't have NVIDIA give all the gains. Like at some point, NVIDIA has to just chill out and other companies have to participate, whether it's small caps or whether it's Apple, whether it's SoFi, or whether it's freaking Tesla. And over the past month, Tesla basically took the baton and they said, put me in, coach. And they started to run. Damn, that was a good analogy, right? They took the baton, put me in, coach, and they started to run because track, baton, running, and a stock runs. That was like phenomenal, dude. I've like someone's got to pat myself on the back for that. That was fucking good. That was on the fucking spot. You don't get that on CNBC, dude. You get you get Brian Sullivan talking about a bear on the Tesla flag. That's what you get on CNBC. Here, you get some A-class analogies. Not bad. Anyway, Tesla absolutely ripping right now. Trying to push through 240. Correct. Trying to push through 240. Oh boy, 239.7, 239.7. 30 cents away. Let's see. 30 cents away, dude. It doesn't look like it wants to fall. It also doesn't keep getting rejected at these higher levels. It just keeps, every time there's a little bit of a dip, you see these red candles, someone's there to just swallow it up immediately. Oh my gosh, dude. Now, a Kathy sell could definitely cater to this bad boy if she chooses to sell a lot. I don't know if she would, but if we see a nasty decline, I feel like that would be Kathy. That's probably what we saw yesterday when it was at 228 and then it fell to 223. I think that was Kathy. And then it bounced back up because like there was so much FOMO and so much demand. It went all the way to 231. But I think she probably got out closer to that 227, 228 range. So she got the pseudo top. Obviously today she didn't get the local top because we're at 239. But she was able to probably get a decent price yesterday on exiting. A mid buy a share at 239. Do you think that would actually help? My buy a share powers are usually reserved for Palantir. That's where I know it has a chance. 239.6. Let's see. Okay, let's look at some other stocks and then we'll get back there. Palantir 25.93. Rivian. Wow, Rivian breaking out as well. Rivian was at $11 last week. They got the $5 billion investment. Now they're at $15.22. Robin at $22.60. DJT. Oh, some news on Trump. So apparently, for those that missed it, the sentencing for Trump in the hush money trial, that's going to be pushed until September, given the Supreme Court case that came out. So Trump might end up having to do a new trial because the legal argument is that there was evidence used in the hush money trial that goes against the Supreme Court's ruling as of yesterday about absolute immunity for a president on official cases. So if they have to do a mistrial and then a new trial, they're just not going to do a trial, which means Trump's going to get away with it. So that's one thing to keep in mind. Also, top Democratic strategists are saying, Tesla 239, that Kamala Harris will be the new running mate, or will be the actual candidate, because everyone who wants Biden to drop out, Biden's raised like $400 million. If he drops out, that $400 million cannot go to Gavin Newsom or someone else. because of campaign finance laws. So the only way they get to transfer that money is if his vice president ends up running at the top of the ticket. So if Biden does drop out, Kamala will be the candidate. At least that's what Democratic operatives are saying, because that's a lot of money that goes to waste, and you have to start a whole new campaign for someone because you can't transfer the funds. And so it might be Kamala versus Trump, which would be very interesting in the United States if that happens. Also, top sources said Barack Obama told them in private that he is disgusted with Biden's performance. And although publicly he said it was just a bad debate night, in private, he thinks that Biden has no shot. So we're going to see. We're going to see what happens. But that's some of the political news going on. And again, Dan Ives, he did say a Trump presidency wouldn't be horrible for Tesla. And the main reason is not because of Trump being against EVs or anything. It's because Trump actually likes Elon and Elon likes Trump. And Biden is a little bit more antagonistic to Elon. So theoretically, one can make the argument that actually helps Elon at the end of the day. Bank of America just raised the price target on Tesla. Someone said in the chat, yeah, there you go, 220 to 260. Oh boy, that'll definitely help. Let me see if I can pull up that note. Bank of America, Tesla. That's a decent upgrade, dude. That's a decent upgrade. That's not bad. Yeah, Bank of America raised their price target. I'm going to see if I can find the entire research note, but that's aligned with RBC and Bernstein. They also raised their price targets in the past couple of months. Wolf Research. Okay, so we got a new note on Wolf Research. Let's read this. So Wolf Research said, has Tesla's sleeping giant finally awoken? Normally our focus and most investors is squarely on the auto business, but this quarter Tesla reported very strong numbers in energy. This reflects a 132% upside versus Q1 of Megapacks and utility grade Powerwall storage. Assuming 80% are for Megapack, this could support close to $4 billion in energy segment revenues for Q2, far above consensus estimate of $2 billion. I didn't know that. If the Tesla numbers they reported yesterday are repeated on a trailing 12 months, basically Wolf Research is saying they're going to beat their estimates by $2 billion on energy. And with this being Tesla's most profitable segment of 20% gross margins, that alone could boost EPS by 10 cents a share versus the street. To be clear, energy storage deployments can be lumpy, so we caution against rating the Q2 results. But taking a step back, Tesla appears to be hitting their stride in the segment. And looking ahead, we think the opportunity here is much bigger than most investors realize, especially with the respect to the Megapack. Reading this right here is just another example of how the narrative changes. Now the narrative is, hey, Tesla's an energy company. AI needs energy. If we need energy, we got these Megapacks. And then boom, 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 you start getting all these upgrades on actually Tesla's not an automotive company. It's much more than that. So again, that could be another narrative changing catalyst that can change everything. PMI is out. Okay, we got PMI data. Let's pull up that. Let me check CNBC real quick, or S&P if they're reacting to that. S&P is green on that. Okay, let's see. Maybe the PMI data is not horrible if the S&P is green on that. Let's see. Okay. Let me see if I can find it here. Trading. So we got private payrolls. Oh, we did get jobless claims as well. So let me do that. Jobless claims rose by 4,000 to 238,000. Okay, that's a big deal. That's actually good for the market. That means inflation is coming down a little bit, or at least that's what the Fed wants to see. The number of people claiming unemployment benefits in the U.S. rose by 4,000 to 238,000, up from 235,000 last week. Again, it's not that significant, but it is decent data the Fed wants to see in terms of more inflation coming down. Here's the PMI data, 55.3 versus 55.1. Relatively insignificant. It is a bit hotter. Again, PMI is a measure on how manufacturing in the United States is, or this is services PMI, how services is contracting or expanding. We are obviously expanding because we're above 50. We're expanding a little bit higher than expected at 55.3 versus 55.1, but not enough for the street to get upset at that. And so that's why you got the S&P green right now, 549.38 on the day. So we got the private payrolls came in at 150,000. We got PMI that comes in a little bit harder than expected. And then we got jobless claims, 4,000 higher than expected. It goes to show, I think Jerome Powell's looking at all this and he says, okay, unemployment is going up. Inflation is coming down. Maybe it's time to cut rates. And as long as Powell actually believes that, maybe there is a July cut coming into the game. 238.46 right now on Tesla. Right now. What else do we have? What else do we have right now? Do you think AV is a good buy? I actually don't know this stock. I've heard of it a couple times. AeroVironment. I have no idea about this company. $4 billion market cap. I'll put it on the list. I'll take a look at it. I have no idea what this company does. Year to date, this company right now. No, it's actually, wow, it's at a hell of a year. It was at 116 in January. Now it's at 170. Yeah, we'll take a look at it, but I do not specifically know this company. Enovix is up. Okay, let's look at the Enovix news. There has to be some interesting Enovix news. That's up 7%. Enovix is up like 100% this year off of some really good deals with Samsung and likely Apple in terms of their battery, their batteries for mixed reality headsets. So Enovix said today, our Malaysia team of now nearly 300 people between Enovix associates and the staff of our manufacturing partner have done an incredible job bringing both the facility and production equipment to meet world-class standards for customers. Yeah, they're opening they're opening a Malaysia factory. It looks like that might be the news on Enovix. I think there's more to it because it's up 8%, but it looks like they're opening a Malaysia factory in August, and that's why the street is excited for it as well. I think there's some more news besides just their factory, but all right, they're opening up a new factory. If you've been in Enovix in $6 this year, you've had a fun year as well. PayPal 59, that's getting a little bit of green. By little, I mean literally 0.14%. Nvidia's still down, Google's down, Tesla's still fighting for 240. Is at 238.70. It looks like it wants to break out to 240, but getting a little bit of resistance there at 239. Do I sell some Tesla to fund the Bitcoin dip? You know, that's an interesting question. I don't know, dude. That's a hard one. If you're overweight Tesla, maybe, but I don't think you fight against the trend on Tesla. Like this sucker, look at this chart, dude. 167 to 238. Either this chart makes no sense and it's obviously going to pull back aggressively, or it's going to normalize. Let's even say a 220, which is fine. It goes down like 10% from here, whatever. But 220, that wouldn't be 10%. That would be like 7%. 220 here is not crazy. If it normalizes, still a nice run from 160, and it probably forms a little bit of a base up until the Robotaxi event. I don't know. I don't know if this is a sell to buy Bitcoin right here. I think the trend's in the right direction for Tesla. John says the high volume line is done. Enovix started making samples for customers on the agility line. All right, so there you go. That's why Enovix is getting some momentum here today. Sold Nvidia to buy that dip. Yeah, I think a lot more people are selling their Nvidia. Dude, I think it's obvious that people are taking some profits from Nvidia. I think it's fucking obvious. There's no way people are seeing some of these stocks run and they're holding all of their Nvidia. Definitely not fund managers. Maybe retail is doing that. But I think fund managers, you could expect, definitely want to diversify, especially if they're a bit too overweight. Okay, let's get an update on rate cuts and where we think that's coming. Again, I think July is possible, even though it's not probable. Rate cut, obviously, in July would be welcoming because 25 basis points is not asking for a lot from the Fed. Let's get an update on where we think rate cuts are going over the next few months.
Surat Sethi, managing partner and portfolio manager at DCLA and a CNBC contributor. Do you have any new views, sir? We're going to get some data later today on the path of the Fed and how much does it even matter at this point to the way the equity market seems to be moving?
I think, Andrew, it's basically a call option, right? Powell's saying, hey, listen, if things slow down, we're here. And I think the tone is different from what we heard before in the sense that, people were really afraid that, wait, maybe the Fed is going to raise rates or stay here consistently. And I think as we get closer to the year and you're seeing some of the economic data soften, once inflation data comes down a little bit, I think, the Fed will be in play. But he's basically signaling we'll be here, especially as we get through the election season.
And so your sense, though, just very in plain terms, 2024, does he move?
I think he only moves if you see economic data really changing. I don't think he's going to do anything because the economy is still strong and there's no need for him to do that. And I think once you start cutting rates, then the market starts looking forward and saying, wait, what are we missing, right? That first cut's going to be, what did we miss? And I think if you can stay here and rates can kind of come down where they have already in the 10-year and you've got strong earnings, Andrew, the key is going to be next quarter's earnings now because we've really.
Well, I agree with that. Next quarter's earnings are going to matter, but I don't think the argument is, oh, Powell's waiting for the economy's doing good. You don't have to cut rates. The economy's doing good by like the grace of God, a miracle, whatever. The economy's doing good right now, given everything that's happened in 2 years. I don't think you mess it up and wait until fucking, 2025 to cut rates because we see unemployment going up. The data's there. And the question is, if Q2 earning, if companies do their job and put up the numbers, Powell has to do his job and make sure companies have an environment that they can operate in to keep putting up those numbers because he's gotten the blessing of AI. The question is now is if he's making sure this market has a decent catalyst to keep going higher. All right, let's bring on a guest to the show, get some updates in the world of semiconductors, Tesla, all that good stuff from a good friend of the channel, Mr. Jose. What's up, Jose?
Good morning. Good morning. Doing pretty good. How about yourself?
I'm doing very good. You have a Tesla position and a significant Tesla position in your portfolio. Tesla's up 30% in a week. Can you make sense of it? What's happening right now?
I mean, I can't make sense of it. Obviously, we got the numbers, right, for deliveries were a lot better. I thought something that was really exciting was the energy, right, the growth in energy. And there might be a future. That's something I want to study a little bit more, right? As right now we're seeing a lot of kind of like data centers being built. I wonder if these kind of energy solutions, the energy market is not one I'm too familiar with for Tesla. I'm really focusing more on their AI growth in general. But with the huge growth in data centers right now, I wonder if we can use some of that energy solutions for that can be a boost for that revenue segment. As we do know that Tesla uses their mega pack on their gigafactory in Texas. And so I wonder if we can maybe see that expand into other places. But right now, huge run up in Tesla. It actually became my number 2 position for the longest while. AMD and NVIDIA being number 1 and AMD being number 2 were always the top holders in my portfolio. But with this crazy run up, Tesla is now number 2. And I don't know how I feel about that right now.
So, Jose, we got some breaking news on the show. I'm happy you're here with me to break this down. Our good old friend, Nancy Pelosi.
Broadcom.
She just filed that she bought Broadcom, NVIDIA, and she sold Tesla. Oh, so the description is right there. So she purchased 20 call options with a strike price of $800 for an expiration date of June 2025 for Broadcom. She bought 10,000 shares of NVIDIA. It seems like at this price or in the hundreds at least. She sold 2,500 shares of Tesla, so she's calling bullshit on this rally.
Yeah.
And she sold 2,000 shares of Visa. Let's take it step by step. Thoughts on Broadcom? Why do you think she's buying that?
Broadcom has definitely become a big player in the semi-AI space right now as they help customers like Google create their own AI chips. So that's one of their solutions. They made an acquisition of VMware, which kind of deals in the clouding market. So they're also kind of growing in the software space, in the clouding space. So there's definitely a lot of excitement for Broadcom. The other thing is, I don't know if it's happened, but they're doing a 10-to-1 split, very similar to NVIDIA. Maybe they might be getting excited about that as well. Broadcom is not one I enjoy too much. It's a very big company, but I definitely see the overall growth potential on that one. So interesting. The thing is, though, those strike price are way the stock, I think, is over $1,000 right now. So the strike price, unless the stock split happened already.
So I don't think it's about the stock split. I think she did this with NVIDIA, right? She bought $200 call options when NVIDIA was at like 500. So she bought in the money call options because it's technically cheaper than buying the shares, but the returns are similar to buying the shares.
Very similar, yeah.
So $800, she thinks Broadcom's not going below 800. That means 80 post split. Interesting. Okay, so NVIDIA, 10,000 shares. Even if she bought it, 3 months ago and is getting disclosed now, she had to be buying it at $95, $100. What do you think is the logic there?
So I think NVIDIA right now, since earnings hasn't really moved too much after we see that nice rally on earnings, I think it's not going to move until next earnings. Right now, what I'm doing on my channel is like every day we're collecting evidence that there's still this huge demand for AI. And every single day we see new customers either buying their old generation, the H100, buying the new generation, the H200, or buying the upcoming generation, the Blackwell architecture. So I think NVIDIA is going to destroy earnings again. Analysts aren't really expecting much of what NVIDIA guided. So I think right now, analysts are still underestimating the potential for NVIDIA in forms of revenue. But I think the stock is going to be quiet until we get that earnings, I believe, in late August.
Do you think money is leaving NVIDIA in terms of profits, even though, it's not down a ton, but it is down from 140 and going into something like a Tesla that was left for dead this year?
I think what we're seeing right now, especially a lot of the YouTuber community that follows Nvidia, what I've been hearing from them is they've been selling kind of the money that they put in, or selling small positions to lock in like those original investments and kind of letting the rest ride. I think that's probably what most of the market is also doing, where they're probably selling some initial to lock in some gains, letting the rest ride. But a little bit of rebalancing a portfolio isn't necessarily the worst case or the dumbest thing to do. I think that's what we're seeing a lot of people do right now. And to me, I think we're really focusing more onto moving into the software space or the next generation of AI. We've seen companies like Palantir done really well in the past few weeks. We've seen companies like Snowflake really kind of bottom out. I believe that stock hit like 120 and now is sitting at over 140 again.
Yeah.
So I think we're going to be moving more into the software space right now. And that's one of the markets that I think can definitely benefit in the next few months from AI.
AMD. Talk to me about this one. This one broke out from like 155 now at 163. Is there any momentum here that we should be, any catalyst that we should be worried about?
I think just very similar to NVIDIA, this is going to really move once we have earnings. Investors are going to be wondering, hey, what's going on with their MI300, with their AI chip? I've mentioned AMD is nowhere near an NVIDIA. I personally don't see AMD being a $1 trillion company, but I do believe they can take the breadcrumbs from some of the AI space here in compared to NVIDIA's market share, and even just taking breadcrumbs from there, they will be able to see a huge boost in revenue. So I'm actually very bullish at AMD in these price points of 150, 160.
Interesting. So the Pelosi sell on Tesla, I mean, are you thinking of trimming any Tesla here at 239?
I was talking to you yesterday. I was actually thinking of maybe selling some covered calls. I do have enough to sell a few covered calls here for Tesla. So I was thinking of doing that. I do think right now, huge excitement. Obviously, we have earnings coming up at the end of July, and then we do have the events on August 8th. So all that is going to create a lot of excitement and a lot of premium. So I'm thinking about, especially after this nice run up yesterday and today, maybe selling some way out of the money calls and just try to get some premium and reduce my cost basis even more.
So you said you can't make sense of the run, but do you think the narrative is overall changing and you kind of don't want to fight that trend, or do you legitimately think this is just FOMO retail hype?
No, I mean, there's definitely that nice trend. I mean, we are seeing we saw better numbers than expected on deliveries and vehicles. And I mean, I'm seeing Teslas everywhere in the road right now. And that's super important for their AI market. I mean, for the AI market, all that data that they're collecting is going to help not only their car autonomous driving, but also Optimus in the future, robotics, right? However long that takes. But that data can be used to help improve that solution there. So the more vehicles, the better it deals with its AI market. I mean, we just got, I believe, the next generation of FSD. I'm waiting for it to get on my Tesla to test it out, but I already saw Black Tesla, which is a big YouTuber, got released for him earlier yesterday, I believe, or earlier today. And it's improving over time. So very excited about FSD, very excited about their AI solutions, very excited about their data centers. I know Tesla is building that huge fan for their data center that's going to be powering NVIDIA chips and their own AI chip solutions as well. So Tesla, definitely an important AI company. I just sometimes get worried when too much excitement comes out of nowhere. And I think that's where my little bit of fears are for Tesla in the short term. In the long term, very, very big bull.
Okay, help me make sense of this one, Jose. Micron. So they grew 82% year over year. My understanding is Micron creates memory storage solutions for GPUs. Am I right to say that Micron is only running up because people are buying more GPUs, aka Nvidia's running up, and they didn't have enough guidance raises in their earnings to get the street excited about this one?
Yeah, so I mean, Micron, let me say the memory business is probably one of the most cyclical business in the semiconductor space. Everybody says the semiconductor space is cyclical. It's true. I think the biggest of them all is the memory business because it depends a lot on every consumer item, from TVs to laptops to cell phones, and the list goes on and on.
Right.
So for me, Micron is really not one of my favorite semiconductor stocks. right now, like you mentioned, a big portion of memory that's needed for AI chips is called HBM. Micron is one of the top 3 players that are providing that solution. So that's where we're seeing a huge growth. The company also mentioned that, hey, look, during their earnings, if I recall correctly, their HBM is sold for 2024, is sold out for 2025, and they already have visibility for what they're going to sell in 2026. They're also increasing their manufacturing plants for that HBM memory as well. And they expect to grow market share as well. So I think right now, investors are very excited about that potential for Micron. But like I mentioned, for me, the memory business is too cyclical. Even if they have huge growth potentials, I'd rather kind of stay somewhere else like NVIDIA.
That's fair. That's fair. I think, yeah, we've talked about memory being commoditized. Oh, Tesla's getting a move right there. Tesla just got a nasty green. Oh boy, is it gonna? Jose, what do you think? You think we get? You think we break?
240. Yeah, we are gonna break it.
I think we break it, dude. Look at that. Oh, there we go. 240. Oh, there's the breakout. There's the breakout. Oh, let's see if it holds. You're with me here. So let's see.
So,
there you go.
If I may ask, what are you more excited about? Are you more excited about earnings, or are you more excited about the August 8th event?
Oh, the August 8th event, 100%. Yeah. I mean, earnings or whatever, we already know what the numbers will be like, given the delivery estimates is $22 billion in revenue. I think they're going to put up like $1 a share or something, a little bit less than $1 a share. Nothing that crazy. But what I'm really excited about is, I mean, if they have a robo-taxi that's ready to be deployed in Austin, in San Francisco, oh boy, it's going to be exciting. It's going to be very, look at that. It's really holding, or it's trying hard to hold 240.
Yeah, definitely trying.
Okay, Jose, let me show you this. A new video came out by a company that I have a little bit of money in. And this company, if they do well, then your biggest investment, NVIDIA, is going to do well. I want to get your raw thoughts. What do you say?
I said that's what I like to hear.
That's what you like to hear. Figure AI, humanoid robotics. We've talked about this a bunch. Let's look at this 90-second video. I want to get your thoughts on if you think this is impressive and what you think this might mean for Optimus going into the future. So that's a Figure robot working at BMW. Got a bunch of haters in the chat saying it's so slow. Is it slow, or is it kind of like, hey, this could be big?
I mean, I think it's insane, the engineering that goes behind it. I mean, they mentioned like for placement, it has about a 1 centimeter tolerance on getting its accuracy right. I think that's insane. Being able to get accuracy like that is ridiculous. It gets me pretty excited about the robotics market, but like you mentioned, it gets me excited more about the semiconductor market, especially AI, right? Because you're going to have robots doing all types of different tasks. So they're going to need to learn all those different tasks and all those different training, right? I mean, for it to learn to cook, it's going to need to watch 20,000 Gordon Ramsay videos of Hell's Kitchen and stuff like that. For it to learn how to drive, it's going to need to train on thousands and thousands of driving video. If it needs to learn how to cut the lawn, it's going to need training data for that specific task. So there's going to be so many tasks out there that are going to need to be trained using AI chips. And then at the end of the day, those robotics have some form of computer inside of them as well that's going to be doing all the type of inferencing, just like we have in Tesla. So overall, I believe the potential is there for the robotics market. Is going to be a huge growth for the semiconductor space. But I'm still hesitant to see when we're going to get this. I want to say at least 5 years before we really see anything big in here, in my opinion, for the consumer space at least.
Right. All right. That is fair. Thank you, Jose, for joining the show today, guys. If you're not following Jose on Twitter, I'm putting his Twitter in the chat. Please make sure to be following him there. And his YouTube is, in my opinion, the best YouTube to learn about NVIDIA or semiconductor stocks. And I think for the next 5 years, those stocks are going to be very, very relevant. So here's his YouTube. If you have not subscribed, please subscribe to him on YouTube. And we'll get you back, Jose. Nice day for Tesla. 241, baby. I mean, it's having fun.
Yeah, definitely. Let's get some love in NVIDIA right now, too.
Dude, you got your love. You're up. You're up. Let's get some love in NVIDIA. You're up on it. Goodness gracious.
All right, take care, guys.
You're up from 2018, so you're up.
Yeah,
You're good. All right, thank you, Jose. Appreciate it. Okay, guys, Tesla's breaking out. 241. Again, I used this joke last week, but it's like a teenager in high school with pimples. It's breaking out. All right. Maybe I was that teenager. You know, I really didn't have that much bad acne in high school. Although ninth grade, I feel like my face was small and my head was big. And then eventually my face like matched my head. It was weird in ninth grade. But the girls still love me in ninth grade because personality is what matters. 241 on Tesla. Nice to see this price action. I mean, just absolutely incredible, dude. Like if you told me last week when Tesla went from, I think it was 182 to 194, that it would break out to 240, I would have probably bet like $5,000 it wouldn't do that. I would legit take that bet. I'm like, no, that's not gonna do that. 240, you're crazy. You're crazy. It's not happening. And if I bought $5,000 worth of puts, I would be down $5,000. That would not have it would not have gone good. So I mean, Tesla defying expectations right here. Now look, Nancy sold 2,500 shares on June 24th. The price on June 24th for Tesla was $190. So today Tesla's June 26th. Today Tesla's 240 now. It's up 25%. This is a very rare miss by the Queen of Congress. I mean, she doesn't miss on these. She missed on this one. She got this one wrong. So kind of weird she got this one so wrong, but she did get this one wrong. And so I guess we'll see what ends up happening. But Tesla breaking out. And again, Nancy tends to time these correctly. Not on Tesla, or she's right and Tesla goes back to 190, which at this point, if you asked me to bet $5,000, I would say no, I can't bet it would go down to 180, right? Even though logically you probably should bet that it goes down more than it goes up. But if I had to bet, I would say it stays normal. I would say it stabilizes in like 220 if we're being realistic, to like 227-ish. If it closes above 230, I think that's great. But look at this. It's trying to go above 241 right now. Guys, it was up 5% on Monday. It was up 10% yesterday. It's currently up 4.5% today. 5 plus 4.5 is 9.5. 9.5 plus 10 is 19.5%. Let's round it up to 20%. It's up 20 freaking percent. Look at Robinhood as well, having a hell of a day. You know why Tesla's good for Robinhood? Because Tesla is a top 10 stock owned on Robinhood. So a lot of the bag holders of Tesla on Robinhood, they're getting to not hold as big of a bag anymore. Two of those bag holders, my dad and my mom. I think my mom's average was like 234 and my dad's average is 248. So he's still trying to break even. But my dad and my mom were the typical bag holders of Robinhood or of Tesla on Robinhood. That Tesla is not that big of a bag anymore. And that means that Robinhood's AUC, assets under custody, start to go higher. The Robinhood dip yesterday at 22. Again, it felt like a decent dip at like 22.20 because they had some really good news come out about the AI acquisition, the crypto news, but it fell because Bitcoin fell. Now, Robinhood can fall back down if Bitcoin falls, but Bitcoin recovering a little bit. That's why Robinhood's having some momentum. But Tesla's still bullish for the broader market. and going higher. This is another reason I like Robinhood to fucking Coinbase, dude. If Tesla goes up, that doesn't mean shit for Coinbase. But if Bitcoin goes up, that means a lot for Robinhood. And if Tesla goes up, that means a lot for Robinhood. And if Nvidia goes up, that helps Robinhood. Like all the Mag 7 going up ultimately helps trading, which helps Robinhood's AUC and their overall equity revenues. Fed minutes come out an hour after close day. I actually don't know. If that is true, then that will be important. That could affect the markets on Friday if they say anything that's weird. I'll check that out, but if it does come out, we'll make sure to go through it. Broadcom up 2%, S&P. Wow. Tesla's carrying the S&P, bro. Tesla's taking the S&P to 550. Tesla's carrying this sucker, bro. Tesla is carrying this sucker. Again, Nancy buying. So she bought NVIDIA on June 26th. So the price on June 26th on NVIDIA, she bought 10,000 shares outright. The price on June 26th was 122. Yeah, basically where it is right now, 122. So she bought, she bought 10,000 times 122. She bought 1.2 million of NVIDIA on June 26th, and she sold 2,500 times 190. She sold 475,000 of Tesla. So she basically bought 1 million of NVIDIA, sold 500,000 of Tesla. Wow, Tesla 242. Holy shit, dude. Holy crap. Oh my God. Tesla's market cap now is 772 billion. 57 million shares have been traded in volume today. Apple 52-week high? Dude, Apple 221. Yeah, it was at a 52-week high. I mean, honestly, we got to give some love to Dan Ives here. Has Dan Ives not been screaming Tesla and Apple since the beginning of the year? Even when they were both in the gutter this year, he was screaming Tesla and Apple. I mean, like, we got to give him a little bit of love here, dude. These were the two names that were left for dead, and he's been calling those two as, like, the core names to get up there. Amit, you seem shocked. Yes, I'm shocked. Dude, this thing is up. It was at 180 not even a week ago. Yeah, it's a little shocking that it's at 240. I mean, that is a hell of a run. It makes you feel like there is an institution that is putting their money where their mouth is, and they're taking a big ass stake in Tesla. Dude, think about the journey Tesla's been through. Kathy went on CNBC when it was at 140. She couldn't pump the stock. Ron Barron went on CNBC when it was 160. He couldn't pump the stock. Elon gets paid, and the stock kind of, stays where it is. And then 2 days ago, before delivery numbers, it starts pumping. Like, I feel like there's something else happening here. There's someone who knows something is going to happen on this 8/8 event, or something's happening in the future, and they're making a really big bet. And then that's compounding into all the FOMO of people that think they missed the Tesla run, and now they're getting in at 240 versus 160. So not bad at all for Tesla. Tesla basically recovered to a Jan 1st price. Yeah, 100%. Recovered basically to Jan 1st. It was crazy because from Jan 1st down, wow, 243. If you look at the year to date on Tesla, from Jan 1st, it fell. Yeah, look at this. It was at 265 on December 28th, 2023. Fell to 138 in 5 months, so a nice 40% drawdown, and now slowly recovering all of those losses, up 5.18%. If it hits 265, then it's going to be right back where it was. Tesla stock now year to date, I think it's not green. It's down 2% year to date. That's it. 2% left on Tesla, and it recovers the entire year to date losses. Wow, dude. Wow. What's intriguing is the institutions are piling in. That's my assumption, that the institutions are piling. I could be wrong on that, but that's my argument. And again, look, even if you're not in Tesla, dude, for the broader market, if you want to keep your gains, if you're not cashing out like me, right? I'm not cashing out my gains this year. I'm holding on to the end of the year. I've kind of mentally made up my mind on that. I believe in it. That's my thesis. And I'm going to, whatever happens. I need this market to hold up for the rest of the year. If this market crashes and burns last 6 months of the year, I mean, everyone's going to miss out on all the gains that they had on paper. And so in order for that to happen, I think it's very important to understand that other companies have to live up. The Fed can't do it themselves. Companies have to put up good numbers on earnings, and you can't just have NVIDIA go to $200. Like you need a company like Tesla to rise from the ashes. In fact, you need small caps, in my opinion, to really get the rally moving. But I don't know what's going to happen with small caps right now. They're they're kind of in a tricky situation. But a company like Tesla going up 30%, that's absolute wow. 244. Holy crap! It's going to try to do 245. It's going to try to go to 245. You need a company like Tesla to help lift up the market, and the S&P should be green right now only because of Tesla. Yeah, look at that. S&P 20 cents away, 30 cents away from 550 on the S&P. Holy crap, dude. Where's Palantir? Where's Palantir? Palantir, we're above 26, I would imagine. 26.08. Okay. Again, we got to settle in at 26 over the next couple of weeks for me to be like solid that 26 is support. And I think a good Q2 earnings definitely gets us there. But we'll see. Palantir again. Palantir has had a hell of a run this year. I mean, for Palantir investors, we've had a great year. It's been fun. It's up. Not only all the deals they got, it's up more than 50%. It's the Tesla folks that have been just beaten to death, having the stock go down to 140, and that's not fun to see. I mean, imagine Palantir fell to basically the equivalent would be Palantir at 16. Palantir down 40% from 16. We're looking at a $10 stock on Palantir. Imagine Palantir was $10 2 months ago in May when Tesla bottomed. That's the equivalent of Tesla going from 265 to 138. Now, granted, at $10 now sounds amazing and it would be buying the dip. But if the stock actually fell to $10, dude, after what we went through in 2022, it would hurt. And by the way, Tesla investors also went through the same pain in 2022. I mean, the stock was $105 in January 2023. So it's not like Tesla investors haven't been through pain before. They've been through a lot of pain the past couple of years. So this is a really nice run for investors who have been loyal to the company. Ali Abdul says, have you shared your entire Palantir and Hood position, Tesla to $1 trillion market cap by end of year? So I'm going to do a full portfolio reveal by the end of the year. You guys will see why I do the portfolio reveal by the end of the year. One of the reasons is because actually, hold on real quick. Let's see if he answers this. Hold on. I've just got a call. Will he answer this? Ileana was just calling me. I was gonna have him on the. Let me see if I can call him back. Let's see if I can call him. He was just calling me. He never called into the market open, so I wanted to call him and let's see if he picks up. Let's see.
Hey, what's up?
Ileano, you are live with me and 1,394 people on the market open. I have you on speakerphone. I know you called for another reason, and we'll probably talk about that after the show. But I wanted to just introduce you to the chat and say thank you for starting the Palantir merch store and getting us all these great hats.
This is so funny. I was calling to just say good morning. I don't know if you've told people, but we talk every single morning while I'm drinking my coffee. I'm currently I'm at John Wayne Airport, and I'm headed to Minneapolis, connecting, and then to DC. But just want to say thank you, and really appreciate all the coverage and everything that you're doing, and I appreciate everybody out there who's repping Palantir. You kind of put me on the spot here, though. I'm not really sure.
Well, you're crushing it. So let me ask you a question, and then I'll get you out of here. I saw you were calling, and I was like, you know what? We're live. Let's get him on the show. So CodeStrap, everyone in this chat knows who CodeStrap is, OG member of the Palantir community. Right now, I'm sharing my screen. This guy, this sexy French model that's sitting with the CodeStrap is Ileano, the guy on the phone right now. Can you just give everybody a little bit of an overview of what is the Palantir Steak Dinner Tour that you've been doing, and then why it's so important for you to meet with retail investors?
Yeah, no. So first of all, CodeStrap is a super cool guy, and essentially what I did, the whole point of the Steak Dinner Tour was for me to go out there and number one, thank people like you and CodeStrap and others that have been covering Palantir, but number two, to really obtain feedback and ideas and thoughts about what it is that you guys care about, and what are things that the company can do to provide you sort of within legal constraints, of course, provide you guys with the type of content and access that you need to continue to educate people about Palantir, which isn't exactly the easiest company to understand. And so, one of the things about Palantir is that I like to compare our retail community to Tesla, right? You have a lot of people that are retail investors that are passionate about the company, passionate about leadership. You can go out there and buy a Tesla. You can drive a Tesla. You can see one driving by, and you can touch and feel it, right? you can't really touch and feel Foundry or AIP unless you're actually like a customer on site. And so we have to get better at storytelling. We have to get better at sort of educating people who are educating the masses, and just kind of like getting people to understand what the product is and what it isn't. And so for me, it's just like, what are the stories we need to tell? What are the things that we need to show? And so that's why the steak dinner tour was a way for me to go out there and just get to know people. And also, again, just to show gratitude. And I've come back with a lot of ideas. So I've been traveling for the last 10 days. The week before that, I was in New York City meeting with people. And
you are literally growing across the country to meet all of us.
Yeah. Well, I will say this, like I've in order to, save as much money as possible, I've tried to, stack trips together. So I'm like, I had to come out to California for a public policy event. And then, I was able to then do a California swing. But I've been traveling a lot in order to meet a lot of folks, as you mentioned. But really, I think I'm about 70% done with the tour. I think I have a trip to Texas that I got to put together, and a trip up north to Boston to see some folks. But other than that, I think we're closing in on the end of Steak Dinner Tour for 2024. But my intent is to continue to do these and continue to get in front of people and get as much information as possible. So, yeah.
I love it. Thank you, Iliano. Appreciate you guys. His Twitter right now, guys, is in the chat. You can check him out. They said two things. They said, Amit's never beating these gay allegations if he keeps saying stuff like that about you. Number two, they said, can you send Amit new dad jokes? So,
well, by the way, one more thing. Just let everybody know that I'm currently reviewing. We've had samples sent of the full drop for the merch store. So my goal is to get the full drop out in about 3 to 4 weeks, and we'll be raffling off more Dr. Clark signed hats and stuff like that. So a lot of cool stuff on the horizon, but we really appreciate everyone who went out and bought a hat. We've exceeded all expectations on that front. And
I'm sharing the store.palantir.com right now, guys. As you can see, 2 of these caps are out of stock. I don't know if people have put together a merch store before, but it's not fucking easy. And Iliano sold 1,000 of these in like a week. That's how passionate the investor community is. And it looks like there's a lot more merch coming into the store, which is going to be exciting for us to
yeah, and it's not going to be lame merchandise. It's going to be like, I want you to think of like athleisure, like good quality gear. And like I said, we're only in our infancy stage here. The intent is to like really take this to the next level. And we want people that are super proud of investing in Palantir, who are big fans of the company, to like really be proud of the gear that they're wearing, and it's going to be up to that level of quality. So really excited about it. Much more to come. But thanks for ambushing me on the show this morning. I'm going to be much more careful about calling you from now on.
Dude, you did great with 1,200 people. You did great. And we got one more comment saying, "I'm wearing my hat now while listening in." I love it. That's amazing. Thank you, man.
Awesome. Thank you for the support. Yep.
All right. Talk later. Okay, so Iliano's awesome. Everyone definitely check him out on Twitter, and that merch store is going to be incredible. Okay, now back to that comment. So I'm going to share my entire portfolio by the end of the year. The reason I haven't done it is because, again, I've made a portfolio call on my portfolio. So 2 things I didn't tell you guys before. I'm just going to say it right now because I haven't told you guys all year, but I'm just going to tell you right now. The Robinhood position is up 6 figures, so it's up a decent amount. I am trying to take it to the level that I think it can get to. Again, we bought those options at $8. We put a lot of money there. We're up 6 figures. I'm trying to end out the year strong. If it ends out the way I want it to end out, it's going to change my life. It's going to be a lot of money that I can then deploy in a much meaningful way. So that is, and I want to reveal that all at once. And I want to drink that fucking whiskey, tequila, whatever. I want to get that win. That will be my first real big win in the market in terms of like an options trade. And I want to drink that shit and get crazy drunk and reveal the entire thing. So that hopefully happens at the end of the year. And if it doesn't happen, then I'm prepared for it not to happen. And so we'll see. We'll see what happens. But that's obviously done very well. It is tough holding that position and not taking those profits because at the end of the day, you're carrying the risk of a black swan event, of the S&P collapsing, of Robinhood collapsing. I mean, trust me, people think I'm so bullish. I go through every fucking bear case every second of the day on Robinhood. When you're up this much, trust me, I know the fucking bear case. And I know exactly how this stock goes back to 17, 18 bucks by the end of the year. I just don't think that's going to happen. And I'm either right or wrong, but there's not many opportunities in life where you made a big bet and you got a little lucky at the time you made the bet. and you can see it through, and you're a couple bucks away from that big bet actually playing out in a couple months away. And so if that happens, that's going to be very, very exciting to me. And it's going to allow us to just do more stuff on the channel. And again, when there's more money in the portfolio, we can make more moves, and that just makes more content. So it makes things more fun, right? So we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. Someone says you can take some profits off. I did. So when Robinhood went to 13, 14, I was up because, again, I bought at 8. I took profits there. But then at 14, I realized, well, wait a second, this thing is not stopping. And so I reinvested it back into a different options play. And so now I'm just like, I think 25 is happening this year. And either I'm wrong or I'm right, but I think 25 is happening this year. So we'll see. Bay Ray says he's trying to get rid of the degen plays before. Honestly, my portfolio is Robinhood and Palantir. There's no degen plays. And I said it back when GameStop ran, and I have not done a degen play because I believe all the degenerate, Chewy, GameStop, Faraday Future, all that stupid shit, it helps Robinhood. And so to me, I felt like I made the biggest play of the year on Robinhood, which is why I really didn't have to worry. I didn't really have that much FOMO about the meme stocks. That's also quite frankly why I didn't have FOMO about Tesla. Tesla's at 245. Wow. Like, one of the reasons I don't have FOMO on Tesla, guys, is because I could have put the money I put into Robinhood options into NVIDIA or Tesla. I still would not be up as much as I'm up right now, year to date, because of those options. So when you think about making a portfolio bet, and I think everyone makes this at one point in their life. I'm 26. Some people are probably older in the chat. There's probably people younger here. At some point, if you have a little bit of a risk appetite, you make a portfolio bet. You go all in on something, or 50-50, 70-30, 60-40, and you really try to see if that can, give you some momentum going into the future. And I've been really lucky that Robinhood's fucking executed their asses off. And I did not think they were going to do the gold credit card, all the shit like that stuff. I mean, that's the reason why I'm holding, quite frankly. I thought it was just going to run to 13, 14 from $8 and I would take my profits, but then they just totally transformed the company. And I'm like, all right, well, I'm already here. Palantir at 26.20. Tesla's trying to break out to 246. But that's why I'm holding this thing. And so I have zero FOMO over Tesla or NVIDIA or any name in the market, quite frankly, because no amount of money I could have put into these stocks would have led me to be up as much as I am than I put into Robinhood in February and December of last year. So for me now, the reason why I like Tesla going up, A, because I fucking love Elon and I'm happy that Elon is winning. B, I'm happy for you guys that bought the dip on Tesla. You deserve to make money off that. C, it does help Robinhood at the end of the day. Tesla trading makes the market go up, makes trading equity revenues go up, and it helps Robinhood's assets under custody go up. So I think Robinhood is like a bull call on the market. And if you believe 2024 is a bull market, then I think Robinhood ends up benefiting towards the end of the year. Now, I could change my mind after the next earnings, after the data that comes out in a few months, and I think things are slowing down. I want to take some profits. And so I'm not ideological that, I have to hold till the end of the year. But I think if things go the way they are, there's not many opportunities in life where you get to, be long a company so early and it turns out in your favor that you sell, and that you don't see it through. So hopefully it ends up playing out. So that's the news on Robinhood. The second piece of news I was going to tell you guys, because I was thinking about it yesterday. I might as well just tell you guys. There's no law stopping me from telling you guys. The Figure investment is 25 grand. So for those who were wondering how much is in Figure, 25 grand. So that's another reason I really didn't get to buy the dip on Tesla, because if I had that 25 grand, I could probably have bought more Tesla 160, or probably could have bought a shit ton more Palantir at fucking $21. But Figure's 25 grand. So if Figure goes to $1 trillion, I make $10 million. Now, is that going to happen? Well, it's not like I've asked ChatGPT to do all the calculations. Dude, I literally went into ChatGPT. I was like, hey, if I invested in a company at $2 billion and I put 25,000, if the company goes to 400 billion, 500 billion, 600 billion, tell me how much money I would make. And it just it shows you these imaginary figures, dude. We could do it live. I'll show you guys. It's hilarious because you're just looking at this shit holy shit. Could that actually play out? So, I mean, look, I'm bullish on Figure, but at the end of the day, I'm so prepared to lose that 25 grand. To me, that was hey, if this works out, I make 10 million. Or if it goes to 500 billion, I make 5 million. In the next 10 years, if someone gives me $5 million off the $25,000 investment, that's the best investment return of my life. So I'm going to take that opportunity. Figure definitely could fail easily, right? I mean, it's a startup at the end of the day, but I felt like it was worth it of a risk. So we'll see. At what point do you take your profits on Figure? I could take my profits now, dude. There are people calling up Figure private investors, and they're offering more for the shares than I paid. I basically, if I bought it at a $2 billion valuation, I basically paid $12 a share. There are people offering a lot more than $12 a share right now. So I think my equity stake in Figure, I think that 25 is quite frankly worth closer to 200. If I'm being honest about it, I think that's what the market will be willing to pay. But it's not official yet, right? And they haven't raised any extra financing. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. But that's sometimes what I dream about. All right. So let's ask ChatGPT. If I made a $25,000 investment in a startup worth $2 billion, tell me what that investment is worth if the startup goes public at 100 billion, 200 billion, etc., all the way to 1 trillion. Okay, we'll get back to that in a second. Let me go back to Tesla. But those are the two things that has been affecting my portfolio this year. Robinhood has done very well for me, up 6 figures on that. I think it can really go all the way, and it can do very well. And for Robinhood, there's 2025 options, 2026 options. The 2026 options, they're already in the money. Those were $15, $20 strikes, so I'm not selling those. I'm just waiting till the end of 2026. The 2025 options, the strike is 25 on that. And so we're at 23. Do I think it goes to 25 by the end of the year? Yeah, I do. Like, maybe I'm fucking wrong, dude, but I think given the momentums that there, I think, even 30 is very likely, especially if you look at the technicals and obviously the fundamentals. So that is what we're holding on to. And if that happens, I'm fine buying Tesla at 270, 280, or even more Palantir at $30, because the amount of money that would generate for me would allow me to still have so much more flexibility versus selling right now and buying Tesla or buying Palantir. Like, it's just based on the nature of the volatility of the options, they can do so much better if I just play it out. And that's why there's really not that much FOMO and when a lot of these stocks are running. Where are your Figure shares held? They're in an SPV, a special purpose vehicle. So I invested through an SPV. The SPV is like pools a ton of money together and then it invests directly into the company. So I think the SPV I invested in was like 40 million. And so my 25,000 along with 40 million other dollars were in that SPV and they invested in. So I don't have any liquidity on that. And I might not have liquidity on that for the next decade, quite frankly. I think I would be able to in the secondary market, but I think if Figure figures it out, dude, I think they're going all the way. And I mean, look, I think they're going to 1 trillion and there's a lot of reasons why, and we can get into the whole robotics thesis, but at the end of the day, they could go to 0 or they could go to 1 trillion. Is there a world in which they could get to like 200, 300 billion? Yes. But I think if they're generating a couple $100 billion in net income, given how big they're going to get a multiple that gives them a multi-trillion-dollar valuation. And so that's where I think this 25,000 could really become one of the best investments ever, or it could go to 0, but I am very prepared to deal with that because there's not that many chances you get something to go up that much. So we'll see. Tesla 245 is trying to break through 246 right now. Did it touch 246? Wow, it touched 245.99. So it's up 6.35% on the day. It's basically at 246. I mean, it's at 245.9, keeps getting rejected right at that level. The fact that it's up another 6.23%, if we look at it in the past month, again, 167 in June, 246. Dude, if it hits 250 next week or this week, multiple 5% plus days on Tesla. Today's Wednesday. I don't think we've had a 5+ green day on Tesla 3 days in a row since when? Like, since when? When did that happen? Like when the fuck? I mean, I haven't seen that happen in a long time. Okay, ChatGPT, let's see what they said. So, this chart is weird. Why is it doing it like, okay, this is not how I wanted to see it. Okay, don't show me a table, write out the numbers. Let's see if it can do that. Okay, here we go. Much better. Okay, so if Figure's worth 100 billion, the 25,000 turns into 1.2 million, and if Figure goes to 1 trillion, oh, sorry, no, it's worth 12 million, not 10 million. So I feel like, dude, for a $12 million return off 25K, you just fucking see what happens, dude. Like, there's no point to sell right now if someone's willing to give you 100 or 200 grand. Like, 100 or 200 grand off 25,000 right now would be amazing. And I would buy a shit ton more Palantir if I could get that. But if it goes to 12 million, dude, let's just fucking let it happen. Wow, it's breaking 246. Oh my God, bro. Holy shit. Oh my goodness. This is incredible, dude. Like, what is going on, bro? Now it's trying to go to 247. is trying to run for 247, 250 by 1 p.m. That's hilarious, dude. Holy crap, bro. Would you hold to 1 trillion is a question? Yeah, holding to 1 trillion is easy, dude. If humanoid robotics, again, I'm not going to go super deep on this. I did a podcast with CERN Basher on my channel. If you type in Emit humanoid robotics, dude, that one podcast will make you bullish because he broke down the numbers. Like if Elon thinks Optimus is worth 25 trillion, do you think Elon's going to have a monopoly on humanoid robots? No, there's going to be other players. So if there's going to be other players, I would imagine Figure is one of the other players. 247 on Tesla. Wow. It's trying to go to 248. It's at 247.3 already. Holy shit. If Optimus is worth 25 trillion, I think Figure is worth 1 trillion or at least 800 billion. Like, I don't think that's crazy. So honestly, the Figure investment to me is not that risky because if Figure fails, I think Tesla's market fails. Like, yes, there's a question about, oh, Tesla executed better than Figure and that's why Figure lost, which is possible. But I think given that Figure is so advanced and ahead and they're progressing so fast, if Figure fails, maybe there's no demand for humanoid robots, which I don't think is real. I think if you believe in the Optimus story, you believe there's a shit ton of demand on an enterprise level, forget just the consumer level, for humanoid robotics. I mean, Figure got a deal with BMW, dude. Fucking BMW has them on a pilot trying to see if they're going to, buy millions of robots if the thing works. Like that's hundreds of billions of dollars of revenue from one client if it works. So I think if Optimus has a bull case, Figure has a bull case, and hopefully it's just a little bit of the market cap of Optimus. Wow, Tesla 247. It's not stopping. Someone said if it goes to 250, you make 120,000. Do you guys want to do some gain porn in the chat? Do you guys want to say how much you're up on Tesla? Any of the bulls want to say how much they're up on Tesla? Oh my God, dude. Steve just texted me fucking Tesla. Let's call Steve. Steve's probably so mad. I don't know if he sold covered calls yesterday. Oh my God, Steve must be. This is hilarious. This is fucking hilarious, dude. 247. Steve. Steve, you there?
I'm in a meeting. What's up?
Okay, can you talk or no?
No, let me call you back.
Okay, we're live on the show. I was gonna get your thoughts on Tesla. I'll call you later. Don't worry.
Yeah, I'll call you back.
Okay. He just texted me. He's like, fucking Tesla. We talked in the morning. He was like, why is Kathy selling? I was like, I don't know. He was like, I don't think she's right on this. I was like, well, she usually gets Tesla right. And he was like, why is she like, he was so mad. He was like, why is she selling? She said this thing's going to 3,000. Why the fuck she's selling at 230? In the typical Steve Italian voice, he's like upset. And now he sees this running to 250. Guys, it's about to break 248. It's about to break 248, bro. Kathy's buying. Could you imagine if Kathy's fucking buying, bro? Brightman Group 100 up 155K on Tesla. Smokey's up 4K on one call. That's incredible. Leslie's up 200 grand. Bay Ray's up 365%. Durb's up 40%. Simon's up 224%. B-Solve's up 322 grand. Dude, you guys realize those numbers are crazy, right? Like you guys realize, like, saying you're up 40 grand, 100 grand, 30 grand on a stock when most of your friends have never even heard of the stock market. Like I just want people to remember 248 on Tesla. I want people to remember how much of a unique position you're in that you chose to invest your capital, because like most people never see that type of money on a single investment, dude. Like it's just that doesn't happen. Martin's up 49,000. Goodness gracious. I mean, it's a big deal, dude. I mean, sometimes we forget, like even when I said I'm up 6 figures on Robinhood, like I understand how big of a deal that is, but I also understand, there is a world in which that really changes my life. Because also, guys, if I sold right now, dude, I would, the taxes would be stupid, bro. Like if I can sell on January 2025, I don't have to pay taxes until 2026. That's another reason. Like the taxes would wipe out a decent amount of the gains because it's all short term. So like we're talking about 40% is gone or 25% with my income bracket, but it would get to like 35%. And so that's another reason why it makes sense to hold on a bit. But it means a lot, dude. It means you really allocated capital in an effective way. And again, I don't think this is a bullshit bull market in 2021 where you could have bought NEO at $3 and it could have ran up to 60. Speaking from a guy who bought NEO at $3 and sold it at 6 and could have ran it up to 60. This is a market where you will be punished if you like. Robinhood's not up because it's just up. It's up because they fucking execute every week. These guys aren't stopping. Tesla's up because they've changed the narrative of FSD, and that narrative does matter. Snowflake's down 30% year to date because their growth is slowing down. The CEO left, right? It's not just the bull market where anything runs. So the companies that are running, I do think it matters this year. Is Tesla up year to date now? Tesla stock year to date, it's down 0.35%, dude. We need another like 0.5% for Tesla to be green for the year. Wow. Holy crap, dude. Nvidia bounced. Where's Nvidia? Where is Nvidia? Oh, Nvidia's bouncing. Whoa. S&P bouncing as well. Pounds are still 26.12. I mean, I don't know, bro. The thesis was money's leaving Nvidia for Tesla. Maybe money's leaving the money market funds for Nvidia. Like, holy crap, dude. We're getting some green. Vincent's holding 375 shares from March 26, 2020 at $34 split adjusted. Let's see if that's incredible, Vincent. That's amazing. Let's see if CNBC is discussing this at all. If they're upset about this, let's see. Let's see if they said anything. Dude, this is great. What a day. Who would have thought, dude? Who would have thought 250? I don't think anyone would do freaking 50, bro. Okay, they're talking a little bit about Tesla. Let me pull up right here. Yeah, let me oh, they have the RBC analysis. Okay, Tom Narayan. This guy has been bullish for a while. Let's pull him up. Oh boy, this is incredible. Absolutely incredible day for Tesla. Am I sharing the wrong thing? What am I sharing? Where's StreamYard? I'm sharing the wrong thing. Let's share this. Okay.
There are going to be a lot of OEMs that are going to make the car. There are going to be a lot of companies that will do the software. In terms of them specifically, I do think FSD version 12 was a breakthrough event. I mean, Elon's completely pivoted the company from not only from a headcount perspective, but in terms of pushing out the next gen facility, now unveiling the robotaxi on August 8th. It is a game changer, and they do have the most miles on the road thanks to autopilot, the biggest fleet of cars on the road. There are a couple other companies, obviously Mobileye is a good notable one. Obviously GM and Waymo are. So there are going to be a lot of players in the ecosystem. All I'm saying is they will have a big seat at the table. And like I said, 20% market share for their walled garden. I don't think that's unreasonable. And only 7 to 8% in Europe and China. It's because the overall TAM is so big. It's in the trillions of dollars. I'm only saying they're going to get 400 billion of this enormous game-changing market.
You say, I mean, the stock has almost erased all of its losses for the year. You said earlier, those who are sending it up perhaps now are not doing the rigorous math you do. But has that ever been the case that they do the rigorous math? And does it, and when, if any, does it actually matter?
It doesn't. You're absolutely right. You have to do this like second derivative thinking with the stock, right? I think what's important to take away from yesterday is not necessarily the stock price, but it's the fact that people are capitulating on giving up on it, right? People want to be constructive on it. That's a signal to me that people are coming around to the robotaxi argument. You know, I've been coming on CNBC for over a year talking about robotaxis. If you look at the YouTube clips and the comments, it's been this guy's crazy, his shirt is ugly, like 6 months ago. Look at my recent commentary on YouTube. My mom loves it. It's more positive. So I think there is a sentiment shift, getting more constructive on this as a reality, not just me with my tinfoil hat on talking about science fiction. So I think people are getting more realistic. I see that as a translation of the stock move, not really that deliveries mean something significant. Cars is only less than 10% of the value of my price target.
What about robots?
I don't value that. It could be something, but I'm looking only at the businesses that.
And that's actually bullish, dude. The fact that RBC is one of the more bigger bulls on Tesla, the fact that he's not caring about Optimus, if Optimus turns out, and Elon did say 2025, they're going to start deploying them in a couple of factories, that's another part that the street literally has not given any multiple on at all.
They're actually going to do something with that I believe they can. And there's something we didn't even talk about, megapacks. Energy storage.
Right.
There's something that came out yesterday.
Yes.
9.4
record deployment.
I mean, gigawatt hours.
Yeah.
Last year, the entire globe, 100. They did that 9 in 1 quarter. They were 15% of the market last year. They're gaining market share. This thing is growing by like 80% this year. It's actually worth more than my car business as well. I don't think many people are talking about energy storage either.
How much is energy in your price target?
It's about 15, 16%.
So the pure EV business is what?
10, right? You said 10?
Car business is less than 10.
Wow.
But meanwhile, you got you got a price target that's below where we are. And all I've heard from you has basically been
Positive.
very positive.
With your tinfoil hat.
Yeah, I like the show 227, NBC show. No, but look, it's a stock price, right? I think as we discussed Tesla, it's more than just a stock price. I think people hopefully will look at the work we've done and see, why does he think this about megapacks? Why does he think this about autonomy? Why does he think about cars? I'm very conservative in the car business. I'm valuing it with Ford and GM. I'm using 2024 numbers, which is probably depressed. So I'm probably being as conservative as possible so I don't get the comments on YouTube saying that I'm crazy.
Right.
And at least people have.
And you're wearing a nice outfit, so nobody should criticize that at all. You look very sharp.
Either way, don't focus too much on the social media commentary. It can get in your mind.
Tom, great to see you. Tom Moran.
As we head to a break, let's give a roadmap for the rest of the hour. Paramount.
Well, that's the argument for Tesla. That's the argument for Tesla. 245 right now in Tesla. Cooling off a little bit. Yes, it is cooling off just a little bit. But dude, it hit 250, bro. I mean, or sorry, it hit 248. This is incredible, dude. And the volume today is the day before July 4th. Market closes early. It's we're probably not gonna do a market close, guys, because I would be back in like a couple hours if we do a market close, because it closes at 1 p.m. But 93 million shares, there's a lot of volume, $784 billion market cap. Astrocus says, I thought we would be done at 230. Yeah, and the thing the analyst said there that I like is that, again, Optimus is not included in the valuation model. FSD is kind of the core thing, and the street is still being a bit conservative on what FSD can do for EPS estimates by 2026. The street is expecting $5, at least the bullish part of the street, of EPS on NVIDIA for, I mean, let's just go to the fucking estimates for Q2. What is the street expecting? So let me pull this up. If they're being conservative here because of FSD and it really does go to the next level, dare I say 245 is going to seem cheap to the street. So Q2, they're expecting $24 billion in revenue, 59 cents of EPS. Okay, so I was off. I thought they were expecting $1. That wasn't going to happen. So last quarter, they brought up 21 billion. They missed by about $1 billion. That was bad. And then they missed by about 4 cents on EPS. Given the delivery numbers, if Tesla comes in line with this EPS and revenue estimate, and Elon says FSD is like becoming real, here's the pricing structure, here's how we're going to do blah, 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 blah. You could make an argument that this EPS estimate for 2026, which is probably at like, I don't know, like $2 a share, maybe that goes up to like 250, 260. We already saw energy is going to add an extra 10 cents per share, given they're going to beat the $2 billion estimate that Wolf Research says might end up being $4 billion. You put a 60 multiple on that, maybe you get closer to 350, 400. Maybe that happens. So I guess we'll see. But so far, that is very, very exciting to see in terms of price action. And again, Optimus is not really priced in to what's going on there. Let's get Dan Ives and his thoughts. He was on CNN talking about the tech revolution and Tesla, and let's see what he has to say as well.
With these numbers, stronger than expected, a mini boost in terms of demand from China, better than expected, and some stabilization in prices. Just talk us through from your angle what you saw here.
Yeah, Julie, I mean, the mojo's back at Tesla. The street was expecting a soft quarter. To miss expectations, they beat. You're seeing price stabilization. I'll call it a mini rebound that's happening in China. And this is all drum roll going into the next stage of growth. Autonomous, the robotaxi day in August. I think you're starting to now see that bull case scenario for Tesla return to the story. Bears go back into hibernation mode.
We'll talk about robo-taxis, but is the mojo that you can see in this quarter sustainable, Dan? All the headwinds that we can discuss, the pressures, the increased competition, the price wars, even to the point that we've seen Tesla cutting costs by 10 to 15% in order to maintain profitability. They continue to exist. Is this sustainable is my question.
Look, I think 98% of the price cuts are in the rearview mirror. So now we've hit stabilization. And that's important because demand's starting to level off. And China's front and center, everything we saw, that BYD, obviously NIO and others, rebound in that China market for EVs. That's the hearts and lungs of the Tesla growth story. And that's why right now, after what's been a turbulent period, a smile on Musk's face after these results.
So if you're a auto enthusiast out there that's looking to buy a Tesla, then according to you, you're not going to get a better price at this moment.
I think, and we went through some significant price cuts, but I think clock struck midnight on these price cuts.
Okay, robo-taxis. This is key, as you said, to the biggest story that you see, the AI robotics story versus the car maker and that elusive $1 trillion valuation. What are you expecting when they announce this in August?
I think it's going to be a historic day because ultimately robo-taxi, in terms of where this, I could argue the most undervalued AI play in the market because autonomous is now coming to Tesla. And even when you look at ride sharing and others, I mean, down the road, next, call it 2, 3, 4 years, you're going to have call it 10, 15% of those going on ride shares ultimately with no one at the wheel. And I think Tesla has the massive lead here. And I think this could be worth $1 trillion alone in terms of that autonomous piece.
I mean, he's been talking about this since, 2019. So if he really comes up with the goods today, and I think gives a timeline, at least on this, it would, I agree with you, be pretty huge. We'll certainly be talking about it. Coming into this year, you said that tech stocks generally, driven by AI, would be up, 25%? I mean, I look at the NASDAQ, I'm already up 19% this year. You think a further 15% upside from here, Dan? What should investors be looking at if they are interested in perhaps dipping their toes into some of these stocks?
I mean, Julie, it's 9 p.m. in the AI party, and I think this goes to 4 a.m. And others are going to try to get on the dance floor. You look at Amazon, look at Apple now in terms of what we've seen in Cupertino in terms of AI. This is a revolution. I think it's a 2-year bull cycle for tech going forward, which is why I think NASDAQ 20,000, I think that's something that's on the doorstep as we go into year end.
Who gets to the $4 trillion market cap first?
Palantir.
Look, in spirit of the Olympics this summer, this is going to be a 100-meter race between NVIDIA, godfather of AI, Jensen, Microsoft, Apple. I think Apple gets there first. A year from now, you have $3-4 trillion market cap in tech.
Wow. We'll hold you to that.
Dude, the CNN analyst that probably, or not even analyst, the CNN anchor that probably never talks to Dan. Like, the fact that Dan Ives is on freaking CNN just goes to show you how big this market is getting, because like CNN doesn't care that much about the markets. Tesla cooling off a little bit. The analyst, she's like, oh wow, Apple 4 trillion. Like, whereas CNBC analysts, they hear Dan say this every other day, right? And they get tired of his fucking analogies. But he's branching out. The entire market wants to get his thoughts on what's happening. And so, I mean, with a move like this, you can't really say Dan's necessarily been wrong. Now, the question here at 240, oh shit, we should look at the covered call premiums. Hold on. We should bring that up. Let's bring up I am curious, how much is the street willing to pay for these Tesla covered calls? Because either those covered call sellers are going to be stupid, or they're going to be really, really, really freaking smart when this opens up. Okay, so July 5th, by the way, remember that 220 covered call we looked at on Monday? Yeah, that's worth $24. If you bought a call option when Tesla was 206 for $400 on July, or sorry, it was $200. It was $200 on July 1st. You are up 12x. It's worth $24. Wow, 12x in a week, dude. Like, if you YOLO'd into that, that could change a portfolio overnight. Now, if I wanted to sell the 250 call for tomorrow, or sorry, July 5th, I would still get $220. Let's go out to December. Let's say I want to sell the $300 call for December. Wow, I would get $1,485 at 330. At 300, I would get $20. That means $2,000 a contract. At 250, I would get $3,600. If you think Tesla's not 250 by December, either the gamblers or the geniuses are willing to give you $36 a share, $3,600 a contract to bet that Tesla is 250 by December 20th. Dude, that's crazy. That's, oh my, I mean, if you have a big Tesla position, I would definitely be tempted to sell these covered calls. But then the problem is if this thing blows past 250, there's like no point of losing all that share appreciation. You've got to really be skeptical of this price action, which I don't think anyone can blame even long-term bulls that are skeptical of this price action, but it is one thing that, you know, given all the pain that Tesla went through this year, you would be at least a little cautious of this slowing down a little bit. The point is, if it does slow down, where's the slowdown? 230, 225, which isn't that big of it. I mean, yes, it got up to 243. I get it, but still, I think if Pouncer ran to 30 today and they came back to 26, could we really complain? Like, no, it's still 26 is way better than being stuck at $20. So 225 would be way better than being stuck at 167. And now you would need a lot of sellers to dump this thing to get back to 225. Like, that would be tough. Jeff Bezos files to sell $5 billion of Amazon stock. That was expected. I think he sold $2.5 billion last year, so we kind of knew that would happen. But makes sense that he's selling. He is selling at all-time highs for Amazon, so I guess even he. Zuckerberg sold 16,000 shares yesterday on Meta. And I showed you guys that chart a while ago, right? Insider selling on just like tech stocks is like the highest it's ever been in like the history of the stock market. Like, insiders are dumping a lot of shares, and you can't really blame them. Stocks, you know, they've done well. It's just a question of if the market can absorb all that selling. Here's a good chart about July 3rd. July 3rd is the best day of the summer and one of the strongest days of the year. Wow. I did not know that. Today is July 3rd. Historically, the S&P 500 averages a 0.31% gain on July 3rd from 1950 to 2023. So one of the best days of the summer is today. Maybe that's another reason historically. I wonder why. Oh, because it's the day before July 4th. So I guess the argument is that money comes in before July 4th and just buys up stuff and then takes a vacation for a day. Even though I feel like the opposite can be said about the logic. Money could come in and just sell stocks to take a vacation. So I think it goes both ways. Robin right here, 2271 up 1.1%. Tesla 243, Apple 220, S&P 549.80, S&P 20 cents away from 550. Nvidia, wow. Look at the green candle on Nvidia. Markets close at 1 p.m. That's correct. They close at 1 p.m. Look at the green candle on frickin' Nvidia. 125. Dude, this thing was 122. This does not make any sense. I mean, the thesis was people are dumping this to buy Tesla. That's like not holding up now. Like, that analysis is down the drain. I mean, it could be correct to an extent, but wow, that's weird. Did any news come out of that's a weird 2% move. Let me see if there was anything about Nvidia. Was there anything about Nvidia? Was it the Pelosi sale or the buy of 10,000 shares? That can't be the reason, dude. Really? Pelosi buying 10,000 shares? There's no way that's the reason. I mean, maybe that is the reason. I don't know. That is weird. Maybe that's just like algorithmic, but at 122, I bought Nvidia calls for $60. They're printing right now. Yeah, NVDL, for those that don't know that, that's a triple or double leveraged fund on Nvidia. Is it triple or double? It's double. And that's up 3% right now because Nvidia's up. This thing is up like 300% year to date or something. Yeah. It was at $13. Now it's at $70. That's more than 300%, right? Yeah, it's a lot more. So this thing has absolutely exploded. And that's because Nvidia is up 150% year to date. Pouncer still holding 26.15 on Pouncer. Apple 220, Tesla now coming back down to 242, but still above that 240 level. Is buying Tesla calls at 300 crazy right now? It depends on the strike. If you buy Tesla calls for June 2026 at 300, I don't think that's crazy. I do think they're going to be expensive today because the suckers ran up 30%. But if you buy it for next week, I think that is crazy. Even if you buy it for December, I think that's kind of crazy. I could be wrong. Tesla could go to 300 by December. But I do think we're asking for a lot to get it back up to basically at 300. It's $1 trillion. Right now, it's currently at 770. It was almost at 800 a couple minutes ago. $1 trillion on Tesla by the end of the year. It's not impossible, especially if we get 2 cuts and the market melts up. I mean, if the S&P goes to 6,000, honestly, if the S&P goes to 6,000, yeah, Tesla, there's a good shot Tesla's close to 300. That means the S&P would have to go up another 10%. Tesla would have to go up basically another 25%. If the FOMO's there, the robo-taxi event is there, the momentum is there, and the rate cuts are there, and the earnings are there is a perfect storm where Tesla bounces up to 300. You're just, you're asking for a lot for that to happen. I agree with Thomas here. Don't chase. You had 6 months to buy the dip. I actually do agree with this. Psychologically, I think maturing as an investor means not buying on the way up when things have aggressively run up. So when Tesla was at 206 and you missed the 180 dip because, you just didn't feel like buying at 180, 206, okay, that's time to buy. Then it goes to 220. It's like, okay, that's kind of crazy, but sure, that's time to buy. Now that it's at 240, I think the odds go against you of thinking this thing goes to 260. Just like logically speaking, it's not going to run up forever. Like I mean, the people that bought Nvidia at 140 thinking it's going to 160, it's like, no, or like that just didn't happen. Now, maybe it does happen over the next few months, but it wasn't happening in the sort of sequential nature we see Tesla with these back-to-back green days. So I think maturing does mean you say, okay, I missed the dip. What did I get wrong not buying at those levels? And what can I learn so that next time this happens, I don't make a mistake? But chasing it, I don't know, dude. Chasing it just feels a bit elementary, and it feels like what retail tends to do. And sometimes you just got to admit, like, no, like you just missed out and you move on. Now, granted, if your time horizon is 10 years or whatever, then sure. 242 is probably very cheap over the next 10 years. But if your time horizon is I want to sell, in the next 3-4 months, maybe it's not the best entry point. You have to pay the technicals on runs like this. Exactly. Dude, some people in the chat yesterday on the market close were being a little bit too mean to Jason, who came on the show. I don't know where that was coming from. Like, technicals is not everything about a stock, but it tells some story. And that story, whether you believe in it or not, historically, if you just look at patterns on how stocks have run, that story tends to be accurate many different times. Is it always accurate? No. But is fundamental analysis always accurate? No. Right? So technicals are just giving you a little bit of a picture of a stock that's been beat up. Again, the example I used yesterday was Bitcoin. Bitcoin, when it got to the RSI of 18, lowest since August 2023, it was at 58,300, right at that level. That was a pretty easy argument you could make of, okay, it could go lower, but the technicals are showing me that there's probably a bounce coming. You could have been wrong, but there is a bounce there. And so I think for the people that just like hate technical analysis, you have to give it a little bit of credit, especially when you look at all the different math, it's numbers, it's charts, it's empirical data that you're trying to create a story with, especially when you look at lower lows and higher highs and like really look at what's the story here. You can put together an argument for why a stock could go up or go down. And by the way, Jason did call Tesla. I mean, he told us 2 weeks ago, Tesla to 240. Literally, if you watch the episode he was on 2 weeks ago. And then yesterday when it was at 220, he says, dude, I think this is going to 240. And here we are. And he said that not because he like knows everything about Tesla. It's because he's like, look, the charts are telling me this is where the momentum is and this is where I think it can go. So I do think there is some, benefit to looking at technicals. And for me, I just love learning, dude. I love learning more shit. Like, I get so excited to learn shit. Bay Ray says Jason was spot on. Love that guy. I fell asleep watching it live, but I went back to watch. See, that's awesome. That's awesome. And so, like with wheeling, the reason I love wheeling so much is because it was exciting to learn the challenge of wheeling stocks, and put credit spreads and cash cure puts and covered calls, all that stuff. And now I can talk about it a little bit more intelligently. And so with technical analysis, my goal is to be able to talk about it in the next couple of years and not sound like like someone who has zero clue what he's saying. So that is the goal there. I like the guy, even though I'm not a short-term trader. Yeah. I even if you're not short-term, it helps give you an entry point. Like if you have no Tesla position and you're trying to figure out, should I buy a 243? I mean, you can go with your gut. You can go with Elon's optimist vision, or you can look at a ton of math, which is all the charts are. They're math. They're moving averages. They're trying to figure out what makes sense here. And you can try to make an educated decision on if this makes sense, if this doesn't make sense. And I think the math part of it definitely helps to make a decision. That's a mistake to think buying in now is chasing. It's difficult to buy now, and that's exactly why you should be buying, because it's only going to be more expensive from now. Well, that rests on the assumption that Tesla keeps running. I would argue the opposite. It was difficult to buy at 140. Dude, like everyone and their mother, including myself, was bearish on Tesla at 140. Not bearish on the company, but just bearish like, yo, it's in a downtrend. This thing's going to go to 125, et cetera, et cetera. The only people that deserve these gains right now are the people that were buying that sucker at 140 to 170. They didn't care what anyone said. And, that's kind of like me on Palantir at 21. I just did not give a shit. I slept like a baby at night. I bought my dad 500 shares, bought my sister like at least 1,000 shares because of her Roth. And I had zero concern. I was like, nope, this is fine. $21. I know this company well enough. This is a good price. If you had that conviction at Tesla at 140, 160, that's when it was hard to buy. At 240, I feel like it's a little easier to buy because everyone's chasing it. But the odds that it becomes cheap at 240, rests on if it keeps going up, and now it's up 40%. So we will see. Chris said it was going to 80. Yeah, Chris definitely did not get this one necessarily correct on Tesla. Now, granted, Chris has always been bearish on Tesla. The one Chris did get right on was fucking Enphase, dude. This stock has just been decimated badly. I mean, I still can't believe it went from 140 to 96. One of the arguments, someone DM'd me on this on Twitter yesterday. One of the arguments is, could the street be thinking Tesla's a competitor to Enphase given their energy numbers were really good? I know it's a totally different sector. I know it's not microinverters, but maybe there's kind of an argument that the street's like, well, why are we betting on Enphase when we get an ETF that includes solar panels and energy with Tesla? Why don't we just bet on Tesla? And then we get FSD and Robotax and all this shit. That could be an argument. I think the broader argument is that solar is going through a little bit of a tough time in terms of how the market's thinking of it. But this chart is nasty, dude. And then if you look at the fucking 3-year chart or the 5-year chart, I mean, again, it ran up, dude, at 65. In 2017, I had, close to 20, 30 grand because I had started my debate consulting business. I could have been buying Enphase at 65 cents. Now, granted, would I have held on? Probably not. I probably would have had the risk appetite because I was like, oh, 65 cents, that's cheap. But I just didn't know the stock market existed in 2017. But if I did, dude, and we got the sucker at at 65 cents, it ran up all the way to 340, and then it collapsed down to 73, ran back up to 140, now here at 96. So I don't know. This one is an interesting one, but solar is definitely having a little bit of an issue right now. But yeah, Chris definitely did not get the Tesla call correct. Now, granted, he's gotten a bunch of other calls, right? And so you don't get all of them. I think your job as an analyst is not get 100% of them right. But Tesla has defied expectations, not just of Chris, but of pretty much every bear that did not like Tesla going up. Gene says 2 more hours of it, might as well keep going. Should we just stream till market close? Oh my gosh. Oh boy, should we just stream till market close? Fuck. All right, fuck it. You know what we'll do? We'll put the StreamYard link in the chat. You guys are going to have to help me stream till market close. So if anyone wants to join, you can join in the StreamYard, and we'll get people's thoughts from the chat on Tesla. And anything else that you guys want to talk about, Palantir or whatever it is. Tyler says yes. Let's go. I work at 2. Dude, I don't mind. You know me. I'll do this shit. I'll stream. I love streaming. But if anyone wants to join, yeah, stay in and we'll get everyone else's thoughts. I'm going to have to take my laptop in the shower, so IDK, if I can join in. Dude, how do you not have me in the shower? Does anyone listen to me in the shower? I need to get like a shower speaker because I've started listening to podcasts in the shower because I get bored in the shower, dude. Like, dude, okay, I'm going to say something. You guys are going to hate me for this, but I'm going to admit it. I was going to tweet this the other day, but I thought it was a little bit too much. So I'm going to tell it to you guys who are in the market open. Okay. Don't hate me for this, but this is just the nature of my existence. Okay. This is what I do. Do you guys, for the guys here, do you guys pee with one hand on the thing that creates the urine and your other hand on your phone? Because I do not go to the bathroom anymore to take a piss unless I have one hand on my phone and one hand on my urinator, the word, you know what you want to call it. And it's become a thing for the past 2 years. I noticed this the other day. Like, I go and I try to use the bathroom, and I'm like, if I don't have my phone, I'm like, dude, I literally go back to my room. I get my phone and I'm scrolling Twitter while I am using the reason I'm bringing this up is because in the shower, I've gotten bored recently. So I started putting my phone on speaker, but it gets drowned out by the shower. And so I'm thinking of buying a speakerphone for the shower because now in the shower, like, I need content. Like, I constantly need content. So I'm just curious, does anyone do that, dude? It's actually very effective, dude. I literally am tweeting like with one arm. I've become an expert at this shit while I'm peeing. And for those 30 seconds, it is very effective, bro. It is not, if you haven't done it, I would recommend it. What are you looking at, the phone or where you are peeing? Well, I've gotten good enough at 26 years old to make sure I pee into the toilet. Okay. I don't fucking pee on the seat anymore. But I'm looking at my phone, dude. Like, does anyone do this? Does anyone do this? That's not healthy, my friend. Someone says yes. Arnie says you're addicted. Shout out to Arnie. Go touch grass. Sounds like a crack addict. Dude, I need my phone. I need my phones at all times. I need my phone. All right, we got some people in the chat. Let me get them on stage. We got J90. What's up, J90? You're live. You hear me?
Yeah. No.
Okay, you're live on the... Okay, he left. Okay, we're going to get the next one on stage. Ricardo, what's up? You're live. Some of these people might not know that they're live or that they're muted. Yeah, this one does it. Sometimes StreamYard also, if they're joining through your phone, StreamYard's not the best going through your phone. Okay, so if you're going to join, make sure you join through your computer. That helps the best. And also, you probably want to have your camera on. That helps as well. He got stage fright. Yeah. Yo, shout out to Iliano. When I called him, dude, I thought he would get a little bit of stage fright. I just ambushed him in front of 1,300 people, but he was okay. He wasn't bad. Anyway, the thing about the peeing, see, this is why I didn't tweet it, because of your guys' reactions. I didn't tweet it because you guys are calling me a crackhead and shit, but I legitimately think it's okay if you can multitask and scroll on Twitter while urinating. You just need one hand. S&P 550. Look at that. You just need one hand for the urinating, one hand for the phone. And so basically I realized my entire life now I'm on my phone. That's another reason I bought this charging case, because I couldn't handle not having a fucking charging case. And so I need my phone constantly at all moments. Okay, we got a couple other people backstage. Let's see if they can join. Timothy, you're live.
Yo, you hear me?
I can hear you. What's up, man?
So first of all, I want to say that I am not from the States, so my English might not be that well. So
Dude, you sound great to me.
bit.
You sound awesome. You sound awesome.
No, yeah, well, for now, but I don't know if I messed up later. So yeah.
So where are you from and how long have you been watching the streams?
Yeah, so I'm from Taiwan. I don't know if y'all probably heard Taiwan, like because of NVIDIA and just TSMC. Yeah, anyways, I'm
And
from
just
Taiwan.
China's ready to like rip you guys a new one. So yes, we've
You know what's interesting is like in Taiwan, like people don't really care about, like it's not really that serious. Like
yeah.
We're not always concerning that, you know, China is attacking us. Like we're not always worrying about that. But it's funny because like people in the States or people around the world, they tend to worry for us more than we do ourselves. So it's interesting.
So we got a bunch of people to get through. So I'll give you about a couple
Yeah.
minutes here. But what stocks are you long? Are you long Tesla, Palantir, and kind of what are your thoughts on this overall run we're seeing?
Yeah. So I am long. First of all, I'm long Amazon.
Okay.
Amazon, and I have been doing my research on ARM recently.
Okay.
And yeah, so Tesla and Palantir, of course.
Okay. I love it.
I mean, I'm just new to the market. Like, I'm just in for like a couple
How
months
old are you?
'cause I'm 18.
Oh, perfect, dude. You're 18. Well, I love it, dude. 18 again. I was not in the markets at 18. I wish I was. You're in the markets.
Thanks.
Even if you can only put in a couple $100 a month or even $100 a month, dude. Like by the time you're 25, 7 years later, which is where I'm at right now, I'm 26.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
could you imagine Tesla in 7 years? I don't think we're at 243.
Yeah.
We're in a much better situation.
And I want to say, like, you actually are a mentor to me, like kind of a mentor to me, because I watch, you know, your market live, market opening every day, and you kind of just walk me through a lot of stuff every day. So that's why
I love it.
I decided to join the membership, and yeah.
I love it. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Thank you for being here, and hope you keep
No problem.
enjoying the show. Appreciate it, bro.
No problem. Thank you, bro.
Bye. All right, let's get AV up on the stage.
Yo, what's up, man?
What's up, bro? How are you?
Good, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna take too much of your time. I'm just trying to get my 15 minutes like the hot tour girl. You know what I'm saying?
Dude,
No,
she's turning into a celebrity. She's like a legit
No, hey,
celebrity
she
now.
needs to get the bag. She needs to take the bag. No, but I just wanted to say thank you because I'm long Palantir and NVIDIA. And when I started YouTubing Palantir, the first person came up was you. And the first episode I saw of you was on a Friday where you had TJ come in. And that's how I met TJ. And first of all, TJ is a great instructor, and the way he does things is killer. So I have to give props where props is due to him and yourself, because I listen to you for the news, and then I go to him for the wheeling, because he's live now, so he might get mad at me if I don't go over. So I'm gonna be hopping over pretty quick. But it's just much love and appreciated, because that's changed a lot of stuff in my life, and then the way I'm trading as well. Other than that, man, best of luck. Congrats on your whole success that you're having. Don't forget us little guys that have been supporting you for like a week, you know. And if you ever need tips on the barbecue, I'm the barbecue guy who hits you up on Twitter and whatnot. So
what's your name again?
On my handle?
Yeah,
it's Chamu Smokehouse.
Chamu. Oh, you're Chamu. God,
Yeah,
he
yeah.
looks familiar. I was like, I know this guy. I've seen him before.
Yeah. So much love, and I appreciate everything you guys are doing, man.
Dude, I love it. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for being here. TJ is going to get a kick out of this as well, so I'll make sure.
Yeah, he is. I'm gonna tell the wife I made it. I took a screenshot when you put my stuff. I'm like, I made it. I got to get back to work, so I can't quit my job, but I made it. That's all I know.
Thank you, Chamu. I appreciate you, brother.
Take care, man. Much love.
Love you.
Yep.
Bye.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get Tyler, who is on the show. Tyler, what's up?
What's up? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Let me guess. You're like 20 years old?
Pretty close. I'm 22.
Okay, 22. There you go. What's up? How long have you been watching the stream, and where are you from?
I've been watching the stream for about 3 months now, and I'm from Wisconsin.
Wisconsin. Interesting. Are you a Bucks fan?
No, I'm a Timberwolves fan. I'm actually from Minnesota, but living in Wisconsin for school.
Okay, very cool. Very cool. All right. So what stocks are you long on, and what are you making of this kind of Tesla rally that we're seeing right now?
My biggest holding was Tesla. I held $1,200 in TSLL, and I sold probably 40% of my position today. So that
40% of the 1,200, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you have Tesla as well, or you only have exposure through TSLL?
Only TSLO, since I got a pretty small portfolio. So
got it. No, that's a smart fucking way to get exposure. You're double leveraged, and for $7-6, you know.
Yeah, I did very well with I think it's NVDX too as well.
So let me ask you this question. You are obviously new into the markets. Your portfolio is smaller than a lot of other people, so you're finding different avenues where you can make some money. This run up to you as a retail investor for Tesla, up 30% in a week, does it make any sense to you, or do you think this was going to happen? The reason you bought TSLL was because it was so depressed for so long. Do you think this is just natural for it to break out?
Yeah, I would say it's more natural, just because of the way, at least how I think Tesla reacts as a stock. It tends to go in the complete opposite direction of what people think, and everyone was saying that it was done, it was extended, it was going to go down to 150 again, but it did not do that.
Okay, there you go. Thank you, Tyler, for being on. I'm happy you're enjoying these streams, dude, and I'm so happy that people in 20, 22 years old are fucking getting into the markets, because I wish I got in that early. So this is awesome stuff, bro.
Thank you. You're a big reason why I'm in the markets right now.
I appreciate. Wait, do you have any Palantir at all?
I do. It's my second largest position under Tesla.
Okay, I love that. That's great. It's been a good year for Palantir. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Talk next time.
Thank you.
All right, we got Toby on the market open. What's up, bro?
No way. What's up, man? I didn't think
Toby,
you'd actually let me in. You know?
I've been talking to you in the comments for like 2 years now. Now we get to talk in person.
Yeah, I know. I actually sent you a DM the other day, but then I figured you've gotten so busy these days that you don't get the chance to like go through them. So I was like, oh, let me just hop on here and say hi. But basically the TLDR of that DM was just like, I guess saying thanks and like just being so incredibly proud of, I can't see you anymore.
Yeah, I'm here. You know the camera has to die out, right?
Yeah, but basically it was just like I don't know, it just kind of hit me. I think you popped up on some random guy's stream from Korea or something like that. I was like, wow, this guy's really doing a lot. But yeah, it's been crazy busy for me also the last like few months, and so I haven't been able to keep up as much. But I've been seeing you like meet Alex and Cheyenne and stuff, and honestly, it felt like I met them as well. And yeah, I haven't followed you like since I guess December or November 2021 on the whole journey. It just felt like a milestone, like a big one. So I want to say like, yeah, proper proud of you, man.
Yeah, dude, it's been an exciting journey. It's been fun, and I think one of the reasons why people like you have been kind of proud to see the development of the journey, and why I have been so happy to like have people like you in this community, is because I think it's been one of the most authentic come ups, if we want to call it a come up, that I've seen in a while. Because a lot of times when people get a little bit of fame, they start, you know, selling the course or doing something crazy like that. And I just like, I wanted this moment that we're having right now more than $1 trillion. Like this means the world to me. And so
No,
the fact that
honestly,
the fact that you and other people have been like happy to see the journey and see it evolve, and it's bringing value and entertainment and enjoyment to your life, it means the world to me. It's like it's fucking humbling. It's really, really
yeah,
humbling.
no, for real, for real. I mean, like, yeah, absolutely. In some ways, I see a lot of myself in you. I think we're only like a year apart in terms of age.
Yeah.
But like in terms of discovering the stock market and stuff, we actually have very similar stories in our portfolios, and like also getting into like options trading. I got into options just like slightly before you did, so I don't want to feel like I'm copying you. But yeah, I've been like selling covered calls. I've been basically messing with options and whatnot, and it felt like we've had like similar come up and stuff like that. So I've kind of related to you in that sense. And then yeah, just the coverage that you've given on Palantir has been like so invaluable, because I've got a busy life out here as well, so I don't have a lot of time to be able to do this like 24/7. So being able to hop on your streams and catch up with them later on and still keep up to date with everything that's going on really like helps my conviction. So yeah, I really appreciate that, man. Thank you.
Yeah, it means a lot, dude. I remember you messaged me in those early 2021 videos that was coming out, and you were like, yo, I like Palantir as well. I like some of the content. And since then, we've just kept up together. Are you in the, I might be getting this wrong, but are you in the military or no?
No. I actually work in pharmaceuticals.
Okay.
But yeah.
And you're not in the States, right?
No. I'm out in Switzerland at the moment.
So you must have got a kick when I had a little mishap with the Swiss bank thing. Okay.
All the time, man, all the time. But yeah, I work in pharmaceuticals, and actually my job means I really do see a lot of the advantages the Palantir could bring to like healthcare, and then also biopharmaceutical production and stuff. I won't say too much because I'm not allowed. I'm not too sure how much I can say, but basically that was actually one of the bigger reasons why like it really fueled my conviction, because I was like, wow, there's a lot of stuff that I do on a day-to-day basis that this would really help, and it could really drive a lot of savings. But yeah, like
and Palantir your number one position?
It is, yeah.
Wow.
And I mean, I started buying around the 20s like you, but then I rode all the way to the bottom, man, like all the way to $6. I was still buying there, so I managed to get my average, I think, close to about 10. So
wow,
or so yeah.
Not bad, man.
And now, yeah, it's done pretty well. Like, can't complain, but still holding strong. Hopefully, it's still got a lot more to run. But yeah, we'll see how it goes.
I love it. Thank you, Toby, dude. Absolutely means the world. Please send me another DM, and I'll get back to you. And
sure thing, man. You take care of yourself. All right.
I appreciate it, bro. Thank you so much for being here for the past couple of years. It means a lot.
Bye.
Okay, we've got Tired Gang.
What's up? How you doing, brother?
I see the Palantir hat. You got the hat.
Yes, sir. You know, had to scoop one the day they dropped them, and honestly, when it came in the mail, I was super stoked at how high quality the product was. So not only high quality tech, but high quality merch too. So
I'm gonna clip that and send that to Iliano, because he's gonna love that you said it's high quality. Okay, so your name is Tired Gang. Are you tired at all of Tesla's run up right now?
No, I actually have a Tesla position I'm very happy with. I bought I actually hadn't owned any Tesla until this year, and I bought in around like the 150 mark. So I'm pretty stoked at what it's doing. So
what intuition did you have at 150 to be like, you know what, this is a good deal?
Honestly, I was just kind of like watching videos of people looking at the historic like trends of the stock, and I thought to myself that it probably wasn't the bottom, but that it probably wouldn't go as low as a lot of people thought it would, down into the 80s, and
Right.
that I might as well just take the risk and buy it now. And if it drops another, 50, $60, then I'll just keep buying in. But, shortly after that, it just kept climbing. So honestly, I think a lot of it was luck, and just kind of paying attention on the day-to-day side, which, that's one of the reasons why I think, stuff like this, with like just like daily market opens and stuff, is important. People like me who are working right now can kind of keep up to date with what's going on in the market while also getting their shit done. So
yeah. So you work from home basically.
Yeah, I work from home probably like 4 or 5 days a week, and then if
Okay,
I have to go in on a Saturday, then I do. But
And where are you watching from, if you want to disclose, and how long have you been watching the stream?
I've been watching since like late 2022, mid to late 2022. And I work, I'll just say in the Midwest, keep it a little safe. So
Very cool. Okay, cool. So that's really dope. Yeah, I think a lot of people get value from the streams as well, just for the information, even if they're not like staring at it, if it's just in the background.
Yeah.
And hopefully that's beneficial for them. Do you have Palantir as well?
Oh yeah. It's definitely my biggest position.
Okay, what is your bull case on Palantir? Why is it number one in your portfolio?
Well, I started buying it at IPO because I saw what they were doing with the military. And I knew that the military, with the large data sets that the military has, it's only a matter of time before Palantir really is able to like weasel their way in and create like a long lasting like relationship with Palantir. So that was like really the foundation of my bull case. It still is. I think that there's a ton of room to grow, especially in the government side for Palantir. And then, I work in finance, and I see a lot of what they're doing with the healthcare sector. I see a lot of what they're able to do with like the logistics side. And just for the company that I work with, we're a pretty big financial institution, and I see what we use to manage our data compared to Palantir, and it's terrible. I mean, we don't have the ability to really use the data sets in a way that would be as advantageous as if we were using Palantir.
As someone that works in a company that has a ton of data, structured, unstructured data, you're realizing a tool like Palantir theoretically could propel the efficiencies of the enterprise.
Yeah, actually, I've been pitching and meeting with people higher and higher up the food chain at our company to utilize Palantir. And I've got a meeting with our CTO in the next couple of weeks, hopefully, scheduling permitting, to pitch them on using Palantir software compared to what we're using now. So I'm incredibly bullish on Palantir's future, even just in the company that I work for. It wouldn't be a game changer for the stock, I don't think, but it would definitely be a game changer for our company. We would be able to save, I would say, probably millions, if not tens of millions. And I think that if we have the use case for that, like in small companies like Kaz Investments has the use case for it, then I think there's a long runway for the growth potential of Palantir.
Yeah. A lot of people forgot about that Kaz Investments deal. That is a big one. 100%. Agreed. All right, Tired Gang, thank you for hopping on, dude. I really appreciate you watching the streams and tuning in. I appreciate everyone that's here, dude. It's really humbling. It means the world. And I just love entertaining and providing good value, and hopefully you get some laughs while you're working your 9 to 5.
Yeah. Yeah. It's definitely more fun to watch than what is it, CNBC or any of these other like Bloomberg TV. It's got a little more life to it. So I appreciate it. And yeah, thank you for your time, man. I appreciate it. Hope you have a good one.
Thank you, man. See you later.
Peace.
Bye-bye. All right, we got Gene on the show. Gene, what's up?
Yo, what's up, Amit?
What's up, Gene? You're the same Gene in the comments, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, what's up, bro? How you been?
I'm good. I'm always trying to help out in the chat. I talked to you on Twitter. I sent you some stuff. I just want to say appreciate it, man. I remember I told you that I was originally in C3 AI late 2022, and after watching your videos on Palantir, because I don't know why they were competing back then, but it was always like Palantir or C3 AI. And I ended up, after watching your videos, I ended up dumping all my C3 AI shares and going with Palantir. And that was one of the greatest things I ever done.
I love it. No, that's awesome. That makes a lot of sense. You've been watching for like a couple of years now, I think, right?
Yeah, like 2 years maybe.
Yeah, you're like one of the most. I don't know why I haven't made you a mod if you're not a mod in the chat, but you're like so helpful and deep with the DMs and like breaking news and shit. It's like it really helps a lot, dude, because it's like a one-man show. Oh, this is awesome. So what are your top 3 stocks in your portfolio?
Palantir number 1, Tesla number 2, and CrowdStrike.
Okay, I love it. So Palantir number 1, we get the story on that. Tesla, do you think this run makes sense or it's a little bit too much FOMO?
The thing about Tesla, like when it runs up, it goes up pretty fast, and when it goes down pretty fast based off the technicals. When you look at it, I'm not Jason or anything, but I do some technicals. I learned the strat from this guy named Rob Smith. If you guys ever want to check it out, it really teaches you a lot about candlesticks. But I have a friend that works for Tesla charging stations, and he actually got let go, but then brought back. You know, when Tesla, just like when Elon fired a whole bunch of people from the charging stations, he got let go and came back. And let me just tell you, there's something he told me last week that I can't really disclose that his manager told him, but Tesla is making another consumer product. And it's going to be crazy.
Well, I think the robotaxi is the consumer product, right?
Something that's not a vehicle, Amit. Let's just say that.
Well, I mean, we know
Elon's
the rumors of the Tesla phone are out there. Maybe, who knows?
Something like that. Yeah, I can't really say, but when he told me that, I was like, "Are you serious?" He was like, "Bro, I was just."
Well, dude, maybe that's the fucking reason this thing is running, dude. Because fucking like, maybe maybe someone knows something.
Right. Someone knows something, right? All the time.
All right, I love it. And then CrowdStrike. What's your reason? That's the third.
I got into CrowdStrike at the beginning of 2023. I got in around like 110, and I dumped a whole bunch of things in there because I just know, like, in that space, in the security space, that people are going to need more coverage when it comes to protecting their data and stuff like that. So when I was looking between CrowdStrike and PanW, I just ended up picking CrowdStrike, and they eventually became the leader. So I was happy with those results.
Okay, I love it. And you're not in the States either, are you, Gene?
I am. I spent 3 years playing ball in Europe.
Ball like football?
No, American football. So
American football in Europe?
Yes, I went to school at Stony Brook. After I graduated from there, started working for a little bit, but then I had the urge to continue playing ball for a while. So I went to Europe. I played in the European League of Football, still going on right now. Pretty unique football they got going on there. There's about 16 teams, a team in Paris, a team in Barcelona, a team in Germany, a couple teams in Germany. That's why I told you. I was like, bro, I've been to Germany. Yes, European League of Football.
Dude, I didn't know the Europeans know how to play football like American, like guns and Second Amendment type of football. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah. I played for the Milan team. I played for the team in Hamburg. That's why I was like, yeah, bro, that's all they eat over there. Fucking
hamburgers. Wait, so hold on. Did this pay a decent amount, or was this scholarship or something?
Decent amount. It's not gonna bring the bread home, but my dad always told me follow my passion, so I did that for a while. But while I was over there, they pay for your living, they give you a car, things of that nature. So I was able to save a lot of money and invest while I was over there. So that's what I was doing for 3 years. But now I'm back home. Sorry I can't share my screen. I'm working remote, and I'm I'm actually on a Zoom call right now, but
No worries. What year did you go to Stony Brook? Because I know Chris and Vitaly also went to Stony Brook.
I know. I went to Bryant University in Rhode Island for 4 years, and then I transferred to Stony Brook my senior my senior year. For that was 2019.
Okay, gotcha. And so when did you graduate?
2019.
Oh, 2019. Okay, perfect. So now you're back from playing football, and now you're like doing corporate stuff.
Yeah, I work for a software company, and we do requirements management, and we partner with a ton of companies like NVIDIA, AMD, Tesla, all these different companies. So the requirement standpoint, like when companies are building products, like I work on the medical side. When companies are building products and they want to make sure that it's safe for customers, they have to go through a whole bunch of FDA approval and things like that. And our software is basically just to get people off of document-based systems and make them use our software so they can be more collaborative and things of that nature. So that's what I do. I work on the marketing side, so I get to see a lot of different companies and hear a lot of things before they come out. So
I love it, dude. That's so awesome. I appreciate you being in the chat so much and just keeping up with the content. Again, dude, it means the entire world. And I love that you played football in Europe. I did not know that. That's great.
For sure, man. Thanks for everything you do. I love everyone in the chat. I'm beneficial. I see you, my boy. Yeah, it's great being here. Continue to do what you do, man. We're following it.
Thank you, man. Thank you. See you next time.
All right.
Bye. I'm beneficial. We got to get you up here, bro. We got to get you up here as well. All right. New sub today. What's up?
Hey, what's up, Amit? How's it going?
It's going well. Did you actually subscribe today?
I did actually subscribe today. I've been a lurker for a long time, and dude, I can't believe I'm on. I figured, I'm new. He's not gonna put me on. I'm brand new.
No, but first of all, I love the fucking balls to be like, I met this guy, a couple weeks ago, subscribed, and I'm gonna join his live stream today. Like, I just love that fucking courage. So that's awesome. Thanks for
Nice. Good to see you.
So how did you find the streams?
Oh, just YouTubing like a madman for 5 years, man. It's been a journey, Started out, paying for courses and all that craziness. I'm sure lots of the subscribers have been through that whole deal, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, man, all the information is out there. You just got to look for it. And, eventually the cream kind of flows to the top, and you're just one of the guys I'm on like every day. I trade for a living. It's phenomenal.
Oh, wow. You trade for a living. Okay. So the stock market is like your life. You're like a day trader.
Yeah. I mean, I would say more of a swing trader. I used to day trade a bit. I feel like my odds are better swinging. And then, of course, I invest as well. So, hanging on to a big fat bag of Tesla and Palantir. And yeah, was playing a lot with MicroStrategy, but something happened recently. And I don't know what's happening, but MicroStrategy is not doing what it used to do. So I got out of there.
Well, Bitcoin started shitting the bed. That's why. And, MicroStrategy trades at a nice alpha. Wow. It's down 2% today. Okay.
Yeah.
So Tesla and Palantir, the Tesla run, does it make sense to you? What's happening?
So I don't know. I think that, I don't think people, I'm not buying Tesla because of, how many cars are they going to make, right? I'm in Tesla because if robotaxi, energy storage, Optimus, if any of these things really happen for Tesla, I think that's all, like even just one of them, I think that's all we need. I mean, I think valuation of Tesla can be double what it is today based on, good success in really any one of those areas, in particular Optimus.
Right.
And so like, get in early before, everybody else figures it out. If I can share some happiness, I bought leap options on Tesla at $141.
Wow.
For December 26th expiration. So that's 45.55% right now. So yeah, I'm super stoked about it. And I think we're going way, way higher. Of course, it's going to be up and down. Tesla's like that. But yeah, I'm sure we're going to be, bouncing up and down all the way. And I think we'll be at least double a year and a half from now, maybe a couple of years. I don't know.
I mean, Dan Ives basically agrees with you. He thinks we're closer to 400 as well. So you've been in Tesla for a while then, for the past couple of years, basically.
Started Tesla actually. I was in Tesla when it looked like we were going to get another run, and then Tesla tanked for a couple of months. This was late last year, early this year. And I was like, wow, we're gonna take a big leg down. So I got out, I took a small loss, and I just kind of waited. And we hit I don't know, what did we hit? 138, 139, 140, I forget. And I was just like, man, this is crazy. So
You got in.
Yeah, I bought a leap there. And then as we started pumping, I just kept scaling in. I think my average is 172 on most of my stuff, is around like 170.
And you feel no desire to sell and take profits right now.
No, man, I'm not day trading Tesla. I'm just
I
hanging
love
on to
it.
the bag. I'm hanging on to the bag. That's all that's happening. I'm regretting not buying more, even though it's
Dude,
I think-
either retail is going to sound stupid saying, nope, I'm going all the way, or we're going to sound like geniuses when this thing pumps to 280.
So that's how the game works, I guess. Yeah.
I love it. All right. Well, what is your actual name, new sub today, if you want to disclose?
Yeah, no, my birth name is Attila, Attila, like Attila.
Hold on. Attila?
Attila. Uh-huh.
What is that, like German or Swedish, or what is that?
No, it's my mom's. I grew up in Denmark, so my mom's from Denmark. My father is from Cyprus, the Turkish side of Cyprus in the Mediterranean. And down there, Attila is a pretty normal name, also in places like Hungary, I guess. But honestly, growing up in Denmark, I was one of two people in the whole country with that name.
Huh.
So yeah.
So I don't like Denmark because I lost to Denmark in the finals. I don't know if you know the story. When I was on the USA debate team, it was a 3-2 decision. It was a 3-2 decision. We had 5 judges. 3 of them, for some stupid reason, voted for Team Denmark, even though we crushed them. And so I've always had beef with Denmark, like my entire life. I could have been a world champion in debate. A world, not a domestic, a world champion. I lost in finals on a 3-2 to fucking Denmark. So
wow.
You guys got
Wow.
that,
I didn't know you went that far with that. I knew you were a debater, but I didn't know you went that far. That's really amazing.
We went that far. And then after the debate, there was like 1,000 people in the audience. They all came up to us in the hotel. This was in Slovenia. And they all said, you got screwed. And I think, honestly, it was because Trump was gaining a lot of momentum. And the Europeans just hated Trump. And they kind of associated America with Trump. And I think they kind of just wanted to send us a message. But that's awesome, bro. Thank you for joining. Thank you for subscribing. Means the world. And hopefully you get a lot of good value over the coming weeks.
Thanks on me. Thanks to everybody in the chat. Love the channel. See ya.
See you, man. Thank you. All right, we got Low Watt. What's up?
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Are you the same person I've been? Oh, yep, you're the same guy.
The same
Look at
guy.
that. Well, hold on, put it up again. Let everyone see that. Look at that. Is that real gold or that's just the regular card?
That's just the regular one. I just happened to get it super early somehow.
Well, you got picked, dude. You were the lucky one. They picked you.
I have no idea. I signed up for it and I got it super quick. I've been using it on everything.
So Low Watt, for those that don't know, he messaged me on Twitter when he got the card and he was showing it off, and I was happy the card started rolling out. What are your thoughts? I don't know if you own Robinhood stock, but what are your thoughts on the company overall?
Well, I think they're doing great things. The future of the company is going to be amazing. You can tell by the way that they're just engaging with us. I mean, look, just the card, for instance. And it's just, I think they're on a road and a path that's going to take them above and beyond a lot of other places. It's going to be, to be honest, most of the people I talk to that don't even really know about investing don't really know what Robinhood is.
Yeah.
So if they can, and for what they're doing now, if they become a household name, it's going to be amazing.
I love it. I love it. So when did you discover the streams, and when did you kind of get into the broader stock market as well?
I've been listening to you probably for about 7 months, 6 months, maybe 6, 7 months. I originally, about 4 years ago, I started getting into cryptocurrency.
Okay.
And I started with Ethereum, and I made about $4,000 my first year in Ethereum.
Okay.
Then I got out of that. I switched jobs. Now I work at a baseball field. I take care of 10 fields. That's basically what I do all day. So I get to play around with sports and stuff all day long outside, but it's in Florida, unfortunately. So it's hot. And then I got out of crypto after I made the 4,000. I got out of everything. It was around when Elon went on Saturday Night Live. That's about when I got out.
Dogecoin, right?
Yeah, I made a couple hundred on Dogecoin, got out. as it started dropping that day he went on. And then I didn't get in. And then about 2 years later, I started dabbling with stocks, and I didn't really focus on it a lot until basically I started listening to you.
So now you kind of pay attention every single day to the markets, what's going on.
Yeah,
all that
yeah.
stuff.
Mainly what I listen to is you and a few other guys that doesn't really matter, but mainly you. I've been focusing on NVIDIA. That's what I have the most in. Tesla, Palantir. I just finally got 100 shares in Palantir, which is a big thing for me.
I love it. I love it.
And then
you were telling me you were telling me your daughter is starting to get into the markets as well.
Yeah, she's 9 years old.
See, dude, that's the crazy. Like, you're like what, 40? You're in your mid 40s.
I just turned 50.
Okay, so you're in your 50s. Your daughter's 9. Like, by the time she's 18, 10 years from now, when she, given everything you're learning and you give it to her, I mean, dude, like, I feel like when I have kids, that's the number one thing they have to learn is understand the markets.
Well, I have 5 children. I have 3 older ones, and I got remarried and had 2 young. I have 2 young ones now. Basically, what I did is I took them in the pantry, and I said, okay, what do you like to eat in here? And a lot of stuff was craft because they're little kids.
Yeah.
So I said, okay, let's put some money in this. Let's put some money in that. I said, you like McDonald's? Let's put some money in McDonald's. And that's how I did it. I had like a whole share for each of them. And then I started talking about Palantir. They still don't get that. Hood, they love seeing looking at Robin Hood every day with me. I got the card. They think that's amazing. Yeah, they don't care about NVIDIA that much, obviously. Tesla, they like seeing the cars. We have Cybertrucks down here quite a bit down here.
But where are you at? You're in Cali?
I'm in Florida.
You're in Florida. Yeah, dude, it is so important. I feel like the older I get, the more, because again, my parents didn't have the sort of financial literacy of the stock market. And and it's tough, right? And you can't blame those generations. My parents were busy fucking immigrating from India to try to set up a life here. So I think it's up to subsequent generations to figure this shit out. I think this is a path to freedom. It's one path. There's real estate. There's other things. It's one of the paths I think you don't need a ton of capital to get started in to understand. And it can expand and compound very aggressively. And so I'm happy that you're enjoying the streams every day and that your daughter is going to benefit from all this in like 10 years.
Oh yeah, she loves it. Every time everything goes up, she's happy. When it goes down, just like the rest of us.
That's like my dad. There you go. She's like my dad.
The natural. That's how it feels. That's how it feels to invest. You just gotta deal with it. So yeah.
That's awesome. Thank you, sir, for joining. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, buddy.
For watching.
Seriously. Thank you very much.
I love it. Talk later.
All right.
Bye.
See you.
We got Jack.
No way, man. This is wild. This is
Jack.
cool.
Jack, are you the same Jack from Twitter?
I don't know, man. I got a small Twitter. It's John Brackett Jack.
No, you're not the same Jack. Okay, there's a
Yeah,
different Jack.
I don't know. You've never seen it, but I'm sure you got a lot of people messaging you and whatnot. But
So first of all, before we get started, Jack's your real name, right?
no, my real name's John, but I go by Jack. It's like a
wait, hold on. Why do you go by Jack if your name is John?
it's like a family thing. But like JFK went by Jack. Like John and Jack is kind of like a
JFK went by Jack?
yeah. Same with John Bogle, the thing created the Vanguard. He went by Jack too. So it's like a nickname that confuses a lot of people though.
The reason I ask is because Jack is one of those names. Like it's like an iconic name. Like I was gonna ask, how do you feel when people say, "What's up, Jack"?
I like the name, man. I think it's cool.
Like I like that name too. Imagine my name was Jack Kukraja.
I've heard you say that before. I feel like on your stream where you're like, someone in the chat was like named Jack, and you're like, that's a cool name. I was like, fuck yeah.
It's dope. And then you put the son on it. You could probably name your son that one day, Jackson. Jackson just sounds like a billionaire to me. If your name is Jackson, you're a billionaire. Like it's that simple.
That's the
thank you for watching, man. How long have you been watching, and when did you find the streams?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe I don't know how long you've been on YouTube, but like maybe 2021, 2022. It's been a while. I watch you almost every morning while I'm, making my coffee. Sometimes I listen to you on, in the shower. I try to hear it. I don't have a loudspeaker or anything, but yeah, I'm always kind of tuning in, and yeah, just because I'm super, focused on Palantir. Like that's why I found you on YouTube. Just I watched almost every Alex Carp video, and then in the YouTube algorithm or whatever, in the recommended videos, yours would be there. So I'd say, oh, what's this guy talking about Palantir? And yeah, it's been cool just because nobody wants to talk to me about Palantir in my life. You're like my like connection to Palantir. Like it's crazy, man. Like it's cool to like see that. And then on Twitter, like or X or whatever, like there's a big kind of following there, and it's kind of nice to have that validation almost, because I feel like I've been going crazy for years watching all these videos. I knew about them before the IPO. I saw some TechCrunch article one day when I was working, and I was like, oh shit, this sounds
How old are you?
I'm 28. I'm 95.
Okay, I'm 97. So when did you start investing in Palantir?
IPO. Day of the IPO I bought.
So you didn't really understand the company by then, but you were interested. And then over the years, it must have been crazy for you to see this big ass community kind of form over the stock, right?
Yeah, it's been cool to kind of be part of it, even though I'm not like in the content side of it, but like owning it and being like, Drunken Miller said, he's never been more proud to own a company. Same,
Right.
like the philosophical, and I love that you talk about philosophical stuff, and like, cause that's me too. The fact that Palantir is kind of like this philosophical company, Alex Carp speaks his mind. It's awesome, man. Like it's.
So what is the best thing you like about Palantir? Is it the philosophy? Is it the Western values?
First of all, yes, that, but then the tech side too. Like, so I'm a software developer. My C++ prof always talked about tech that starts in military is real tech, like GPS and like the Navy, all this stuff that's like we used to X-rays, like all that stuff that we used to say that we take for granted. All of that started military, and then it became consumer. And then Palantir started talking about the same stuff. Everything's military, and then becomes consumer. I'm like, yes, like I totally agree with that. And then you go to like my C++ prof always compare Microsoft to Apple. Hated Apple, loved Microsoft. Then it's like, okay, operating system. Well, you think about Microsoft back in the 80s and 90s, like they're not, we think about them today. They're every enterprise, basically everyone runs off Windows and has the Microsoft suite and whatever. But like, what if right now is the 80s, 90s of the Microsoft, and in 20, 30 years, Palantir is like this massive operating system that is just ingrained in military, in hospitals, in like everything, literally everything could potentially, and that's what kind of my whole thesis is. It's this philosophical of the tech kind of combining in this amazing entity. Like it's super cool.
Dude, I agree. And that's why I've been able to make 2,000 videos on the company. And I can make a video every single day because there is so much to dissect. Like if you're a content creator, you need a subject. And Palantir is one of the most interesting, exquisite subjects on the planet. There's the philosophy side. There's the Western value side, which is a $100 billion market, including the U.S. government and the NATO side of the business. And then you got the actual tech side, as you're talking about. Military tech leads its way into commercial tech. And I know, some people in the chat might think he's crazy. Microsoft, Palantir is not going to replace Microsoft. I don't even think it's about replacing. I think it's about, if Palantir is an operating system for an enterprise, Microsoft's not going anywhere because they have too much cash. They're going to be there, but they're worth $3 trillion. Palantir's at $50 billion.
Exactly.
And so in the next 10 years, do you think Microsoft's going to 20 trillion or do you think Palantir is going to 500 billion? It's just kind of obvious what one is more likely to happen. And if it's about money and it's about operating system for healthcare, for energy, for defense, for supply chain, for maybe space,
Exactly. And it's not even like you could have Microsoft, and I don't know if Palantir replaces. That's not. I just think companies are going to need it. They're going to need it. I in my work, I want it. I need it. It's not in our company.
And you work at a tech company.
I work in an insurance company in the development automation space.
So you're a software developer for the insurance company.
Yeah.
Okay, so outside of Palantir, which I'm assuming is number 1 in the portfolio, what's number 2?
Palantir.
What's number 3?
Palantir. It's all
what's
Palantir.
Number 4?
Like I in my own kind of individual stock account, it's all Palantir.
I love it.
I own a tiny bit of Bitcoin and like Coinbase, and then I have like another, company plan for retirement and all that stuff. But like individual stock wise, just Palantir.
Dude, that's.
And I want to buy more. I just want to keep loading up.
I was about to ring the bell. I think we should ring the bell for that. All in on Palantir. There we go.
Yeah, sure.
Dude, that's awesome. So, and your conviction only deepens and deepens. Well, what's the bear case? What do you think gets you to be like, man, I'm out of Palantir?
I mean, I don't know. Again, I've never been more proud. Like, again, I've been investing maybe 6 or 7 years. I've been investing, and I read this book once that said if the company doesn't pay a dividend, you're essentially giving your cash to the CEO, and you're saying, "I trust you with this capital."
He's right. That's totally right.
Maybe the bear case is Alex Karp isn't leading the company anymore. But then again, it's like, well, who's going to be the next CEO? I trust them to put somebody super sharp in charge of that company. They just seem like such a unique company. And then all of the stuff you've been talking about for, all talking to the employees at AIPCon. And honestly, that was sick seeing you lead that, the keynote or whatever, your little halftime show thing and meeting Karp. Like, honestly, man, I saw that and I showed my wife. I was like, because she kind of knows I watch your videos too, and I was like, this is wild. Like this guy that started making YouTube videos on Twitter, and he's like at Palantir like events. It's like super cool. And then again, maybe this is I have blinders on. I don't have a bear case, but like, I don't know. I think tech is. I just don't see how this doesn't just keep going up. Honestly, like, and that's I could have blinders on, and maybe that's like to my own detriment, but I don't know.
I think there's a couple things there. Number one, there's like I think 4,000 stocks on the stock market, like public companies. There's like maybe 40 to 50 really good companies, like really exceptional companies that also have like a growth built in, right? Because if you buy Google, great company, but at 2 trillion, like how much more growth can you really get? And maybe you can get a lot, but at under 100 billion, at 50 billion for Palantir, maybe a little overvalued given the growth is not fully there yet. If you're thinking about the next 10 years, I agree with you. I think it has a trajectory upwards because it's an exceptional company with exceptional leadership. And when I met Karp, again, dude, it was me meeting someone who is no different from how he acts on stage. His aura, his personality, the way he walked around the room. I mean, people would light up when they see him walk by. He was talking to me, and there was this girl who was finishing up her senior year at Stanford, and she was or her junior year, she was ready to go into her senior year. And Karp said, "Excuse me, I have to go do an informal interview with this girl to convince her to drop out of the woke thin religion that she's involved in Stanford in order to make her join my company because she's like an A+ engineer." And when the girl came back, she said, "I don't know if I'm going to drop out, but he really is making me think about it." And she had a 5-minute conversation, dude. I mean, it's just the type of leadership and the type of exceptionalism. And a guy, he doesn't have a wife and kids. He eats, sleeps, and breathes Palantir. That's it. That's all the fuck he does, and that's what he's done for 20 years. I think at least you give him a chance to build a world-class company.
100%. He's the most unique, kind of inspiring person in business, other than maybe like Elon Musk, that I've kind of seen. And it's, again, that just makes me super proud to own this company, and that I trust that they know what to do, building new products, treating their employees. You were talking about how they like all the employees are obsessed with this company and the different people. Like they're just, and again, that makes me trust the company more if I'm going to give them my money. That like not only the CEO but Sham and all these people like just seem super dialed in, super smart. And like I like that the fact that they're on Twitter, like Chad and all these people are like putting more demos out. Like I love that. Like
there's a new demo coming soon. Chad's working on it today. It's going to be a good one. It'll be a good one.
Nice. Yeah, I don't know. I have a 30-year basically timeline. If anything, I'm just gonna hold this thing, man. Like I might,
You're up a decent amount on it, I imagine. You've made money.
Yeah, it's up about 80. My average is about $17. Like,
okay,
I bought it at $9 when it like IPO'd, and then when it was a meme stock. Call out your buddy Chris Patel. It's not a meme stock. It's not all that stuff, man. It's going to be powering the industrial base of America, the West. Like it already does. So like, I don't know how it's a meme stock. That's just insane.
I agree.
yeah, I don't know. I've been just buying it the whole time. The only time I sold was it was like 37 or 39 when it was a meme stock. During that whole time, I just sold a bit, but then I kind of regretted it. I was like, why did I? Now more. And then I went to like 21, 22, and I was like loading up, and then it went all the way down to 6, and I was like, holy crap! And every day my wife was like, do you still own Palantir? Do you still own Palantir? And I'm like, I sure do.
And that's the last thing I'll say on this. I think Palantir winning is a success for retail because, again, all of us believed when Wall Street didn't. And so it's just fun. Same thing with Tesla, dude. Everyone believed in Tesla when Wall Street didn't. And it's just nice to see the little guy know a little bit more than the big guys because they have a little bit more creativity and they can trust the person. We're trusting Karp. Tesla shareholders trusted Elon. And if Karp's going to be a generational CEO like Elon, then we're going to make a lot of money.
100%. Yeah. Yeah.
I love it. And it's going to have a lot of impact on the world. It's actually going to make the world better, in my opinion. Awesome stuff, Jack. Thank you for joining. Talk to you later.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much for having me on here. This has been cool.
Yep. And thank you for keeping up with the content. See you later.
Yeah. Will do. Peace, man.
All right. We got one more before I get June on. Let's see if Victor's still here. Victor, what's up?
Hey, hello.
What's up, man?
Hello, I'm live. Hello. Amazing. Hey, pleasure talking to you, Amit.
Pleasure talking to you. Where are you calling from and how long have you been watching the streams?
Man, I am from Spain, and I think I've been listening to you at least more than a year now. Yeah, a year and a half, I think. That's so cool.
Okay, I love it. So,
yeah.
What are your top 3 positions in your portfolio?
Oh man, I'm not trolling. Usually I use the chat box, and I'm not trolling. Of course, I am 75% of my portfolio on Palantir.
Okay.
Of course. I have a 15% in SoFi.
Okay.
Okay, and I think 10% Fubo TV.
Fubo. Okay, so you're
Fubo,
SoFi,
yes.
Fubo, Palantir.
Yes.
Okay, I love it.
Yes,
and
yes.
How long have you been investing?
I started during the COVID. During COVID, I saw. Well, we all did. I saw a huge drop, and I was really shocked. And I thought, man, it's impossible that all companies go to hell. And actually, I put my eyes on the Spanish banks, and I went all in, and I made quite a few money. I got dividends, and then I started to think, well, I think it's time to go to the real market, America, Wall Street. So I started to informing and seeing the good opportunities, and I started with Amazon at $80. I had Tesla at $90. I was
bought
a
the dip.
bull.
That's
Yeah,
what you did.
yeah,
You bought the dip.
yes, yes.
All right.
But I took, I made bad decisions, because at that time I wanted to go almost all in Palantir, and I sold Nvidia. I was a real bull on Nvidia. It dropped really hard when the Ukrainian war started. It dropped really hard. My first bots on Nvidia were at $230, and it dropped dramatically. And I was a real bull. I didn't care. And then I found out about Palantir, and when Nvidia started to go up and up and up, I sold with some profit, and I went all in Palantir.
I love it, dude.
Almost all in, almost. And I find you because of Palantir.
I
was watching TKCW videos. They were really complex videos about Palantir, because I think he usually makes really nice videos, but he went really deep, and I was like, well, I don't quite understand that. So I started to look on YouTube, some more people, more thoughts about Palantir, more, not that deep, because sometimes we think life is too complex. We don't need to understand everything 100%. It's impossible. So I found out your channel.
And then you stayed for the humor, obviously.
Of course. Actually, I tried to make some jokes, but man, yours are much better than mine.
Dude, I love it. Thank you. It's humbling every time someone calls in from a different country, like Barcelona. It's like I've never been to Spain.
Yes.
But one
Yes.
day when I come,
Actually,
I'm gonna hit you up,
yes.
and we're gonna.
Yeah.
do it.
Ether Square is from Barcelona.
That's right. He is.
Yeah,
from Barcelona.
and Antonio Linares is also from Spain. I'm not sure where he's from, but I know he's Spanish because I've interacted with him in Twitter and also with Ether Square. A big shout out to Ether. He's a really nice guy.
Okay.
And Arnie, obviously, Arnie from Italy. Really nice guy, a big reference for all of us in the community. I also wanted to say a big shout out to Vince. Vince was bullish because when I sold my Tesla position, he sold it too. We got scared in November last year. On November, when Tesla started to drop, I said, "Whoa, I need to make some profits here," and I got out. Now I want to congratulate all the Tesla holders. Elon Musk is a killer. I love that company, but I don't have more cash to put in. You know.
I love it. Let me ask you one last question, Victor, for 30 seconds. Then we have a couple special guests that I'm going to get on stage.
Sure.
Spain is in Europe, if I'm not getting the geography wrong.
Yes.
Does Spain hate Elon, or do people in Spain love Elon?
Spain hates Elon. We have a very, very bad woke culture here too, and they hate Elon. And actually, it's just something ideological.
I think so.
I love Elon. I mean,
yeah. Arnie said the same thing to me as well in Italy, so it makes sense. Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Thank you, Victor. It means so much. Thank you so much for watching, dude.
Thank you, Amit. A big hug from Spain.
Big hug back. Thank you, bro. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, guys. We got two special guests that are coming on. Inbound says, breaking news, Hawk 2 a girl to launch OnlyFans. Someone send me the link. Let me do some DD to make sure that's the case. We got two people. First off, we got June. Hello, June.
Hello.
You're not going to be alone because your buddy just joined, my buddy as well, Christopher Patel.
What's going on, guys?
So we got a Tesla bull, which is June, and we got I would call him a Tesla bear, who's not been the most bullish on Tesla. And so we'll just turn this into debate right now. I'm just kidding. But what's up, June? What's up, Chris? Chris, before we get into it, June, I just want to give first of all, happy belated to you. Your birthday was a couple of days ago.
Well, thank you.
Did you enjoy that birthday?
I had so much fun. I spent so much time in the ocean and went looking for little creatures and shells and went to, what is it? I forgot it. It's the Everglades or not. It's a swamp I got it close to alligators and everything like that. It was a lot of fun.
And are you happy to just be who you are and your life? Obviously, I know you've gone through some stuff in your life, but you're here, you're doing your shit, you're investing, you're part of this community. Like, how do you feel about life as you get here?
Life, that's a big question. I'm optimistic. I was going to ask you a question, Amit.
Yes.
I know that we had a meetup last year.
We did.
And it was the now defunct Finance Junkies. And I think we should continue the tradition and do this another time and another time and another time. And I was just going to throw that out there to you because I think we have a bunch of neat people in the community that would really like an opportunity to actually meet face to face. We had a great time in Vegas, and I think there's a lot of people I know that couldn't make it last year that would like to go again. So I was just going to throw
It sounds
that.
like you really want to go back to Vegas again. You need a little excuse. I love it.
I did win quite a bit in Vegas.
I asked June, what's the meaning of life? She's like, well, Vegas. So when are we going back to Vegas?
But yeah, we could do it a different place or anything like that. But yeah, just to have opportunities to meet people in our community.
Chris, what do you think? We got to do another meetup?
Yeah, why not? But let's do a cruise. You know,
motherfucker. All he does is pump his fucking.
I got to Carnival.
Chris, our money going to Carnival is not going to pump this thing. So
I don't know, bro. You know how much I've done on Carnival, so it's okay. You know, my bags are fully packed for these cruise lines. So
I no, June. In all seriousness, I think we'll try to figure out something again. Like I talked about, the reason Finance Junkies ended is because we were really getting busy. I go to India in October, and I come back that weekend that we would go to Vegas with the 27th. So probably not in October, but maybe November-ish. There's a world in which we can set something up. So I'll try to figure it out. And we have more people, part of the community. So
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
sure we're
I'd help with it if you needed any help. So just throwing that out.
Okay, so before I give Chris the floor on Tesla, June, you've been a Tesla shareholder for a while, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you support Elon. You love Elon.
I wouldn't say I'm the ultimate bull, but I do. I believe in the long term story. I don't know exactly when it's going to get to a point or anything like that, but I am more of a long term mindset kind of investor. So I'm kind of like, well, if it dips, I'm just going to hold. And yeah, I'm not into the options plays and stuff like that. So to me, I just as it dipped every $5, I bought another 10 shares and another 10 shares. And that's just how I do it. If I believe in the long-term vision of a company,
And you don't have any vendetta against Elon for his political beliefs or anything like that. You don't care.
Even though I'm a Democrat, and a hardcore Democrat, I really I believe in Elon's free speech motive. I think the guy's extremely smart, extremely motivated. It deserves everything he has gotten, and I'm a little bit nervous with him potentially not getting what he wants out of Tesla and wanting to move on. And I think that would just hurt the company altogether. I think he puts a lot of people in good places that he trusts. That even I think he needs the overall vision coming from him, but I think that also he puts a lot of good people in place that carry out those missions if they're allowed to, if that makes sense.
Okay. Christopher Patel, Tesla's up 30% in a week. Is this all bullshit, or is June right and the long-term story is changing?
When it comes to Tesla, it doesn't trade on fundamentals. It trades on sentiment. So right now, everyone is very optimistic about what's going to be coming up in August. So, sometimes people will try to goad me and say, well, if you don't believe in Tesla, why don't you short it? And I'm like, what are you, retarded? Like, no, that's the dumbest thing. You never, ever try to short, number one, a company that's profitable, and number two, that has a following that's more based on sentiment than valuation. There are definitely industries out there that are worth shorting because they're not based on sentiment. They're purely based on valuation. And if let's say a metric here or there goes wrong, the stock will dip, or the business models could definitely take a hit. But when it comes to Tesla, that's not necessarily the case. They have a dynamic CEO who knows how to like pivot and make money. So I would never short Tesla. But I will say this: I am risk averse to businesses like this holding long term, only because there's so many opportunities where things get drawn down. And you know what? Some people are really good at watching their portfolio like take a big hit and saying, you know what, I can stick it out. I don't mind. I'm a long-term investor. And they're usually richly rewarded, So people like June, they've done, I'm assuming, really well on Tesla, so like I said, it depends on your own way of investing. So I think right now people are,
But why do you think it's up 30%, Chris? Is this like FOMO, or is this?
No, it's optimism. Optimism around the bots.
But 30% in a week, dude, is not optimism by retail. I think there's like a institution getting excited about this. You don't think?
Think so. No, I don't think so. Valuations that wouldn't make enough sense for institutions to really be loading up. All the numbers are trending down for Tesla. Like right now, yes, they beat expectations, but expectations were low. And they're still down year over year in terms of like total growth. So why are you paying this much for a company that's not really growing anymore, at least not in their automotive sales? The energy sector, that might be a really big bull case though, where you saw huge amount of deployment gains in the energy storage market, which are probably the one of the big probably bullish signs for this company, as they could theoretically pivot. And I think Elon might have actually mentioned this a couple of times, where they said that the energy business could far outpace the automotive business. And with all the data centers and all the stuff going around with AI, like data center spend, I'd say that a lot of that additional capacity might be because people are willing to add on something like a Tesla mega pack to their data centers, primarily because, you know, you get cheaper electricity at night, you charge this thing up, and then you spend it during the daytime, and that could be huge ROI for them. Because if you're trying to charge, or if you're trying to keep your data centers going during peak times using peak electricity prices, you're going to be paying a lot of money. So it
let
might
me get June in this. June, do you think this is all FOMO, or do you think institutions are getting excited for Tesla right now?
I think it's institutional money as well. I heard another analyst talk about this morning about the data centers and how those were, not the data centers, but the energy part of Tesla, and that was increasing quite a bit. And I think they've got just so many different verticals that they can climb, that, you know, with robotics and energy and the robotaxi, it's probably going to be sooner than they think, that they can just I think it's going to be a slow growth. I don't necessarily, well, I don't agree with the Kathy Woods that the 5,000 thing in so many years, but
5,000 by next week? You don't think that's possible?
Kathy is very optimistic. I don't really understand why she sold her shares at all, that she just recently had a sale on, but and it's really strange since she has such a high price target. But
so you don't think this is FOMO at all? 40%.
You know, I would not be surprised, and this is how I think is if it goes back down, and 10%, 20%, I wouldn't be surprised by it. But I think because again, I'm looking at the long term. I think that their verticals are going up and up. One thing I was going to mention is for their energy deployment, I think it's really interesting that they're gaining. And whereas Enphase and Solar Edge and everything like that are absolutely shitting the bed, so I think, maybe they're gaining a little bit, of a conglomeration of things, that they're taking little guys' market share and putting it into a big company. So that kind of reminds me of like the Apples and the Microsofts of the world, that, when they started building up their business, what they were doing. So yeah.
So let's transition to some more market stuff. And June, I'll keep you on here with Chris to get your thoughts. NVIDIA is up 4%. I don't think anyone expected this. Chris, why is NVIDIA up and Tesla up and the S&P at 551? Is it too much, or it's just a bull market?
I think there's a lot of optimism around AI right now. So anytime that there's any bullish news on AI related things, it's gonna basically synchronize with each other and go higher. So I personally am not the biggest bull on semiconductors, because I think eventually AI is going to be one of those things that is going to be heavily commoditized, and like usually the hardware sales are not the place you want to be when that cyclicality ends. I don't know. Right now the market is doing what the market is doing. There's no like way that I personally would be in a lot of these companies, because they're literally at the top of the range when it comes to future earnings. So a lot of things would have to go right for these companies over a long period of time to make their valuations justified for what they are today. Now, does that mean that can't happen? No, of course not. There's plenty of times where every single company has performed up to those high expectations and eventually made their way to that valuation. I just don't necessarily think that's the case for NVIDIA. I think eventually they're going to be hitting a demand wall. And once that wall comes in, people are going to be like, wait a second, they can't grow 100% year over year for the next 5 years. Like, why am I in this then? And we'll see what happens then.
So June, NVIDIA, do you have any of this stock? And are you buying right now?
I have a nice chunk of stock. I've bought it on the dips. Like I sold it, some of it as it was going up, and then when it would dip again, I would buy under that price. And so I've been accumulating along the way. I haven't sold at all lately. I think they have actually a really great runway in the future. I'm not Jose as far as knowing as much about chips and everything like that, but from what I understand, they're integrating into software. They have huge cash flows, and they're so advanced on any other chip leader as far as the AI chips that they have, that everybody's just chasing them. I kind of think of, and I know Intel has fallen, in more recent years, but I remember for years and years, in my history, since I'm a little bit older than you, is you couldn't, Intel was the chip for computers, and they were always ahead of everybody else, and their runway didn't stop for years and years. I think this is just getting started with the AI, movement and everything like that. That they're going to keep on producing better chips because they're ahead of the other one or the other chip sellers, and so they're kind of just like ahead in the future of their technology, and they're just going to keep on having better, and nothing's stopping them because they've just got tons of money to deploy from their sales. So they can get the best engineers, they can get the take the little companies and chew them up and buy them out, if they want a new technology. And I think they're looking at services that they can provide. And then here you've got Jensen Huang bringing out robotics, in his presentations, where they're having robots and everything like that. I think they have possibly many more verticals that they can climb.
It is exciting, and obviously the market seems to want to continue to give that premium to NVIDIA. I am shocked that NVIDIA is getting momentum the day Tesla is. I mean, Tesla's up 6%. Like, the money's got to be coming from somewhere. Maybe it's leaving the money market funds or something, but okay, last question for you both. Chris, well, first, June, are you in Chris's latest play?
Which would be
Carnival Cruises?
Oh no, I lost. Yeah, I got some of that way back. I lost a ton of money on it. I got so tired of holding Carnival that I sold it at like $11 or $12 or something like that. I was down over 50% on it. And then I swore I'd never. I looked at the debt, even though Chris says it's long-term debt and they can pay it down. I think of them. They've got it's so well. I do believe in Chris's theme of the older generation having a lot of money to spend, and they do like cruises. But I look at the debt and I'm just like, that's a whole heck of a lot of debt that they're in. And then they have all the fuel costs, because fuel's not going to, I don't think, get any cheaper. And yeah, cruise ships just burn fuel like crazy. Not only that, there's replacement costs. And I just don't like the business, I don't think. So I swear I will never hold another cruise line again.
Okay, so a relatively simple bear case. Chris, I think you started calling this one back at 14. Now it's 1750. They had a surprise profit last week. What is your bull case? But the one thing, Chris, is this nasty red candle you guys are seeing. I found out yesterday there was a hurricane warning or something. So can you make sense of what's happening right now with Carnival and why you're bullish on this?
It's not so that red candle is not because of the hurricane. Like how some people are thinking that maybe that'll impact them, but dude, hurricane season comes every single year. There's no year where there's no hurricane season. All right. So these businesses are very well insulated against the impacts of hurricanes. They're able to kind of move their itineraries around, move them to different ports of call. So the hurricane justification is, if people are thinking that that's even remotely going to impact them, that's wrong.
So you think there is zero impact from a potential bad hurricane season?
Yeah, it's not the issue. The issue is the 10-year treasury. there was a huge spike in 10-year Treasury on Monday.
Why?
So,
Why?
because okay, so this is where the prevailing narrative comes in, where if you look on mainstream media sources, if just do like a 5-day chart of 10-year Treasury. Okay. So you see that Monday, you see that huge spike. It went from literally 4.29 to almost 4.5. That's almost a 25, 30 basis points rise in long-term treasury yields that just kind of popped up. Now, there's a couple of reasons why the mainstream narrative that I'm seeing for that giant run up is that Biden got floored with the debate. And so the chances of Trump winning are going to be higher. And if Trump wins, he's going to introduce a lot of policies that are going to be inflationary. And inflation is going to stay higher for longer over a good period of time, which means longer term treasuries are going to stay longer.
Wait,
Which
so
means
people are saying that if Trump wins, inflation's going to be an issue? That's the argument?
yes, yeah. So there are policies that Trump has enacted in the past and spoken about that are pretty inflationary. So here's an example of a few. Number one is mass deportations, right? If you think that the labor market is tight right now and you're like, "Oh yeah, let's deport 10 million people," your labor market is going to get totally shot to death. Now you've got a ton of issues with pricing where now even the most basic things are going to require you to pay up considerably more just to build things, just to, service things. So number one is this mass deportation thing could be very inflationary. The other thing is the tariffs on foreign countries, where Trump has pretty much used tariff powers within the presidential powers to basically threaten businesses and countries, and says, "Look, if you want to bring your stuff in, I'm going to tariff you unless you do X, Y, and Z." And so what ends up happening is those costs eventually get passed on to the consumer. So China, when they make stuff cheap and they, send it to us, that's deflationary. Now imagine we had to make that same product here in the US and pay a worker a fair wage, and especially with wages going up, the cost of that product would be much higher, which means that cost would end up coming back to the consumer. So all of those things kind of get played into the thing. The other thing is the tax cuts. The tax cuts are supposed to expire like the 2017 that they were passed. The tax cuts are supposed to expire next year. If Trump comes in with a Republican majority in the House and the Senate, now you've got yourself a president who has both the House and the Senate aligned with extending those tax cuts further, which means that now you've got people keeping more money in their pocket, which normally would be a good thing, right? Like everyone needs to have more money in their pocket. The problem is that's going to be at the cost of higher deficits. And if we have higher deficits, that means that there's more treasuries that need to be sold in the market. And you're going to have to entice higher yields just to get people to be in those treasuries. So once again, longer term, the treasury market could also be negatively impacted, in which case yields could remain higher. So companies who have a ton of debt on the balance sheet, they're going to be negatively impacted because a lot of
Wait, so this doesn't hurt Carnival, is what you're saying?
What do you mean?
This 10-year going up because of Trump.
It does hurt. It does hurt because Carnival has, like June said, a lot of debt. The thing is, if interest rates come down, they can refinance that debt at much more favorable rates, which means that now future interest charges don't have to go to debt holders. All that money can be stacked to equity holders. So that's the key, right? So if you look at earnings, a lot of these companies, their earnings are heavily impacted by the cost of interest on their debt. And
my question is, how does Carnival get out of this problem then, if your argument is Trump winning would be inflationary for the broader market?
Well, remember what I said. I think that's the speculation, right? The market is assuming that if Trump comes in, we're going to have inflation. That's not always the case, though. A lot of times people are basically betting on either direction. My thesis is, number one, inflation is coming down. I don't think that the Trump narrative is going to be like play out the way that people are thinking. I think Trump is very pragmatic in that he knows how to pull levers that will get inflation to come down, and I think he's smart enough to put pragmatic people on in positions of power that can help with that. So as an example, some of the things that Trump could do to kind of help with the inflation situation is, number one, get energy prices lower, right? So under Biden, we've seen higher energy prices for quite some time. Trump may be able to kind of like deregulate some of that sector and
He's
have
gonna
more.
drill, baby, drill. Right?
Yeah, so that's one area where Trump could possibly help with inflation. The other thing is with regards to housing, right? I'm seeing a lot of weakness when it comes to housing. I'm seeing a lot of inventory come to market. And right now I'm seeing a ton of price reductions. So I think overall the shelter inflation numbers are going to be leading this inflation picture lower for probably the next 2-3 years. And I don't think that housing is necessarily going to crash, but I think that there's going to be a big adjustment in housing. And the thing is, if we have higher interest rates for longer, that means that people don't exactly have the incentive to sell their homes, but you also don't have a lot of people that can afford homes. So you're starting to see kind of softness in the rental market right now, and that is also going to bleed into future CPI ratings. And if that ends up being the case, we could theoretically see, a massive slowdown in the economy. So like my current expectation for 2025 is that we actually see a probably a less than ideal growth picture, in which case now inflation will come down, which means businesses that do have debt will benefit because they'll be able to kind of refinance at lower rates when the Fed starts to cut. So
That's where Carnival benefits, as you're saying.
right. And that's very, and if you really look at the chart of Carnival and the 10-year treasury, it's kind of correlated, where Carnival went from like literally $11 to $20 in January from the lows of October. Why did that happen? Well, one, because we had a dovish Fed come in and say basically, everything is good, and they started to like really send out a lot of dovish messages, and people were like, "Oh, we're going to get 7 cuts this year." You guys remember that in January?
Yeah.
So everyone started to front run all those cuts and started to get into these companies thinking, "Oh my God, this is going to be great. By the end of this year, the 10-year treasury is going to be down to like 3." And at the time, the 10-year treasury had dropped from like 4.5, 4.6 down to 3.7. So the key here is, when is the Fed going to cut? How deep are they going to cut? And what does that mean for companies like Carnival and others that do have a high amount of leverage? And then also from a business standpoint, what is the business going to do to kind of de-lever? Because this is a two-part story for me when it comes to Carnival and some of the cruise lines, where you're seeing a return of their revenues pre-COVID levels and actually exceeding pre-COVID levels. And at the same time, their operating cash flow is grown significantly. So there's a lot of levers that these companies can pull to de-lever themselves over the next few years, which means that, overall from a business standpoint, they'll do well. They'll recover.
All right. Good stuff. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, June. I don't think June's convinced by the argument yet, but she's going to keep it in her mind. She's going to keep buying some Tesla, and she'll be good. So
I wanted to say one thing, like,
Yeah.
sometimes in the comment section, when people come, when people say something, it's worth exploring, but at the same time, it's also worth correcting sometimes. So like Eros put it out there, NCLH has 14 billion in debt. Carnival has 32 billion in debt. My bet has already been placed on Norwegian. I'm okay with that. I think that's a good thesis to have, but each business, you have to analyze how they're going to be approaching their debt structures. um, Norwegian is trying to grow out of their debt. So their goal is, yes, we are going to do debt reductions, but our goal is to basically invest a crap ton of money so that we can grow our capacity. Carnival is on the other end of that, where they're saying, no, we're going to limit our capex, and we're going to end up using that money that we save in paying down that debt. So I think each one has its merits. I actually have both Norwegian and Carnival. I think they're both kind of like trading in tandem. Each one has a differentiated approach on how they're going to monetize their customers, but also how they're going to deal with their debt. I think both of the plans are equally viable. So I'm hedging my bets. I have bets on both, but it's always interesting. People really should do more in-depth research on the company and how they're going to manage their debt. I think too many people look at like top line numbers like this company has $30 billion in debt. That's a big problem. I'm not going to buy it. And the thing is, no, like, do you know what the interest rate on it is? When the maturities come? What kind of financing do they have? Is it floating rate or is it secured? Is it something that what is that thing called that they're gonna have they can deal with using other mechanisms? So this is where I think the alpha for most retail investors is kind of gets a little bit locked at, where they don't necessarily do that level of in-depth research. And when they don't do that, they can miss out on some huge gains. And one last thing, because you gave me the opportunity to come on here.
Yeah, of course.
You know, I just want to say one thing really, really quickly. When it comes to Tesla, when it comes to Palantir, when it comes to a lot of companies, you know, there are times where you're going to seem like the smartest person on the planet, and then there are times where you're going to be the dumbest person on the planet. It's just a matter of timing, right? So anyone who bought Palantir when it was $25 right after its IPO, you know, and everyone's like, oh my God, you're an idiot. And now it's back to where it is. And it's like, oh, you're smart. So, you know, one of the things that we all have to kind of understand is no one is missing the boat. No one is for the boat. Like, it's very hard to consistently be right on a lot of things. And when you do have an opportunity to like take a win, take the win, enjoy. Don't gloat about it. Don't turn into like one of those assholes who's like, oh my God, you know, like you missed out on this. You're like, no, the overall goal for everyone should be make more money. Your portfolio should just be going up and to the right. And over time, you know, that is what an investor's job is. It's not, oh, look, I called this company right, or I called this one wrong, you know, and trust me, there's plenty of companies that if you ask me, I've called wrong. Like I'll admit it, like I was not right. And then there's some that I called right. You know, it's just, this is how the market works. All of this is just time, based on time frame. I think the worst investors, in my opinion, are people who can't pivot away from an industry or a stock, even when things are completely destroyed on that thesis. Because that is ultimately what leads you into, and I don't want to use Jeremy as an example, but it leads you into like the tattooed chefs of the world, you know, where you can be long-term minded and everything is great, but when the thesis changes and you're like, no, I'm just gonna stick to my guns no matter what, I'm gonna ignore every other factor, you're gonna ride that investment into the ground. And I've done that too, where I've ridden my investments into the ground. And trust me, that's not a good feeling to have. So I'd say be cognizant of the atmosphere that the company operates, be cognizant of the business model that company has. And if they're not willing to kind of like go with the flow and they're trying to hold on to their, you know, to their business model when clearly it's been disrupted, you really need to stay away. Like as an example, like Walgreens business model is being disrupted. And a lot of people are trying to bottom feed on Walgreens saying, oh my God, this is a value company now. And it's like, you really should take a second look and see if it's just a business thing, or if like the industry is in a structural decline and this business is just basically trying to, you know, survive. And also, can it innovate itself out of this tragic problem? Like, look at Rite Aid. I know a ton of people who thought Rite Aid was a value company, and they're in bankruptcy and they lost 100% of their money. You know, so once again, like just keep that in mind, I guess.
No, I agree. And look, like poking jokes at people here and there, that's fine. But I think when some people get a little too far and they're like, you missed Tesla, you missed Palantir, you missed NVIDIA, and they like aggressively try to prove that you're wrong, it's just weird. Because especially for someone like Chris, I mean, he's made money in other areas. You don't need to be 100% right on every single stock. And you definitely don't need to be in the consensus names if you have the, I guess you would say, you know, mindset to do research on other companies that can also produce gains. So I think that is the goal. Get your portfolio moving up into the right, whether it's an index fund, the QQQ, or whether it's all in Tesla. The goal is to just make more money.
I actually have.
Go ahead, Julie. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was like, I actually have two compliments to give. One being to Chris, and one being to you, Admit.
Can you start with me first?
I'm saving the best for last.
Okay, there you go. That's a good answer.
I know how to stroke your ego. But no, for Chris is like, I see a lot of people sometimes giving Chris a hard time because he makes like a poor decision or something like that. I think Chris does some of the most rock solid research on companies ever, and he is. He doesn't, like he said even himself, he doesn't get stuck on a category of a stock or anything like that. I think he's a sniper as far as finding deep value in stocks, and I think he sees something, he pulls the trigger, and he takes a chance, and he most of the time is right. But you know, we are all going to make mistakes. I would be absolutely lying if saying I'm not bag holding on a couple stocks that I'm holding. But
PayPal for me.
but yeah, I as far as Chris, I really see him as a value, you know, so much of a value investor that also, you know, is open to growth, you know, and looks for growth. But he's really a sniper that takes advantage of the market sometimes, and so kudos to you, Chris, because I think you really offer a lot of value in what you share with us. And as far as admit, I have to say, even though I don't always want to admit it, I am blown away by how much you have learned and progressed over the last year and a half, 2 years, or whatever like that. You went from knowing totally very little, you know, and just being an entertaining person to listen to. Your jokes are.
I thought you were gonna say, I hate to admit it, but your jokes are funny. You went the other route, which is fine. That's a good route too. I thought you were gonna go.
But no, I think you just went from a stock entertainer to actually, and that's another thing I appreciate about you. You're not, yeah, I would really hesitate to call you humble, but as far as investing, I think you're very humble. As far as admitting to the group that you're learning with us, and if you don't know something, you look it up with us, and you explore things with us, and it's like we're learning alongside you. And I think that adds to the community, we're all feeling like we're growing, and you sharing the news, and then you entertain us on top of it. Yeah,
Like when we all found out hamburgers come from Hamburg, like all of us found that out that day. Not just me. That was you too, June. You didn't fucking know that. Don't tell me you knew that.
yeah, and your
didn't know that either, so there you
pronunciations on words, yeah, that just tickles my heart a little bit when I hear all the strange pronunciations you do.
Okay, so let's end it off with here. Because you're here, June, we got to do the word of the day with you, and then I'll let you and Chris get out of here.
Aww.
So I thank you for that. I really, really appreciate, and I appreciate you being part of this community. I mean, it's really cool to just have people like here that care about the journey, that get entertainment and value from it, and also that have fun in Vegas. You know, so it's really nice to have people like that in the community. Word of the day, June. I'm gonna let you go first on this one.
Here.
This is a funny one. What is this?
Chock-o-block?
Okay, I'm gonna call it chock-a-block. You're gonna say chock-o-block. I'm gonna say chock-a-block.
Block. Oh, sorry.
Block. I think I got that right. Chock-a-block. There
Play
you
it
go.
again. I didn't hear it.
Chock-a-block.
Interesting. Extremely full or crowded, jammed. The shelves in the bookstore were chock-a-block with the bestsellers. I feel like I've heard this word. The festival grounds were chock-a-block with food stalls, music stages, and excited visitors. I am chock-a-blocked with happiness every day when you guys join the stream and enjoy the show. I thought it would have something to do with cock-block as well. It looks like cock-block, right? Like that's what it looks like, but it has nothing to do with that.
Maybe it came from having a block of chocolate.
Maybe that's the case. All right. This was awesome. Thank you, June, for joining. Thank you, Chris, for being on. I got about 10 minutes left until this market closes. This will be like a 4-hour stream today.
Oh, by the way, we do hour after market close, we have Fed minutes.
Okay, cool. So maybe we'll be on a little bit and just see the Fed minutes right at 1 p.m.
Let's
an hour after? Okay, so that's 2 p.m. Okay.
Yeah,
While I'm on, let me talk a little bit about macro, because I think I'm seeing certain things that I wonder how if the Fed is going to actually bring it up during the conversation. And maybe we could talk about it. I mean, and see if like what are you seeing in your sectors in your world?
Okay, let me get one more guest on because we got one more backstage. He's been waiting to get on. So if we're doing macro, we'll have him come on and give his thoughts about the macro.
Okay.
Mr. Ceviche says, "What's up?
Yo, what's going on, sir? How are you?
How are you, sir? You are live with Chris and June, and we're
Chris and
talking.
June.
You've been part of the streams for a while now. It's been
I've been checking in, man. I really appreciate everything, and I know that June was just in Miami. I hope it wasn't too rainy for you. So I've been here for a while. I wanted to say something. I know I rode you and I gave you a lot of shit about your little setup in the back, but when you said that your mom gave you the little thing, and I was like, you know what? I was like, his mom is, she's not American. So I was like, the believe thing is pretty cool. So anyways, I just wanted to say, I thought that was tight after you said it, even though I gave you shit about it,
You know, my mom gave me last night too. I was on the way to the gym. I had some fruit. People were like, "Oh, did you pay $10 to like buy this?" I was like, "No, my mom cut it up, and so it's my mom's fruit." So watermelon is great in the summer. I forgot how good it is.
Yeah, you got that with some love, so that's good.
Okay,
Anyways,
so
man, cool.
So we got 10 minutes until the market closes. Let's just run this through to June. If you want to leave, that's fine. If not, you can stay on. Ceviche, before we get into Chris' thoughts on the macro, what are your thoughts currently on where the market's going? Do you think it's being too exuberant? And kind of what do you see right now shaping up?
I could say there's a little bit of exuberance there. I mean, you see something going up, and you've seen Tesla blow up and go crazy in the past. You've seen the same thing with Nvidia. You've seen a lot of things with Palantir, and it's a hype, and it's got some meme origins to it. So there's a lot of interesting stuff going on too. I mean, just around the world that plays a huge role that most investors on all levels, whether it's retail or big money, they're looking to the analysts to push the buttons and tell them which ones to pick. So we're kind of the same way. You kind of just got to watch, I guess, where you get your resources on what's actually important. Kind of like how Chris has talked about. There's a lot of shit out there that you got to learn. You got to get out in the backwoods sometimes.
What are your top 3 stocks in your portfolio?
Palantir for sure. Palantir, Sentinel Labs is a good one that I like.
Okay.
And Spire. I'm big in Spire too.
Okay. All right, let me get Chris here. Chris, current thoughts on the macro. You did say a week ago you think 3 rate cuts are on the table. Do you still think that's the case?
Yeah, I actually do, man. I think the economy is slowing down a lot more significantly than the market is kind of like anticipating. Unemployment is up, ISM is down. China's super deflationary right now. A lot of what we're seeing, even in Europe, it's lending me to think that, you know what, growth has come down so significantly that that eventually it's going to make its way into the figures. Like right now, the main gauge that the Fed looks at for their inflation, which is the headline PCE, that's down to 2.6.
Yeah, that was good last week.
Yeah, I was watching an interview with Powell, and he's trying to remain as hawkish as possible with his wording because he doesn't want to like tempt the fates like he did in December, where he basically came out and was like, "Oh, mission accomplished," and then the market's like, "Oh yeah, really?" And then you had a huge run up right after that. So I'm
so are we getting the July cut? That's the real question, right?
No, we're definitely not going to get a July cut.
You don't think there's any chance we get a surprise 25 in July?
No, I don't think so. I do think though the messaging is going to be very positive because they're going to set up for their September cut. And then we also have the entire summer for data points to come out that basically illustrate, one, the softening of the labor market and also softening of demand, because right now the interest rates are biting certain sectors. The one thing that I've been keeping track of, and it's really like pissing me off a little bit, is fucking oil. Like we had a huge draw in oil, and oil is up back to the 80s again. And a lot of this is artificial from the Middle East, where OPEC Plus has basically been keeping their taps a lot more constrained, and that's what's not helping right now. Like here's the thing: if I was like the king of Saudi Arabia, I'd be like, look, let's fucking pump for a little bit, get inflation down around the world, And then after that, we can gradually raise back up again, because essentially the PIF and all these guys, they all have a ton of investment in equities all over the world. The last thing they want is a recession, in which case the PIF is going to lose, 20, 30% of their money. But then again, what do I know about geopolitics? I do just want to say we are at a turning point in the inflation story, but the Fed is being extra, extra, extra cautious. I do, however, think after FOMC meeting minutes today, and then probably next month, we should get a bit of a more rosier picture from the Fed. It's not going to be like super bullish and saying, oh, we're going to have this many cuts. But if the dot plots are accurate, and I think they are at this point, I don't think the dot plot's going to change very much outside of the 3 rate cuts that I'm expecting. I think we're going to have I don't want to say that we're not going to have a recession, because anytime that you feel like, hey, we're not going to have a recession comes and everyone gets smacked. But yeah, I don't know. Like right now, I'm in a very I don't know which direction the market is going to move.
June, any thoughts on when we get that first rate cut, or if we get any rate cuts?
I really can't. I don't have any speculations about when we're going to get the first rate cut or anything like that. Throughout this whole cycle, I guess I have been of the belief that I believe the Fed that I always believe that they would be higher for longer. And I think that might long term, I don't see, because if you look historically, like when my parents were in my same category of life as far as age and stuff like that, they had interest rates that were sky high.
Yeah.
And it was very, very normal. And I think that we might get some rate cuts, but I think we might have a new normal of higher interest rates that just becomes normalized to us. We think this is high, and it's really not. Interest rates, if you look long term, are really pretty low on average right now. So I think we might go down and everything like that, but I think we might just stabilize at a higher rate, and that will be the new norm, and people will just get used to it, just like my parents did when they were my age.
Ceviche.
Yeah, I agree with that.
You think we get a
things are
cut
expensive?
soon, or no?
No, I don't think we get a cut soon.
So
I
you
just
think
don't think
September?
that there's. I just don't think that there's enough. Look, so I'm in my 40s and I'm a full-time student, so I'm around like a lot of young individuals who are very sharp, very dumb at the same time, and I'm just
Well,
like,
what are you
"Golly,
studying?
I'm in psychology and biology.
Okay, I love it.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. So I don't know. I think we have to have like a super capable workforce, and I think that when a lot of the companies take over and adopt AI into their normal everyday practices, like ordering a cheeseburger or a damn Starbucks somewhere, you'll get a lot more economy boosts. I think so. I think that people will actually be like, yo, you know what? It's no longer a hassle to go get a damn Five Guys and pay $30, and then have a problem with it. It's the same thing. You go anywhere. I mean, you can go to a bank, get screwed on some money, or have like some kind of issue happen with whatever. So I think that it's a struggle bus right now, but I don't think that the market cares either. I think that thing is just ready to jump off. It looks crazy. So I don't think that the market really cares. And the interest rates, everybody's going to make money, man. You're going to have to raise your rates, like Emit's going to be expensive sooner or later, just because you've lasted, you've been consistent, like you're a product that's like actually something that's good to watch on a daily,
Well, it'll always be free. That's right. There'll never be a
that's the thing. That's what
chat or
sells.
anything.
That's the seller right there. That's the seller. But saying that you've got to raise your price, man, they're going to start throwing the shiny stuff at you, and Emit's going to have to be like, oh, I'm a little bit up here. I can't do it. I got to stay true to the people on the floor with me. So
there's one big problem, June, with that my parents got used to it, and I think we'll get used to it, is that your parents during that time, the national debt to GDP was around 60 to 70%. Right now, it's close to 100
140,
something.
140, something like that.
So the thing is, the higher the Fed keeps the rates now, the more likely it is that we're going to have structurally more deficits, and more deficits are going to cause more problems with spending, and it's going to keep going worse and worse, in which case eventually you're going to have a super spiral of debt. So unlike the 80s where you could have stayed in an elevated rate environment for a prolonged period of time, the Fed and the government itself does not have that luxury. And neither party right now is willing to accept that reality that we need to get our national debt to be lower. And that is one of the biggest challenges that we're going to deal with. So I think those were two different times where maybe the onus wasn't necessarily as high for the Fed to start cutting rates, because once again, debt to GDP wasn't extreme levels that it is now. And I think that's one of the reasons why the European Union also did a quarter point rate cut, because they wanted to kind of like let people know, like, hey, we are going to start cutting interest rates. So get your asses in treasuries again, so that this way we can lower the long-term borrowing cost of the government. Otherwise, we're structurally going to screw ourselves over. So I think right now the federal government really needs to get in, like, hopefully we get a leader in the next decade or two that figures out, like, okay, maybe I need to spend my political capital and not just getting reelected, and instead figuring out this debt situation so that this way future generations aren't screwed over.
All right,
And
Chris, let me close the market real quick, then I'll get back to you. Ladies and gentlemen, 1 p.m. early close. Stock market is now closed. My mom's home today. She's probably so annoyed she heard this thing twice. All right, Tesla ends 246, up 6% on the day. Nvidia, out of freaking nowhere, comes up 5% on the day. I think it added basically 80 to 90 billion dollars in market cap. Enphase down a little bit. Robinhood ends the day at 2281, up 1.91%. Palantir 2583. Amazon 197, and the S&P 500, folks. I think this is our 34th high of the year in terms of a close. We're in the 30s now at 551.42. Absolutely incredible. Last question for you guys. I want to ask you this question because this, I think, has to do with the market. Nancy Pelosi. Let's start off with Chris. Dude, she bought 10,000 shares of Nvidia, sold 2,500 shares of Tesla. Any thoughts on that?
Hey, listen, man. When I saw the comments, man, I want to buy some Nvidia now. You know,
I can't blame you, dude. 10,000 shares seems like, at this price, seems like she knows something.
I don't know, man. Nvidia, I made a crap ton of money on Palo Alto when she started buying during the dip. I was like, bro, I wrote a whole lengthy like Patreon post, but the entire thesis was, believe it or not, situated on, but Nancy Pelosi bought Palo Alto too. So that's, sometimes you just got to follow the money. You got to follow the most successful investors, and Nancy Pelosi happens to be one of them. So
what do you think about the Tesla sell at 190 2 weeks ago?
Hey, you know, she sees something that the market isn't seeing, and the people are like, hey, we're going to bid it up. But once again, I would not go against Pelosi, man. You know.
So. All right, June, your thoughts? 10,000 shares of Tesla. Do you think Nvidia went up today because that was disclosed?
Well, first of all, I was going to say to Chris that as far as interest rates going in our debt, I hadn't considered that point, and I actually think that's a really good point that he brought up that I hadn't considered. So I appreciate the idea. And then if you could repeat your question, I didn't really.
Yeah, Nancy buying 10,000 shares. You think the market is excited about that?
Of course, it's Nancy. She gets all her stock picks right. But yeah. So I already shared my thoughts on NVIDIA. But yeah, I think this AI thing is might take a few dips along the way. But I don't think it's over. I mean, we're only getting started, and yeah, it's like saying we're not going to technologically advance anymore. I mean, that's the direction only direction that we have to head. Otherwise, we're going back in our progress. So I think technology isn't out of its runway at all.
Okay. And last up, Ceviche. Any thoughts on Nancy buying NVIDIA, selling Tesla?
You know, Nancy Pelosi is the real Kathy Wood. That's all I gotta say, man. Like, if nobody really realizes how important and powerful that move of her just visiting Taiwan, like, okay, that's cool, right? And that's in a heightened time of tensions. But if you, I'm a veteran, right? So I was in the military for a little bit. She had like $7 billion worth of vessels that were accompanying her. 13 fighters. She had a B-2 Stratfortress nuclear bomber help escort her. So I'm just saying, if she's going in one, she obviously knows her DD is solid. She's got the good stuff. So, you know, if she sold at 190, she probably made some bread, you know? So it's not like it was a terrible bad thing.
Yeah, I agree. All right, thank you.
Woman.
And I didn't know you were a veteran either. Chris is also a veteran, so thank you for your service. I appreciate that, especially coming up on July 4th.
Hey,
thank you.
Salute. Appreciate it.
All right, guys, take care. I'm out as well.
All right, Chris.
Bye,
Hey,
everyone.
man, see you later, Chris.
Bye, Chris. Bye, June. Bye,
Salud.
Ceviche. Thank you for making this an extravaganza for 4 hours. Appreciate you guys.
Hey.
All right,
Good
everyone,
stuff.
happy 4th of July and enjoy your friends and your
bless.
family.
Yep. Have a good one. Bye, guys.
Catch this view before I
Oh, wow. What a view. Where is that? That's Florida?
You know, it's Florida. It's fine. People were like, hey, he's got no shirt. I got no shirt and no socks on, but I got shorts. Okay, so it's
I love
out
it.
here.
Thank you, man. Thank you for being part of this.
Hey, man.
community.
No, thank you for having me on. Yes,
Yep.
bless.
Bye. All right. What a day. That was a fun one. 4 hours live. Honestly felt like it was pretty quick, to be honest. It's 1 o'clock right now. Yeah, I mean, 1 o'clock is not that crazy. We started here at 8:45 or 8:46, as someone would like to say. Guys, NVIDIA is still going up after hours. The market is closed. There's some comments in the chat saying the market's not closed. The market is closed. It says after hour right there. If you look at your brokerage, the market is absolutely closed. Maybe in Europe it's not or something, but for the United States, the market is closed 1 p.m. Market will not be open tomorrow, but we will be back on Friday. Now, Palantir couldn't close above 25.90. Tesla closed at 246.39. It's actually up at 246.65 after hours. I don't know where Tesla goes, but I would hold on for the ride. I mean, it's getting pretty exciting. The interesting thing today will be did Kathy sell? Because if she sold another 100 grand worth of shares or 100,000 shares and the market absorbed that, that's going to be very exciting for Tesla. It just means there's a lot of demand coming in. And then S&P, I mean, who would have thought S&P 551.42 on a day where the jobs numbers weren't that bullish, but still the market was able to condense it. Bay Area says, when is a full day stream on a normal market day? We'll do it eventually. We did that, though. We did that on Palantir, on Palantir earnings. We watched it run up from we didn't even stream Palantir. We went all the way to PayPal earnings. We went from 8:45 to literally 7 p.m. at night. So we did do that once, but we got to do it again. Maybe next time after Palantir earnings, if that sucker runs and we're just there the whole day, because it kept going. It went from 20 to like 24 that day. So that was a day where like every single second we were just looking at the stock. Maybe we'll do that in August on earnings. Robinhood right here, 22.93 after hours. Palantir 25.90. Tesla is the story, 247 after hours. And then NVIDIA, this one came out of nowhere. I want to say it's Pelosi disclosing she bought 10,000 shares and people getting excited, but a 4% move, 4.5. I don't think that's retail. Again, that's close to $100 billion on the company in market cap. I would imagine some institutions get excited there and they move it up. Maybe it is just retail, but Pelosi bought 10,000 shares basically at this $120 price. Now it seems like the street is getting excited as well. Up 4.5% of the day. Is the U.S. market closed tomorrow? Yes, the U.S. market is indeed closed tomorrow. COS is up. Yeah, COS is another one of the kind of meme stocks that's run up. This one is up 143%. This thing ran up last year, I think, as well, aggressively. Yeah, this was at $2 in April, hit 18. Now it's at $10. Market cap's 98 million. If you got into this one early, then congrats. But this one also is kind of in that GameStop world. So this one now running up 143% today as well. So there you go. There you go. Good day. Not bad day at all. Mark says the S&P 500 isn't closed. Can you look on your software? Mark, I promise you, the S&P 500. I don't think a stock is allowed. I don't think the index is allowed to be open when every stock is closed. So if you look at Robinhood right here, there's a reason it says after hours. I can guarantee you, I'll bet with you that the market, including the S&P, is closed right now. So it does have after hour trading, obviously. I think that goes until 3 p.m. today. I actually don't know. What does after hours trading look like? When does the market close? After hours. After hours is it looks like till about 3 p.m. It looks like till 3 p.m. Or no, so 4 p.m. I think it goes till 4 p.m. Okay. So we got a couple hours left, but the markets in general are closed. Okay, cool. So that's pretty much it. Fun day. Really, really incredible run on Nvidia and Tesla. I don't think anyone expected the Nvidia run. I think we all thought Tesla would have a good day. I don't think we all expected 7%. But that's very exciting for Tesla. And now we get into July 4th. The market's going to get to chill. Literally, it's forced to chill for a day. Nvidia's still going up after hours, 128.6. So I guess we'll see on Friday where this goes. Money market fund updates are coming tomorrow. So we'll see if we got a little bit of a dip in the money markets, and some of that's maybe transitioning. But S&P 500, 551. We know July is the best month of the year, or the first 2 weeks of July are the best month of the year for trading. July 3rd tends to be the best month of this, or the best day of the summer. And it looks like July 3rd is turning out to be that day. And the first 2 weeks of July might turn out to be those best 2 weeks of the entire trading year. All right, that is it. Thank you, everybody. This was fun. I like that. On days like this, we should just do the StreamYard and get people in the chat, get them to enjoy. Again, I'm humbled by it. And what someone, Savici, was saying, that the whole price is going to go up thing. Dude, I really think, and what I told, I think I told Toby this when he joined the stream. What matters more to me is that reaction from people, that they enjoyed it, they love the content, they appreciate it, they don't have to pay $1 to access it, and hopefully, theoretically, if they find a Robinhood or they find a Palantir, or there's a gem in the community, someone in the chat mentions the name and people find it, they can make some money, because that can actually change your life. That's what I want from this community. I really don't want the money. I told you guys last week or 2 weeks ago when I came back from AIPCon, I turned down a 6-figure job offer. It was a nice 6-figure offer to work at this company, and they could kind of let me keep doing what I'm doing, but I would work with them on the side. But because of the compromise of this, what we're building here, I turned it down. And then even yesterday, dude, some company, some fintech reached out, and I ignored them on the first couple of DMs. And then they had like 3 other people like DM me on LinkedIn, on Twitter, and they're like pounding me like, yo, like, do you want to do a partnership? And then I finally responded. I was like, no, guys, I'm sorry. I'm not doing a partnership. So my goal is literally to not monetize this in any way possible. And I know that sounds crazy, but genuinely, when you're a true creative like me, you just love the art of doing this, and getting to wake up in the morning is the fun art of doing this. And there's other ways to make money. It doesn't just have to be through finding a way to monetize the audience. But I think I've said this many times, there's a certain advertising virginity that I have. And when you lose that virginity, you're not a virgin anymore. And I know a lot about being a virgin. So like my whole thing is like, if I want to maintain that advertising virginity, the question is what price rips your advertising virginity. And I don't think there's a really good price that's there to be like, hey guys, go check out I feel like even if I was like, hey guys, check out my affiliate link, I think you all would be laughing at you. You'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? Like, I'm not that type of guy that does that. I think the way this monetizes, dude, honestly, is just the channel memberships at $5 a month. And I think over the long term, if enough people care about just being a channel member to support it, then that's how it monetizes, and the advertising revenue from YouTube, which I think is a very accessible way for people to engage with the content. But being like, hey guys, check out this website and use Amit25 to get 25% off. That's not in me, dude. I would feel fake doing it. And I know you guys would feel like Amit, you're not that guy. I'm just like, no, I'm not that guy. So yeah, the goal is to just really build a fun community and enjoy it and and keep going, you know, and really build this out. Also, I think like I'm not being fully altruistic here. Building an audience matters more than making money off your audience. This is the thing. A lot of fucking creators don't understand this. And it's funny. There's this creator on Twitter that just reached like 20,000 followers, and he's legitimately turned into a dick. Like when I mean he's turned into a dick, and I knew this guy when he was at like 5,000 followers. He's, you know, grown, and now he like will say stuff and people will respond, and he'll respond in the most narcissistic, arrogant way. And I'm like, dude, like you haven't done anything yet. Like you can't let that get to your head. What matters is 1 million people caring about you, not, you know, the 20,000 that you got from 5,000. So you think you're hot shit. Because when it gets to your head, you start acting like a dick. You start monetizing too early. You start charging people for shit. You start making the chat members only. So people who didn't pay $5 a month can't just voice their opinion in the chat. Like all that shit it's the easiest way to die as a personality. And I am trying to build a brand that can last for decades. And so when you're doing that, do you really think partnering with some company and getting $25,000 to like sponsor a product and use an affiliate code, does that $25,000 more than building that long-term brand? Well, the reason people take that $25,000 early is because they don't think they can actually build a long-term brand. They don't have it in them to keep that advertising virginity for a long time. And it's important. Clive says, Amit, what did your mom say about you turning down the 6-figure job? Dude, this is why my parents are the best in the world. They understood. They got it. Obviously, I told them about the offer, and they were like, okay, like, you know, explore it. And then I went to California. I went to AIPCon. I had a weekend to think about the offer. I talked to my boys that I really trust, Chad and Iliano at AIPCon. And I was like, what do you guys think? And, you know, quite frankly, they went the corporate route. And so they're, you know, although they work for the coolest company in the world, they're still corporate. And so they understand what it means to go corporate. And their advice to me was like, dude, you are growing so aggressively and you're doing this all on your own with no fucking corporate media kind of pushing you, right? Like it's one thing to go on CNBC every day and to get exposure because you have CNBC's audience. It's another thing to fucking figure out, how do I get this thumbnail and title to work in a way that will make people click on the video? And then how do I get them on Twitter? And then how do I keep them engaged? Like that's a whole different business model. And so, or like a go-to-market strategy on building your brand. So their argument was like, well, if you're already doing that and you're doing that relatively well, and you're fucking meeting with the CEO of the company that you've been covering for 3 years, why the fuck would you need some corporate job backing you for a measly 6 figures? And the reason they said measly 6 figures is because those guys have made money in their life, and they're like, that's not worth giving up something authentic, you know? And in my heart, I knew that. In my heart, I knew I didn't want to take that job, but I still explored it because it was a decent amount of money, dude. Like it was, when someone throws that money at your face, you start like being like, well, I could pay off a lot of bills. I could buy a lot of Palantir. You know, I started like acting I had the job, and I started calculating my monthly expenses. And I was like, I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that. But then when you really think about it, like once it hit me like a brick. I was like, oh yeah, there's no way I'm going to accept this. Yeah. It was plus equity in the company. It was equity. The company is valued at like $100 million. So the company is what you would call a small cap. And the company's growing. I don't know if the problem also with the company, dude, is that they're just not a big brand that I think is super exciting. They're a brand. They're in the finance world and they're growing, but it's not like growing to the point where I'm like, oh my God, I love this product and I would love to be an ambassador of this product and I would love to push this product. Like it's not the brand. Like it would be different if like Elon Musk and Twitter offered you a job, right? Then you really got to sit and fucking think about it. Like but this is a company that's it's not even, you know, it's not a tech company to that magnitude at all. It's a small tech company. The upside is larger because the equity would be worth more if the company, you know, goes to $1 billion. But also I think it would compromise too much of the content. So Gene says, in the end, you won't have any regrets doing it in the way jobs come and go. Yeah, that's 100%. And that's what, that's ultimately a decision that I made. So it wasn't Grindr. No, it wasn't fucking Grindr. I hate you guys so much. But the point is, I really love doing this every day, dude. I really love doing this. Amit knew he wouldn't be able to hide his homosexuality in the interview. You guys are funny. You guys are really funny. Maybe being gay is a benefit to get jobs nowadays. That checks off another box for people. So I check off a quota for some of these people. But no, I really love doing this. I wake up every morning. I'm having a blast. Thankfully, I told you guys, you know, market's done really well this year. And one of the reasons I'm learning about wheeling, guys, one of the reasons I really care about wheeling is because I calculated how much money I would make if Robinhood does what it needs to do by the end of the year. And we're close to that. If it gets there, I think, you know, with 3 to 4%, even 2% a month, wheeling the amount of money that I'm getting a shit ton of experiences this year for free because of guys like TJ literally like teaching me live with everybody, I could generate a very substantial income, more than I would make at a corporate job, given how much money I would be using to wheel. Now, granted, I would have to get really good at wheeling. I would have to understand the stocks that I'm wheeling really well. And we kind of can't get into a bear market. I mean, you can still wheel in a bear market, but you have to be very careful, because if you keep selling puts and the puts, you keep getting assigned on the put, like you can't keep rolling forever. So things have to go in place. But one of my goals is, well, if I can swing big and hit for the fences, is that the analogy? If I can hit it big this year, I can take that money and then be very conservative, not YOLO it into call options again, which is basically what I did last year, but really use that money to generate consistent cash flow at even 2 to 3% a month, which would be a decent amount of money, dude. And so I think that can subsidize the necessity to monetize an audience, which matters more to me. Like, I don't want to. I don't like this. I don't even think this has gotten as big as it can get, and that's only because we're not fucking up and doing the stupid shit most creators do. Now, you've got the Meet Kevins of the world that have still been able to get the massive numbers, even though they've done their, they're pushing the course every day and all that stuff, and that's fine. I like, if I had the massive numbers he had, but I was also pushing the course and doing all that shit, I wouldn't be able to live with myself, because I would know that when people join the stream, they wouldn't have the same genuine, authentic, like happiness to like say hi to me, because there would always be this corporate relationship in the middle of us, which is buy my course, buy this, buy blah, 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 blah. Like, and it was all this shit in between kind of taints that relationship between a creator and their audience. And I think that's the one thing you don't want to taint. You just want to keep that as real as possible for as long as possible, because if this gets really, really big, this is not about monetizing an audience to pay $25 a month for a Patreon. This is about, like, how can you meet people in your audience, like Derek, who's an example that we met. I'm actually gonna have a meeting with him today because he's working on something cool, and he's gonna show me what he's working on. And how can you meet someone like Derek and he can get you into, a Series B on Figure, right? Like, that's worth way more, dude. Like, we did the math. If that 25K goes to fucking even like 5-6 million, that is worth way more than monetizing an affiliate link via an audience. So I just, like, after that experience as well, I just realized, like, I don't like pushing products or trying to be fake and like pushing subscription links and all that shit. And I don't need to, because if the audience just grows, the opportunities are gigantic, and you don't need to do that to make money. That's just not the right way to get there. MK, thank you for the super chat right here. He says it's not 6 figures, but it's a start. Thanks. Buy more Palantir. I will put that into Palantir. Thank you, MK, and thank you, Sovereign Human. I love that name, Sovereign Human. I've always loved the word sovereign. I always thought it was a very interesting way to conceptualize the concept of independence. Thank you for becoming a channel member. Appreciate that as well. So yeah, dude, at the end of the day, I just want to keep building and keep going. And the other thing about building an audience, I talked about this a couple weeks ago, but most people quit very soon into the journey because they don't realize how much effort it takes to actually stream twice a day, or constantly be on Twitter, constantly respond to people, constantly engage. And I love this shit. Like after the market open, I go to the gym. After the gym, I'm like for 8 hours straight on Twitter, responding, DMing, creating content, blah, 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 like just putting more out there. And that growth, I believe, over the next 4 to 5 years, the growth potential on that is literally infinite, dude. Like, when it comes to building an audience, this is one of the things where there's no TAM. It's capped, because like what, Elon has 240 million followers. Let's take the biggest finance names. They have 3 to 4 million followers. I'm at 60,000. Like, it's very difficult to even get to a million. Like, you have to work your ass off probably for like a decade or something, or like at least 5-7 years to get to that million. So once you get to that million, it's like, all right, what's next? We'll get to 2 million, get to 3 million. Like, it's just, you can constantly grow. There is a potential S curve there for hyper growth. And if you're constantly growing, then you have to stay motivated to keep growing. And the easiest way to get unmotivated to keep growing is to think about money. Now, obviously, you can't be privileged, and you need to pay your bills, and I have bills and all this stuff. And so the money stuff has to work itself out. But if you can survive enough from the money angle without compromising the growth angle on building, I mean, dude, what happens when, this audience is even bigger, and then, Peter Thiel wants to be on a podcast, right? Like, instead of just Vlad, who I'm so grateful for, he took a chance on me as the first big interview. What happens when even bigger names in the stock market. What happens when Stanley Druckenmiller wants to, is actually interested in talking for 40 minutes. Like, that only happens when you have a real audience that's engaged and those people feel like they care about engaging with you, even if you're not corporate media. But the easiest way to ruin that is by not engaging the audience, by trying to monetize too quickly. So those are my thoughts. When are you going to hire a team? I really don't need a team, dude. I'm fine by myself. I do everything all day by myself. I'm a one-man army, and that's it. I really don't need help. And it's like, I stream twice a day and I'm on Twitter. That's my job every single day. And I go to the gym. And so also, I talked about this before, when you hire a team and you try to get people to like automate your responses and all that shit, it turns out like nothing replaces the hard work of actually just being there and doing the work. And so, you're gonna have to keep working. MK says, "Guys, not joking. Got an unexpected reply immediately." Yeah, I respond to a lot of DMs, dude. I'm surprised I missed Toby's DM, but like when I get a DM, dude, I try to just fucking get there. And now it's it's getting to be a lot of them, but I just try to keep responding and keep doing what I have to do. Bay says, "Translation: I'm unemployed and I have time." Oh my god, that's hilarious. No, but the thing is, dude, it's like while being unemployed, you're not just sitting on your ass all day, right? You're working. And my parents see that. Like, they know that I'm working my ass off. And like my dad yesterday, he was just like, "So how many people were there in the morning?" I was like, 1,900. He was like, "What the fuck, 1,900?" He's like, "Why did 19?" I was like, "Oh, there's 1,900 people there." Like it's just, and the reason it went up 1,900 people yesterday versus like 1,400 in the morning was because Tesla went up. So those are moments where like, I think we got like 100 subscribers yesterday. 100 subscribers, new people discovered who I am. And now I'm integrated into their universe, and it's up for me to keep them engaged and keep them following the content. But those are days where like, you've got to be there. It's like, it's going to be hard to lose when you're there every single day and you're getting access to new audiences and they're discovering you and they actually like your content. Well, then you're on a trajectory forward to like legitimately win, to like legitimately have 5, 10, 15,000 people one day really consuming and engaging with your content on a global scale. And I think that is worth more money than pitching some product, Drina says, "Yes, I just found your channel yesterday." See, I love it. Drina, thank you for being here. That's awesome. See, and see, this is the thing I love about people like Drina, right? Found the channel yesterday. If you know something about the YouTube algorithm, when you go live, they push that algo because they like when you're live, because that keeps people on the platform, to the people that just subscribed. So Drina hopped in the stream. She's like, "All right, what is Amit saying?" And now it's up to me. Now the ball's in my court. Kind of like Palantir, right? Q2 is up to them to prove they're actually an AI SaaS and not just like a fake SaaS, which means they'll get an AI SaaS multiple. The ball's in my court now to be so hilarious during this stream that Drina is like, "Dude, I cannot listen to anyone else in the morning. I have to fucking listen to Amit." That's what has to happen. And I think that strategy has worked for a decent amount of people. And now we just got to keep it working every single day and keep doing what we got to do. So there you go. Cap, don't act like you go to the gym when you're just going to the spa. I've never been to a spa, even though I'm thinking about getting a massage, dude, because my back is starting. I'm thinking about actually paying like $70 or whatever for a massage. But no, I've never been to a spa. New subscribers are probably much nicer than us regulars. Yeah, they're like willing to handle some of the jokes, and then they fucking, then they take a hit. Are you staying on for FOMC? No, I'm gonna get off in 5 minutes, dude. I'm not gonna stay. I'll if you care about my thoughts on that on Twitter, you can follow on Twitter and I'll try to get some thoughts there. We'll see how it affects the after hours markets. I don't know if it'll have a huge impact, but they're probably gonna say the same shit they've been saying, dude. Data dependent, inflation's coming down, we'll wait, yada yada. So I don't think FOMC is gonna say anything interesting. Okay, cool. JP Orthodontics. I'm addicted to Amit every morning. That's the goal, bro. That is the goal. And I'm a bit of a perfectionist, dude. You guys don't see it, but like, if I make a typo on one of my tweets, which I did 2 times in a row on Sunday, the perfectionist in me, I will literally do like, I will like, and I can't delete the tweet because I notice it like an hour later. So if you delete the tweet, like you can't do the tweet again, right? Because the tweet's already happened. And if you edit the tweet, Twitter has this stupid thing where they erase all the replies on an edit of a tweet. And then it's almost like the tweet never happened because all the people that responded to the original version of the tweet are gone. If I make a typo on a tweet, I'd rather not know I made a typo than find out I made a typo. I will want to like I will be so pissed off, dude. Like it's like that the perfectionism in me on making a typo is crazy. Now it's probably shocking to a lot of people because you're like, well, admit you make a typo every second while you fucking speak because you mispronounce words and stuff. But that's just like funny, right? That's just in good jest. On Twitter, when I'm trying to get a message out there and I'm typing and I spell or like instead of saying if, I said of, OF versus IF. And it like when I was reading it back, I was like, this doesn't look right. And I want to throw my phone. Like I hate doing it so much. So I think that perfectionism, although sometimes it's unhealthy, it forces me to try to be better. And same thing with YouTube. Sometimes there's a certain segment where I just don't feel like I did that well, or I feel like I didn't analyze it that correctly. Like when I came back from AIPCon for the first 2 days, I felt so rusty and I hated those market opens because I just didn't feel like I was transitioning topics correctly. I didn't feel like I brought up the right research. It's like, you just don't feel bad. You don't feel good when you have a bad show. So I think that perfectionism is also really important. And the reason of that perfectionism is more so because I care about how you all think about the show. And it's not that the show has to be perfect or anything, but at least you have to get value and enjoy it. And if I genuinely don't know about a topic, then yeah, we'll admit that and we'll learn about it together. But if I know about a topic, but I just don't have the right like articles pulled up or something, or like the computer's spazzing out a little bit, that shit pisses me off. And that to me is all about making sure that we can just keep upgrading this and make it go better and better and better. Maybe you shouldn't tweet MP, bro. Okay, so that's the last thing we'll talk about. For those that just joined and have not been here, 2 hours ago, I said that I tweet and pee at the same time. I'm going to tweet about it. I'm going to see how much pushback I get. But like, I legitimately, this is what I'm saying when I'm obsessed with this whole content creation thing. I am on Twitter and the other hand is on the device that lets out the urine. And I think it's the most effective way to use the bathroom and to pee. And I do this when I'm at a mall. I was at the urinal at the gym the other day. I was doing both together. Like, I just don't care, dude. I don't. They were like not sitting through this again. I don't let a moment go by without doing both at the same time. And so I asked the question a couple hours ago because I was curious. Has anyone ever done that? Like, is anyone going to, as all 487 people going to say right now, no, we never look at our phone. The guys, obviously, because you got to be standing up. We never look at our phones while we're urinating with the other hand. Is every guy in the chat going to say they've never done that? Because I don't believe that. I legit don't believe that. There's no way that's fucking true. I started doing this 2 years ago, dude. I've been doing this for 2 years. And now if I go to the bathroom, I don't have my phone. I'm like, I got to go back before I pee to get my phone because I'm not going to sit there for 45 seconds without looking at Twitter. Like, I'm not going to do that. Like, what do you guys do then if you're like, what do you do the whole time when you're peeing for 45 seconds? Like, okay, when you're taking a number two, yes, everyone, when they're taking a number two, uses their phone. But I'm talking about when you're peeing. Like, are you saying no? Or as every guy here saying they've never been on their phone at the same time? Look at this. Finally, we got someone. I did it this morning. There you go. Habits. Finally, someone standing up for me. I thought you squat, not stand. That's mean. That's that's fucking mean, dude. That's so mean. At home, I do. Okay, so we got some people. I'm not the only one alone who's not wasting precious time. Look, we sleep for 7 hours a day. That's a majority of our life, or a third of our life gone. I'm not going to let the rest of my life go away while I'm peeing. I'm going to be on my phone. So, Wes says, I love how you're so honest and get killed all the time for it. You're a strange man, but we love you. Dude, I really think it's like a vibe. Like, I cannot pee without my phone. I literally sit there and I'm just like, why am I doing this right now? Like I just like, maybe it's the ADHD in me or something. My mind, like my mom tells me to get off my phone a little bit too. My mind is running all day, but I cannot have a moment where I'm not on my phone. Like, I get anxious without my phone. It's bad. It's bad. And maybe I got to work on that. But I also think that's just part about being in the grind. Like, when you're in the grind and you're a creator and you have an opportunity to really create and like take advantage of the moment and like actually build an audience and really do it, then like sometimes when you're peeing for 45 seconds and you can respond to some tweets, you got to do what you got to do. So, yeah, it is what it is. I do not squat. Yo, could you imagine I start squatting to pee just so I could access my phone with two hands? That would actually be kind of funny. I don't think I'm that far yet. I don't think I'm that far, but that would be hilarious. Okay, cool. It is what it is. So thank you everybody for being here. Appreciate it. Hopefully you guys enjoyed. We'll be back Friday. I don't know if we'll do a stream tomorrow, dude. We had a 4-hour stream today. Maybe we do a stream tomorrow. Maybe not. We'll see. Maybe a late night stream. I'll try to see if I can get a couple of people in. Maybe I'll see if Steve's available We do like a 7 p.m. stream. Maybe Steve and Chris. Steve and Chris and I had a phone call 2 weeks ago, and it was a really good phone call. And we all thought it should have been a podcast. So maybe I'll try to get them, and we'll do like a 7 p.m. show tomorrow night. And we'll go from there. All right. Enjoy your July 4th. Hope you all enjoyed. If you don't celebrate July 4th, enjoy a regular Thursday of being alive on planet Earth. And thank you all for being here with me on planet Earth. It really means the world to me. One day, all of us will not be here because that is the nature of human existence. We all float away into the galaxies and we're gone. But for this moment in time, we're all here. And I can't, from the bottom of my heart, there's not enough words to say how grateful and thankful I am that you guys are here with me and you enjoy the streams. You enjoy my streams of consciousness, and you get some value that keeps you coming back. And hopefully, this community just keeps growing and growing and growing over the next few years. All right. That's it. Thank you, everybody. Love you all. Have a good one. We'll see how the market opens on Friday, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye, everyone.